here comes Deidara. Even the Hui Yoryuaki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan want to come to join me? Fi-eun was also taken aback when he got these two news. Deidara came to rely on himself. Fi-eun made sense, after all Fi-eun had a relationship with him before. Fi-eun also used Deidara to blow up more than half of Iwagakur. However, Fi-eun was a little puzzled when the Hui Yoryuaki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan came to rely on him. Could it be that the blood fog policy has already begun? Let them come to see me. Fi-eun then asked Kakashi to lead these people to meet him. Hey, Fi-eun, long time no see. I was kicked out by the old man Oyemu, just saw the news of your hero post, and came to join you. Deidara greeted Fi-eun enthusiastically after seeing Fi-eun. I still have a good impression of Fi-eun. Deidara. After all, Fi-eun was one of the few people who agreed with his art before, so Deidara went to Fi-eun as soon as he was kicked out by Onoji. And he also heard the legend of Fi-eun defeating Senju Hashirama. Defeat the god of ninjas and make Deidara worship him, so he hurried over to find Fi-eun. It's okay to come, but I'm going to say it before, and it's not allowed to have a large-scale explosion here. Fi-eun knew Deidara's character, so she said it in advance. Of course I know, but you've got to give me some interesting tasks to do, or I'll be bored to death. Deidara nodded. Don't worry, there will be space for you to display your art in the future. Fi-eun nodded and said, when the village is developed, you will have to do things around 8, 5, 7, expand the territory, and then the S-level task will be indispensable. Master Fi-eun. The next person who came in was the leader of the Terra Yoryuaki clan and the leader of the Onito clan. The two of them had heard rumors of Fi-eun defeating Senju Hashirama, and they were not big or small like Deidara, but directly addressed Fi-eun as an adult. Well, why are the two of you injured so badly? Fi-eun asked after taking a look at the appearance of the head of the Hui Yoryuaki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan. The appearance of these two people is quite miserable, their hands are covered with bandages, and there are wounds all over their bodies. It is obvious that they came to Ujiguo after being chased and killed. Forget it, after the end of the Third Ninja World War, the D. Yagura didn't know what to do, and he actually ordered to wipe out all the Bloodline Limited clans in Kirigakur. We were chased to this place by the ninjas of Kirigakur. After hearing about Fi-eun-sama's hero post, I wanted to lead the Hui Yoryuaki clan to defect to Fi-eun-sama. 99 Patriarch Kagaya said with snot and tears. I guess that D from Yagura participated in Konoha's succession ceremony. After hearing about Konoha F4's operation, in order to protect his rights, he also wanted to imitate Konoha F4 to kill the genius of blood jijus so as to keep his Mizukage status. Knowing he's so crazy now, he shouldn't have been elected as Mizukage in the first place. The Ghost Lamp clan also said bitterly. After listening, Fi-eun probably understood what was going on. Kirigakur's blood fog policy started, and the Obito guy started on Kirigakur. After all, Kirigakur was also a major factor in Nohara Rin's death, and Obito did it for another reason besides Project Tsukinomi to vent his anger. It seems that this is Uchiha Obito giving himself warmth. What makes Fi-eun amused is that the Hui Yoryuaki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan actually threw the cauldron of Yagura's temperament on Konoha F4's head, which is really interesting. It seems that the title of the shame of the Konoha F4 ninja world has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. You can come to join me if you want, but we don't accept everyone, there are conditions. 99 I need to plant a spell in your heart. Once you have the idea of betraying the Uchiha family, you will die. Can you accept it? Fi-eun asked. When Yanui, the Yoryuaki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan showed embarrassed expressions. To plant a spell on the heart, wouldn't it mean that the Hui Yoryuaki clan and the Onito clan will become vassals of the Uchiha clan in the future? Such conditions are too harsh. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray the Uchiha family, the spell won't work. And once you join the Uziguo, I will also allocate some properties to you as the initial capital for your development of a family. Fi-eun continued to say after seeing the two hesitating. You can't just let others be beaten with you, and don't give others meat, right? Thunder, rain, and dew are all graces of God. Only by giving both kindness and power can make people die. Hearing that, the two patriarchs were still a little hesitant, and at the same time, they were a little moved. As a rising star in recent years, Uzhikuni is extremely wealthy and has greater potential than Konoha. It will definitely get better and better if he can occupy some industries here. What's more, with Uchiha Fi-eun's shelter, Kirigakur's people didn't dare to chase after him. Okay, we are willing to follow Fi-eun-sama. After weighing the pros and cons, the two patriarchs decided to join the Uzhiguo. This can not only save the lives of the tribe, but also get some financial support, which is the best and only choice. Although a spell will be planted, as long as he does not betray the Uchiha clan. Okay, bring your clansmen to see me. Fi-eun nodded and said. Then the two patriarchs brought their clansmen to Fi-eun. There are only more than 30 people left in the Hui Yoryuaki clan, and only more than 20 people are left in the Ghost Lamp clan. However, those who were able to escape from Kirigakure's blood fog policy were undoubtedly powerful people, at least at the level of Jonin. It is equivalent to having more than 50 Jonin's power all at once. In the 5 great ninja villages, more than 50 Jonin are also a force that no one can ignore. Clap clap clap. Fei-Yun quickly planted the spell in his heart, so the 2 clans became the vassals of the Uchiha clan. If you dare to betray, you will die immediately, but if you serve well, I will not let you suffer. 99 After doing all this, Fei-Yun stood with his hands behind his back. Yes, Fei-Yun-sama. Chief Kagaya and Chief Analan lead their respective clansmen to take an oath. Lord Fei-Yun, Yagura came with people from Kirigakure, saying that we want to hand over the Hui Yoryuki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan, otherwise we will send people to invade the Uno country. 99 Just then, Kakashi reappeared in Fei-Yun's office, reporting, "Haha, it's interesting, Yagura actually dares to bring someone to the Uzhiguo to ask for trouble. I think he's here to seek death. Kakashi, take me there, Chief Kagaya, Chief Oenai-lan, you too." 39 Fei-Yun said angrily. He knew that Yagura was controlled by Uchiha Obito, and it seemed that Uchiha Obito's skin was itchy again, and it was time for him to tighten. After all, Fei-Yun took Uchiha Wu, Uchiha Ping and Kakashi, the newly joined Deidara, and the Kagaya clan and the Ghost Lamp clan to meet Yagura. Wind-style spiral shuriken. More as soon as they saw Yagura, Fei-Yun threw a wind-style shuriken and went out, instantly killing more than a dozen ninjas in Kirigakure. Uchiha Fei-Yun, what do you mean, are you trying to be the enemy of Kirigakure? Citrus Yagura said coldly, but Fei-Yun could sense that this guy's chakra was under the control of someone else, so he must be Obito's guy. This is perfect Jinchuriki, what a shame for Jinchuriki. The people who led Kirigakure didn't even say hello. You dared to break into the country of our universe, and you dared to ask for someone from me? I see that you want to be the enemy of my country of you. First drive these idiots out of the land of the universe. Fei-Yun snorted coldly and waved his hand directly. After receiving the order, the group of people who followed Fei-Yun immediately started to do it. I didn't expect to have a mission so soon, it's really interesting. Detonating clay. Rei-Kuri. Dead bone pulse dance of Tang Song. Water iron cannon technique sweeping. Earth-style super heavy rock fist technique. Boom boom boom. Kirigakure's ninjas didn't expect Fei-Yun to ignore them so much, so he ordered his men to do it, so dozens of people were killed without any precaution. Uchiha Fei-Yun, you wait for me, we Kirigakure will fight you sooner or later. Yagura was incompetent and furious, and the people who led Kirigakure wanted to escape. You want to run away if you say something cruel? How can there be such an easy thing? Kill me. Fei-Yun gave a cold drink and immediately turned on Susanoo to do it himself. With one blow, the sword swept across, killing dozens of Kirigakure ninjas again. The mist shinobi ninjas who came with Yagura were almost killed. Damn, retreat. Yuju Yagura retreated in embarrassment, but Fei-Yun would not let him go so easily. In the country of Uno, you still want to run away? How can there be such a good thing? If this is spread out, won't everyone dare to set foot on the land of Uzhiguo in the future? If you don't kill Yagura, you will have a psychological shadow, and you will not give up. Kill me. Keep chasing and killing. Fei-Yun ordered that even though Yagura had led the Kirigakure ninja out of the Uno kingdom, he was still being chased by Fei-Yun and others. Damn Uchiha Fei-Yun, we have already left the territory of Uno, why are you still chasing us? Could it be that you guys really want to go to war with the whole Kirigakure? Obito, who was secretly angry, manipulated Yagura to say these words. Yagura can't die now, and if he dies, he won't be able to rule Kirigakure smoothly. Kirigakure is still useful now, and he can't lose this basic disc. Because you're AB*******, understand? Fei-Yun said lightly, and once again threw a wind-style spiral shuriken over. The powerful chakra energy ball flew out at super high speed, and Yagura couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Roar! At the critical moment, Yagura released the tailed beast chakra coat, dodging most of the damage. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully copying Three Tails chakra. Fei-Yun took the opportunity to copy Three Tails chakra. Damn Uchiha Fei-Yun. Uchiha Obito in the dark was a little exasperated. Uchiha Fei-Yun went too far, he just brought people into the land of the Uchiha clan, and he was about to be hunted down to this point, which is really arrogant. However, Yagura can't die yet. If he dies, the rebel forces of Kirigakure will counterattack like crazy. Kamui. After thinking about it, Uchiha Obito felt that he had to show up, and he used Kamui to escape. Bring me back, time goes back. Fei-Yun sneered and directly invalidated Obito's Kamui. Damn, it's this damn pupil technique again. After the trick was cracked by Fei-Yun, Obito under the mask was also incompetent and furious, but he still said strong and calm. I didn't expect us to meet again, Uchiha Fei-Yun. Oh? Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? Fii-un wanted to laugh when he saw Uchiha Obito, who was pretending to be deep, but Fii-un didn't plan to kill him, nor did he plan to expose him. After all, Uchiha Obito spoiled Kirigakure so much, isn't that the equivalent of sending warmth to himself? If Fii-un remembers correctly, Kirigakure is not only a ghost lamp, but Kagaya 5.2, the two blood successor-bound clans. There are still a lot of big clans, as well as the 7 ninja swordsmen. Obito had better kill more and let them all come to him. This man is the legendary Uchiha Madara? Kakashi, Uchiha no, Uchiha Flat, Wei Yoryuki clan, Ghost Lamp clan were all surprised when they heard the name of Uchiha Madara. Is the legendary Uchiha Madara still alive? To tell you the truth, Yagura is my partner. This time he did something wrong, you just let him go, even if you sell me Uchiha Madara to save face. Uchiha Obito lowered his voice and pretended to be deep. Now, we can only see if Uchiha Madara has this face in front of Fii-un. You have a fart face, you dare to ask me to ask for someone when you break into my country of you, and I will kill you together. Fii-un snorted coldly, and immediately threw a spiral shuriken. Although Fii-un didn't plan to kill Uchiha Obito, he had to let him have a memory and see himself walking around in the future. Damn, run! Uchiha Obito was furious, but had no choice but to retreat quickly. Later, under the leadership of Fii-un, Yagura and Uchiha Obito were driven back to their hometown of Kirigakure, and this matter came to an end. Damn Uchiha Fii-un, I swear to you. Back in Kirigakure, the suffocated Uchiha Obito roared into the sky. It's time to go to Konoha village and strengthen yourself. Next time you meet Uchiha Fii-un, you must make him look good. I'm going to Konoha to capture 9 tails. Obito found Black Zetsu and told him, so soon to start catching tailed beasts? Is it too early? Black Zetsu was surprised to hear what Obito said. It has to be caught, Uchiha Fii-un is too hateful, and Namikaze Minato refuses to save Lin, so he deserves to die too. Obito tickles his teeth when he mentions Fii-un and Namikaze Minato. Especially Uchiha Fii-un, even if he reported the name of Uchiha Madara today, the other party didn't give him any face at all, and he kept chasing him and running back to Kirigakure before giving up. He might be a big problem for Project Tsuki-no-Mi in the future. Must find a way to get rid of him. So Obito is going to capture 9 tails to strengthen his strength and kill Namikaze Minato by the way. You can also cheat on the people of the Uchiha family and recycle the Sharingan. That's right, there are still members of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, that is, the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Fugaku. There are only less than 200 people. Then be careful, these 2 days are exactly the day 9 tails Jinchuriki gave birth, and I will help you watch everything in Kirigakure. Black Zetsu nodded. As the ninja world may be the first intelligence expert, Black Zetsu's intelligence ability is not covered. I know that it is the best time to take advantage of the weakening of the seal while giving birth. With the Sharingan exposed under the orange mask, Uchiha Obito's voice became extremely cold. The land of fire Konoha village. Today's Konoha village is serious and heavily guarded, because Vortex Kushina is about to give birth. Although Namikaze Minato was not the 23rd 4th Hokage, now the 4th Hokage is Jiraiya. But Vortex Kushina, as 9 tails Jinchuriki, her childbirth is still very worthy of Konoha village's vigilance. Lord 4th Hokage, my right eyelid keeps twitching, and I have a very uneasy feeling that nothing will happen. Namikaze Minato looked at Jiraiya excited and worried. I am excited that I will become a father, and I am worried that when 9 tails Jinchuriki gives birth, the sealing force will be greatly weakened, and then his wife may be in danger. I have arranged for Umbu in the village to patrol around, and any suspicious people will be reported as soon as possible, so you can rest assured. Jiraiya consoled Namikaze Minato, but he was only consoled. What Jiraiya is worried about is whether Uchiha Fii-un will take the opportunity to make trouble at Konoha village. Now that a year has passed, Konoha village has been struggling to rebuild the buildings in the village. After all, there is not much funding for the Land of Fire every year. It would be bad if someone else made trouble at this time. Jiraiya also mobilized nearly the entire village to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to make trouble in Konoha. At the same time, the place where the Vortex Kushina was produced, an accident also appeared. As in the original, Uchiha Obito swept the nearby Umbu guards and hijacked the Vortex Naruto while Namikaze Minato was not looking. Who are you? Why shoot at Naruto? Seeing that the masked man suddenly appeared and hijacked the Vortex Naruto, Namikaze Minato asked nervously. Hehe, you'd better hand over 9 tails Jinchuriki, or your child's life will be lost. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, his eyes filled with hatred when he saw Namikaze Minato. It's okay if I don't have time to save myself. Why did Namikaze Minato not have time to rescue Rin Nohara? Isn't he Yellow Flash? Was it hard to save Lin? Thinking of this, Obito got angry, threw Naruto into the air, and jumped up to assassinate Naruto. Are you going faster than me? Seeing Naruto being thrown into the air, Namikaze Minato also concentrated on his speed and caught Naruto 1 step ahead of Uchiha Obito. But Uchiha Obito didn't take off at all, he just wanted to get rid of the tiger. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it's mine. Uchiha Obito slayed towards the vortex Kushina on the hospital bed. Don't think about it. Namikaze Minato wanted to rescue Kushina, but the next moment he found out that Naruto's swaddling was covered with a lot of detonating charms. Not good. Pulling away Naruto's swaddling clothes, in order not to hurt Naruto, Namikaze Minato could only use the preset Flying Thunder God technique to take Naruto away and fly back later. Taking advantage of the gap that Namikaze Minato left, Uchiha Obito decisively pulled the Nine Tails out of the vortex Kushina. Roar! As soon as Nine Tails was drawn out, the evil chakra began to run wild. This violent chakra also made Obito startled. The feeling of these nine tails is completely different from other tailed beasts, so powerful? That's fine, after owning nine tails, he might be able to fight with Uchiha Fiiun. But before that, Obito will destroy Konoha village. Then, while Nine Tails didn't respond, Obito directly used Mangekyo to control Nine Tails. Although he has one eye, Obito has Hashirama cells on his body, which strengthens his control and controls Nine Tails easily. Vortex Kushina, go to hell. Obito wants to take the opportunity to kill the Vortex Kushina, the mistress. Stop. At the critical moment, Namikaze Minato used Flying Thunder God again to return to the Vortex Kushina and blocked Obito. As expected of a yellow flash, Obito snorted coldly, used Kamui to disappear, then came to Konoha village and released Nine Tails. Slay as much as you like, and destroy as much as you want. Obito directly controlled the Nine Tails and started slaughtering the Konoha shinobi people, destroying those buildings by the way. The strength of Nine Tails is very powerful. With a swipe of its claws and a sweep of its tail, it can take away a piece of Konoha shinobi's life and destroy a bunch of buildings by the way. Damn, there is an enemy attack, Nine Tails is out of control. At this time, Jiraiya, who was leading the Konoha group to guard the village, suddenly shouted after seeing Nine Tails. Especially seeing the Sharingan in Nine Tails' eyes, Jiraiya understood that this was an enemy attack. Summoning. Jiraiya, the fourth Hokage, also took the lead in using summoning ninjutsu to summon Toad Bunta. Bunta, find a way to get Nine Tails out of Konoha village. Jiraiya instructed Toad Bunta. I'll try my best. The always confident Toad Wenta also sank in his heart after seeing Nine Tails. The other side's chakra doesn't know how many times stronger than himself, so he can only do his best. Gao Wenta did his best, and was severely injured by Nine Tails within a few minutes of the fight, and then returned to Mount Mayaboku. Sage Mode. Jiraiya turns on Sage Mode and summons two Mount Mayaboku sages by the way. But even with Sage Mode turned on, Jiraiya doesn't have many good ways to deal with Nine Tails. His ultimate move is still very effective against humans, but it is a tickling for upper-tailed beasts or Nine Tails. It can also be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen still has two brushes. In the original book, he stabbed Nine Tails out of Konoha village with one stick. Afterwards, the Konoha crowd wanted to stop Nine Tails, but they didn't have any good means. After all, the strength of Nine Tails is at the Super Cage level, and ordinary ninjas can only die when facing Nine Tails. Even a cage-level powerhouse, if he doesn't have the ultimate move to suppress the bottom of the box, there is no good way to face Nine Tails, and he is even a cannon fodder. Tailed Beast Bomb. Uchiha Obito steers Nine Tails for a Tailed Beast Bomb. At this time, Obito did not want to go to Namikaze Minato to single out as in the original book, but chose to kill Konoha shinobi as much as possible and destroy Konoha. Damn, stop him! Jiraiya shouted and roared. With such a Tailed Beast Bomb from Nine Tails, Konoha village will probably be rebuilt again. But where does the current Konoha have the money to rebuild? Flying Thunder God Guide Mine. The critical moment Namikaze Minato finally arrived, using the Flying Thunder God Guide Mine to transfer the Tailed Beast Bomb away. Seeing this, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, and Konoha village was finally saved. Damn, there's no good way. Namikaze Minato was also helpless at this time, because Uchiha Obito didn't show up, and he couldn't find Obito's people, so he couldn't release Nine Tails control. Suddenly Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up and he remembered the Flying Thunder God Kunao that Fiiun gave him before he left. Immediately infusion of chakra will activate the Flying Thunder God Kunao. Something happened at Namikaze Minato? Fiiun sensed it the first time he received the notification from Flying Thunder God, and then flew over. The chaos of Nine Tails? Seeing the scene in front of him, Fiiun immediately understood that this was the Nine Tails rebellion. It looks like that kid Uchiha Obito is up to something again. Fiiun, it's really nice of you to come, can you help me stop Nine Tails from destroying Konoha? Namikaze Minato asked when he saw Uchiha Fiiun. I and Konoha are enemies, how can I help you stop Nine Tails? Fiiun looked at Namikaze Minato and shook his head. Although the two of them are friends, other things are okay, let's just save Konoha. I am also preparing to occupy Konoha in the future. Unless you can join the kingdom of you, I can consider helping you. 35 And when Nine Tails is drawn out, the Vortex Kushina, who is Jinchuriki, should also die. You'd better decide quickly. If you delay, Kushina will also die. 5 Fiiyun suddenly thought that he could win over Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato is powerful and reliable, coupled with Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the power of the Rain Country can skyrocket again. Okay, I promise you, I am willing to join Uchiha. Namikaze Minato thought for a moment and agreed to Fiiyun's request. After all, he doesn't have much affection for Konoha, not to mention Fiiyun can save the Whirlpool Kushina. Okay, then it's settled. Fiiyun saw that Namikaze Minato agreed and decided to take action. Boom! The next moment Fen Jiun released the full-body Susanoo. This is? Full Susanoo. Is that Uchiha Fiiyun? How could he be here? For a moment, the Konoha people were stunned, and Uchiha Obito was also stunned. The complete body of 800 meters Susanoo appears in Konoha, like a mountain. The moment Susanoo appeared, Konoha's house was destroyed a lot. Isn't that Uchiha Fiiyun? How could he be in Konoha? What is he doing here? Could it be that he put 9 tails? The Konoha shinobi who were present immediately recognized Fiiyun's complete body beard and said in surprise, "It is impossible not to recognize, Konoha shinobi players have been psychologically shadowed by Fiiyun Susanoo. Why is that guy Uchiha Fiiyun here?" Uchiha Obito in the dark was also very surprised and his heart sank. Although I don't know why Uchiha Fiiyun appeared here, it's better not to stay here. Leave Konoha. Obito manipulates 9 tails away from Konoha. The ultimate goal of my visit this time is to take 9 tails and make 9 tails for my own use. Beast, you want to leave now? Have you asked me? Fiiyun sneered and manipulated Susanoo to slash at it, instantly knocking 9 tails to the ground. It's such a powerful destructive force, it slashed the 9 tails that couldn't be stopped with a single knife. The Konoha shinobi people present were also amazed. When they faced 9 tails just now, it was a miserable word. 9 tails didn't lose the battle so easily, and stood up after a while. Tailed Beast Bomb. Obito manipulates 9 tails to send out Tailed Beast Bomb. The purple Yin chakra and the blue Yang chakra are mixed and compressed in a ratio of 2:8. Compressing the ultra-dense chakra into the shape of a small ball and then exploding instantly can be said to be extremely lethal. Not to mention that 9 tails Tailed Beast Bomb might be able to blow up a hidden village with one shot. Good come! Fiiyun shouted loudly, and there was a glint in his eyes. Swish! Holding the Qinglong Yinyu sword, Fiiyun slashed the high-energy density chakra with one blow. Boom! Tailed Beast Bomb exploded in Konoha village, destroying half of the village's buildings. These were only built, and in order to build these houses, Jiraiya also went to the black market to borrow Jalade in the name of Hokage. With so many houses destroyed, Jiraiya's heart is bleeding. Uchiha Fiiyun, did you do it on purpose? Did you destroy Konoha village on purpose? Jiraiya raised her head and asked angrily. He knew Uchiha Fiiyun's strength. There are too many ways to deal with Tailed Beast Bomb with Uchiha Fiiyun's method, but he chose this method. It's not intentional and I don't believe it. Yes, I did it on purpose. What can you do with me? Fiiyun looked at Jiraiya's frantic look and said lightly. Hearing that, Jiraiya lost her temper instantly. Yes, even if the other party did it on purpose, what can he do? Fiiyun, don't destroy Konoha village, it's part of my deal with you. At this time, Namikaze Minato stood up and said to Fiiyun, "Okay, I'll sell you a face." 99 Fiiyun nodded, and then manipulated the full-body Susanoo towards 9 tails. Boom boom boom. 9 tails is only 200 meters tall, Fiiyun's full-body Susanoo is as high as 800 meters, 9 tails is completely a younger brother in front of Fiiyun. Kneel down to me. With a big wave, Susanoo pressed 9 tails directly to the ground with one hand, just like pressing a pet dog. 9 tails struggles frantically, trying to escape control. Be honest, don't move. Fiiyun shouted loudly and set the entire body Susanoo on top of 9 tails. 9 tails was instantly crushed, unable to move at all. Seeing 9 tails being tamed so obediently, the Konoha shinobi present also took a deep breath. This is the strongest tailed beast. In front of Uchiha Madara Fiiyun, it is like a pet dog. He subdued 9 tails without using Eternal Mangekyo to control 9 tails. Look up. Everyone in Konoha is looking up deeply. Jiraiya also has to admit that Uchiha Fiiyun is too powerful. 9 tails, who was unable to deal with the strength of the entire Konoha village, was subdued by Uchiha Fiiyun like a tame pet dog. I hope he doesn't shoot at Konoha in the future. Hateful. Obito in the dark kept wanting 9 tails to resist, but 9 tails was crushed to death. How could he resist? Damn Uchiha Fiiyun, obstruct me again and again, I will kill you in the future. Obito said angrily, and did not dare to speak too loudly, for fear that Fiiyun would hear it. After the first few meetings with Fiiyun, Obito has had a deep psychological shadow. He didn't dare to show his face in front of Fiiyun now. After all, his own Kamui had been broken twice in front of Fei-Yun like nothing, so Obito didn't even have the courage to show up in front of Fei-Yun, so he could only leave Konoha in hatred. After Obito left, the Sharingan in Nine Tails' eyes gradually disappeared and changed back to his own fox eyes. Damn, it's so heavy, I can't even move. Nine Tails, who had regained his senses, found that he was actually being ridden by a big guy and couldn't move. He originally wanted to resist, but after seeing it clearly, Nine Tails realized that the thing riding on him seemed a little familiar. Isn't this the full-body Susanoo? This is the full-body Susanoo. Could it be that Uchiha Madara is resurrected? Nine Tails said madly, recalling the experience of being hanged and beaten by Uchiha Madara and dragged to become a summoning beast. Nine Tails was angry and scared. See clearly, I'm not Uchiha Madara, I'm Uchiha Fei-Yun. As long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you. Fei-Yun said lightly when he saw Nine Tails' fearful expression. Okay, I see, don't drag me to be a summoning beast. Nine Tails didn't dare to fight Fei-Yun either. After all, Fei-Yun gave him a more terrifying feeling than Uchiha Madara gave him at the beginning, so he should not provoke the other party, otherwise he would be called the other party's plaything. Minato, hurry up and bring Kushina over now, it should be too late. Then Fei-Yun asked Namikaze Minato to rush to bring Kushina over. Okay, I get it. Using the Flying Thunder God technique twice in a row, Namikaze Minato brought the faint Kushina to Fei-Yun. As expected of the descendants of the Vortex clan, the vitality is really tenacious. Seeing that Kushina still has some strength, Fei-Yun secretly said, if it were Jinchuriki from other villages, I am afraid that the tailed beast would have died the moment it was drawn out, and someone from the Vortex clan would not have died after being drawn out for half an hour. Looking at Kushina's appearance, it is estimated that she can last at least 2 or 3 hours. Bring Naruto here too. Fei-Yun thought for a moment and asked Minato to bring Naruto over. Fei-Yun and Namikaze Minato had a good relationship before, so it wouldn't be surprising to call Naruto's name Namikaze Minato directly. Well, Namikaze Minato didn't know what Fei-Yun was going to do, but brought Naruto over anyway. 8-sign seal. 35 Immediately afterwards, Fei-Yun displayed the 8-sign seal, which is the double 4-image seal, dividing the chakra of Nine Tails into 2 parts. 1 yin, 1 yang. 4 elephant seals. Then, using the seal technique again, Fei-Yun stuffed the Yin Nine Tails back into Kushina's stomach, and by the way, put the Yang Nine Tails into Naruto's stomach. Fei-Yun, do you want Naruto to become Jinchuriki too? Namikaze Minato asked. Well, your son has great potential, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Fei-Yun nodded. Naruto is a buildable talent, and Fei-Yun decided to develop him vigorously. Namikaze Minato also chose to believe Fei-Yun. Thank you, Fei-Yun, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid today would be the day I parted with Naruto. Kushina also held Naruto and bowed in front of Fei-Yun to thank him. In order to thank this kindness, I will let Naruto recognize you as a godfather. 35 Kushina said when excited. Forget about being a godfather, I'm not that old. I'll be his teacher in the future. Fei-Yun quickly refused. I'm only 11 or 12 years old now, and I don't like other people calling me dad after my butt. Okay, everything is done, we should go too. Now that the goal has been achieved, Fei-Yun is also ready to leave Konoha. Minato, Kushina, are you going with him too? Seeing that Minato and Kushina were about to leave with Fei-Yun, Jiraiya hurriedly asked. Well, teacher, me and the Whirlpool Kushina are going to the country of Uno, this is my promise to Fei-Yun. That's why Fei-Yun helped us solve Nine Tails, Minato said honestly. Have you figured it out? Jiraiya instantly understood why Uchiha Fei-Yun appeared in Konoha and helped Konoha deal with Nine Tails. I figured it out, Mr. Jiraiya, I've already repaid your kindness to you. Maybe our position will change next time we meet again, Namikaze Minato said. In fact, after the storm of taking over, Namikaze Minato is not as simple as before. He no longer believes in the will of fire, and even feels a little disgusted. The last time I was invited by Fei-Yun to stay in Konoha was because Master Jiraiya became the 4th Hokage. It was the most difficult time for Konoha, so Jiraiya Namikaze Minato chose to stay in order to repay her kindness. Now that I have helped Konoha to solve the Nine Tails difficulty, the kindness has been repaid, and I don't need to stay in Konoha anymore. As for the Whirlpool Kushina, she had long wanted to stay in Konoha, but she had no choice but to stay in Konoha after marrying Namikaze Minato. Now that she has the opportunity to leave, it is too late for her to be happy. Okay. Hearing this, Jiraiya nodded, this is really an eventful time. Half of the Konoha was destroyed and money was needed to rebuild it. Now Minato, Kushina are leaving, and Kushina is still Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is equivalent to Konoha losing 3 cage-level powerhouses at once. Now Konoha is the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. Taking Namikaze Minato, Vortex Kushina, Vortex Naruto, and the family of 3 back to Uno country, Fei-Yun found a place for Namikaze Minato and others. It's right next to the Uchiha tribe, very close, so you can be notified as soon as anything happens. It's really prosperous. The country of Uzi is even more prosperous than Konoha. It was also the first time for Kushina to come to Uzhikuni, and she was stunned when she saw Uzhikuni. After all, as Jinchuriki, Kushina has not been out of Konoha village for at least 10 years. It is indeed very prosperous. I heard that it was built in the ruins of the country of Vortex, Namikaze Minato said. Welcome, Minato-sensei, I'll be your guide and introduce you to Uno country. Kakashi was also very pleasantly surprised to see that his teacher and wife came. He didn't expect that the two of them would come to the land of Yuji, and Kakashi, who had always been aloof, also took the initiative to act as a guide for the two of them. The next day, the Nine Tails Rebellion, as well as Namikaze Minato, the news of the Vortex Kushina leaving Konoha village spread again throughout the ninja world. Konoha village, Chien Li Zhao, has been hit hard again. Namikaze Minato, the cage-level peak powerhouse, and the Vortex Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, left. Konoha can be said to be extremely weak. It's time to hit them. The major ninja villages have aimed at the fat meat of Konoha, and began to make plans and brew a new war. In a blink of an eye, another year has passed. One day, Fi-Eun received a new task. Ding SSS level mission, resurrected Satsuki Kagaya. Mission reward 5 million points, immortal body, 6 paths planetary devastation, time limit, no limit, mission failure, no penalty. Ding SSS level mission, unify the ninja world. Mission rewards 5 million points, big spiral wheel you, bloodline snare. Time limit, unlimited, mission failure, no penalty. Forget it if you don't come. It's really interesting to have 2 SSS level missions at once. Fi-Eun couldn't help laughing when he saw the message that the system interface popped up for a long time. SSS level tasks are the most difficult tasks and the most rewarding tasks designated by the system. Although these two tasks are not too difficult for Fi-Eun now, the rewards are really rich. Completing both tasks can earn a total of 10 million points. A reward of immortality and immortality, 6 paths planetary devastation, bloodline snares, these are all 6 paths level ninjutsu and physique. This reward, even Fi-Eun would be drooling. At this moment, Kakashi just came to the office to report the situation of the ninja world to Fi-Eun. Sir Fi-Eun, there is a movement in the ninja world, and Cloud Shinobi Village is starting to attack Konoha. Sir Fi-Eun, there is a movement in the ninja world, and Cloud Shinobi Village is starting to attack Konoha. Kakashi came to the office to find Fi-Eun and said, Cloud Shinobi Village is at war? Fi-Eun asked, looking at Kakashi. No, Cloud Shinobi Village coerced Konoha to hand over Hyaga Hayashi, the head of the Hyaga clan. If Konoha is not willing to hand over, then they will immediately declare war on Konoha. And it's not just Cloud Shinobi Village, but Tsunagakur, Uegakur are all about to move. According to the information, both Onoji and Luosha are mobilizing ninjas. Maybe they are preparing for the 4th ninja war. Kakashi shared the latest information from the ninja world. Interesting. Konoha's chi is about the same now. 55 Fi-Eun fell into contemplation after hearing the news. Did the original Cloud Shinobi Village coerce Konoha to hand over Hyaga Hayashi? With the current situation of Konoha, it must be paid, otherwise Cloud Shinobi Village really declares war and they can't beat it. However, after handing over Hyaga Hayashi Cloud Shinobi Village, you may not be able to let Konoha go. After all, Konoha is really miserable now. Now the whole village of Konoha estimates that Jiraiya is the peak cage level powerhouse, and may have to add a might guy, Uchiha Fugaku. Of course Fi-Eun doesn't know how far Uchiha Itaki has grown now. It can be said that even an elite jonin can rank in the top 5 in Konoha. Konoha's current strength may not be as good as Tsunagakur, and he is counted down in the 5 great ninja villages. Tsunagakur still has 3 cage-level powerhouses, Luasha, Cho, and Ebizo, plus 1 telltale beast. Konoha doesn't have a single-tailed beast, it's too shabby. Lord Fi-Eun, what should we do? Do we want to take a share in this battle? I think this time is a good time. It's time to show the power of my Uno kingdom to the outside world. Kakashi opened his mouth to give a suggestion at this point. After so many years of development, Uchiha has become very strong, both in terms of economy and strength. Even faintly changed the pattern of the ninja world, turning the long-standing situation of the 5 major ninja villages into 6 major ninja villages. After all, the only high-end cage-level combat power in Unodam is 9 Tails Jinchuriki, 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Namikaze Minato, and Tsunade, the peak cage-level powerhouses. There are also several cage-level powerhouses in the Uchiha clan. In addition, there are also a lot of Uchiha in the Sweji Byanja family, and the U-857 country basically absorbed the wandering ninjas in the whole ninja world. The number of these wandering ninjas is at least 10,000 or 20,000. Fi-Eun also ordered that some ninjutsu of the sealed book of the Land of Fire and the sealed book of Uegakur be taught to gifted ninjas. After all, Fi-Eun is not a waste like Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is afraid that the emergence of genius will affect his status. Fi-Yun will not hide things like ninjutsu. If the ninja Fi-Yun is really talented, it will be vigorously cultivated. Under this kind of Zheng policy, it can be said that even the quality of Chunin and Genin Uchiha is a lot higher than that of his ninja village. Not to mention the new god of ninja Fi-Yun himself. In terms of military strength, Uchiha can basically look down on the whole ninja world. Coupled with the land richer than Konoha and the first earning ability in the ninja world, the strength of Uchiha can even be said to be the #1 ninja village, but a big battle is urgently needed to secure the title of this #1 ninja village. It is indeed possible to consider starting a war. Let all the big clans hurry up to train, and when the right time comes, I will announce the war. Fi-Yun thought for a while and said, now that the development of the Uzi kingdom has almost reached its peak, if it wants to continue to develop, it has to rely on war to annex the land of other shinobi villages. It just so happens that the system has released a new task, and it can be considered to complete the unification of the ninja world. And now is the time to think about yourself and improve your strength. In fact, Fi-Yun has also felt that his strength has reached a bottleneck in recent years, and it is difficult to improve in a short time. Awakening the eternal Mangekyo, and copying the wood style and the perfect sage body from Senju Hashirama, Fi-Yun is now the first person under the real 6 paths. If you want to improve, you can only rely on the power of the 6 paths level. But the current plot is not yet full of immortals in the later stage. Where did the 6 paths powerhouse come from to give Fi-Yun wool? The only person who can give Fi-Yun a chance to improve his strength is Rinnegan. When it comes to improving his strength, Fi-Yun has never made time to go. That is the country of rain. According to the system, any blood follower boundary can be copied by himself. I don't know if he can copy the other party's Rinnegan directly after seeing Nagato. In fact, Fi-Yun has not even had time to leave the village in recent years. After all, the head of the village is really busy, and there are endless documents and affairs that he has to deal with every day. I was so busy every day that I didn't have time to improve myself. Fi-Yun felt that it would not work like this, so now he started to cultivate 3 little lowly, Uchiha Izumi, Ui Hong, and Xionlin to help him handle things. In the future, when they grow up, Fi-Yun plans to let them be his secretary, assisting him in handling the affairs of Uzukuni, and he will just be a hands-off shopkeeper. By the way, Lord Fi-Yun, there is another piece of information. The 7 people of Kirigakure's ninja swords have come to surrender, and the Snow Clan also wants to join us. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared in Fi-Yun's office. It was Yuri Hong who came, and she came to report her work. In fact, after the Nine Tails rebellion, Uchiha Obito was extremely upset because he was blocked by Fi-Yun again, so he returned to Kirigakure to take out those ninjas of the blood following the limit and the genius ninjas of Kirigakure again. The people who were persecuted this time were the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Shue clan, who possessed the boundary of the ice escape and blood succession in the original book. This is another big gift for me. Fi-Yun was grateful to Uchiha Obito, the one who sent 9 tails and blood to the boundary again. I should stop beating him next time I see him, it's pathetic. Even Namikaze Minato and Vortex Kushina got it because Uchiha Obito helped him a yard. Let the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Snow Clan come. Of course, the premise is to plant a heart spell. Fi-Yun instructed Yui Hong, and then Yui Hong nodded and went to prepare. The situation of receiving the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Snow Clan was very smooth. After all, there was a lesson from the Hui Yoryuki clan and the Ghost Light clan. After seeing the Hui Yoryuki clan and the Ghost Lamp clan live very nourishing in the country of Uno, the Snow Clan and the 7 people of the Ninja Sword are also willing to plant a spell to serve the country of Uno. In this way, the power of Uchiha has been strengthened again, and the great clan of the blood following the boundary has also increased. And Fi-Yun is not worried that these big clans of the blood follow the boundary have 2 hearts with the Uchiha clan. After all, these big clans have planted heart spells, and once they have 2 hearts, a single thought is enough to make them exterminate their clan. It can be said that his decision to leave Konoha was correct. If you stay in Konoha, it is impossible for you to cast spells on those big races. It's time to go to the Land of Rain and see if you can replicate Rinnegan. After doing all this, Fi-Yun decided to go out. The target is naturally Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. But Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan is now on Nagato, and Nagato is in the Land of Rain, so Fi-Yun's goal is to be in the Land of Rain. I want to go out, and the affairs of the Uchiha will depend on you first. Before going out, Fi-Yun handed over the affairs of the Rain Country to Uchiha Mew, Kakashi, and Namikaze Minato. Then I also let Uchiha Izumi, Vortex Fragrance, and Ui Hong, CDFC, follow along to learn. These people are Fi-Yun's hardcore confidants. Oh, yes, and Whirlpool Naruto is also Fi-Yun's hardcore confidant, but Naruto is still very young, only 1 or 2 years old. After explaining everything, Fi-Yun set foot on the journey to the Land of Rain. Turn on lightning-style chakra and move forward at full speed. Fi-Yun arrived in the country of Rain in less than 2 days. Although the Land of Rain is a small ninja village, the buildings here are quite distinctive. Most of them are high-rise buildings, which do not look like a small ninja village. The sky here is covered by dark clouds all year round, and rain is covered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week except weekends. The perennial rain clouds are shrouded, and the sun can't get in, so the whole country of Rain appears lifeless and very depressed. Of course, these rains are Pain's use of rinnegan's ability to create rain clouds with chakra, and the rain can sense the invasion of the strange chakra. This technique is called Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. However, with Fei-Yun's strength, there is no need to sneak in like Jiraiya, just go in generously. Someone has invaded, and chakra is very powerful. The first time Fei-Yun invaded the land of rain, Tiandeo Pain, who was hidden in the tower, immediately found out, and said to Konan and Uchiha Madara beside him. That's right, Uchiha Obito is also in the country of rain at this time. Because there seems to be a rhythm of war recently, Obito began to discuss with Tendo Pain, and it is time to prepare to hunt the tailed beast and implement Project Tsukinomi. Because Obito was a little worried that Uchiha Fei-Yun would interfere with his plan. And 8 tails, 9 tails are still in Anakuni's hands. If you want to complete Project Tsukinomi, you must get 8 tails, 9 tails. But with the current Akatsuki organization, it may not be able to beat the Uzhikuni. But after the war, it's not necessarily the case. At that time, the whole ninja world is in chaos. Xiao organization can fish in troubled waters, and Uchiha Fei-Yun may not be able to take care of both sides. Due to Fei-Yun's crossing, the staff of Xiao's organization is not like the original, but some changes. The current Akatsuki organization, except Obito, Nagato, and Konan, there are only Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, or Akimaru. As for Deidara and Kisame, the two have defected to Uno. Uchiha Itaki is still young, and Konoha F4 is locked in Konoha prison. I don't know if Uchiha Itaki will defect in the future. Who invaded? Is the other party very powerful? Konan was also a little nervous. It was the first time she heard Tiandeo Pain speak in such a tone. Enemy chakra is very powerful? It's not like what the current Nagato would say. You must know that now Pain is claiming the name of God and is quite confident in his own strength, so he shouldn't be so nervous. After all, how strong can Rinnegan be? Oh? Who? Obito also asked cautiously. I don't know. Anyway, his chakra is the strongest of all I've ever seen. Even stronger than you. Tiandeo Pain's tone was very serious. I believe in your strength. The intruder is handed over to you, and I'm going to prepare the next plan. After hearing this, Obito also made a random excuse to get away. Because White Zetsu, who was lurking on Obito just now, had already told Obito that it was Uchiha Fei-Yun. After hearing the name of Uchiha Fei-Yun, Obito almost shivered. Why is he the god of plague again? But now that Obito is in front of Pain and Konan, Uchiha Madara can't be beat. So Obito suppressed the fear in his heart and said very calmly, finding an excuse to apply oil on the soleace of his feet. Using Kamui, Obito left. This guy. Seeing Obito's gradually distorted figure, Konan and Pain were a little unhappy. This guy rubs oil on the soleace of his feet every time he encounters an incident. Is he really the legendary Uchiha Madara? Let's go, meet him, and see what the purpose of this uninvited guest is. Tiandeo Pain said, ready to take Konan to find the intruder. But before the two of them could go out, the door of the room they were in was knocked away with a bang. It turned out to be hiding here, but I finally found it. 35 Fei-Yun appeared at the door and looked at Pain and Konan with a smile like a hunter seeing his prey. You are Uchiha Fei-Yun. After seeing Fei-Yun, Tiandeo Pain and Konan recognized it immediately. Fei-Yun's current name has long been circulated in the whole ninja world, and even Fei-Yun is known as the new god of ninja, and it is not surprising that Nagato and Konan know each other. If you don't stay in your country of you, what are you doing in my country of rain? Tiandeo Pain stared at Fei-Yun and said, of course I'm here to see the legendary Rinnegan. Fei-Yun sneered and opened the Eternal Mangekyo, ready to copy Pain's Rinnegan. However, the system prompts that the copy failed. The explanation given by the system is that this pair of Rinnegans is not a real Rinnegan, it is because of the Rinnegan that the chakra receiver has. Rinnegan can only be copied if the Nagato body is found. Did you hear about Rinnegan's name and want to join us? Tiandeo Pain said to Fei-Yun. Join you? Are you worthy? Nian Fei-Yun also laughed when he heard Pain's words. This kid is quite confident, even more confident than Uchiha Obito. It seems that Rinnegan gave this kid self-confidence, and it's not even called self-confidence, it's called not knowing what his surname is. It's okay, teach the other party a lesson yourself, and let the other party know why the flowers are so red. Arrogant. 99 Do you think your God of Ninja name is very powerful? It just so happens that I also want to see whether God of Ninja is powerful or my God is powerful. Pain is also angry, but he owns Rinnegan, which is higher than the Eternal Mangekyo. Pain's current thinking is the same as Fei-Yun's, to teach the other party a lesson, lest the other party be too arrogant and fly into the sky. After defeating the opponent, invite him to join the Xiao organization. In fact, Nagato is indeed a little inflated. In his cognition, Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, is not a great figure. After all, Nagato was not there for the battle between Fei-Iun and Senju Hashirama. Konan, you step back first, I'll take care of this guy. Tiandao Pain instructed Konan on the side. Okay, I will look at your body, but you have to be careful, the other party is not easy to deal with. 35 Konan gave Uchiha Fei-Iun a deep look and left. Swish! The moment Konan left, Tiandao Pain waved his hand and summoned 2 other figures, and Pain joined the 3. This time, it is the way of beasts and the way of Azura. 3 people? I'm really being looked down upon. Seeing this scene, Fei-Iun also sneered. Has Nagato swelled to this point? Want to use Pen's 3 ways against himself? It's too arrogant. Boom boom boom. Shuradeo took the lead, and saw his body change, firing dozens of rocket missiles from his wrist, fingers, and head, all of which shot at Fei-Iun in salvo. This level of offense wants to deal with me too? Fei-Iun snorted coldly, he was really irritated by Pain, and the other party was a little arrogant, so let the other party feel despair. Lightning-style chakra mode. Fei-Iun turned on lightning-style chakra mode and let these missiles bombard his body. Boom boom boom. The missile exploded relentlessly, and after the explosion, Fei-Iun's body was unharmed. What a powerful body. Tiandao Pain's color changed slightly, the next moment. Boom! Fei-Iun disappeared in place at a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye, and Fei-Iun had already appeared in front of the Hell Realm in a breathing interval. Oops! Whoa! Helldeo hurriedly deformed his body again, turning it into 3 heads and 6 arms, and 7 or 8 kinds of organs appeared on his body. Hell Stab, 6 King's Spear. Fei-Iun gave a cold drink and stretched out a finger. At the moment of the confrontation, all the organs in the Hell Road were destroyed like a rotten tree. Fei-Iun's fingers steadily pierced the heart of Hell, killing it directly. The whole process was as fast as lightning, and Tiandao Pain didn't even have time to use the Shenluo Tianzheng before it was over. So fast, so powerful. Tiandao's expression on the dead man's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Shuradeo to be solved so quickly. It seems that he underestimated the enemy. Immediately afterwards, the Tao of Heaven launched the ability of the Tao of Animals. Summoning Technique Chameleon. 35 Summoning Technique Amplifying Cerberus. Summoning Technique Hell Crab. Summoning Technique 8-Foot Bird. 35 Summoning Technique. The seal quickly formed, and soon 7 or 8 powerful summoning beasts appeared in the entire room. Go together. With a single order, 7 or 8 summoning beasts each showed their magical powers. Some were spinning, some were invisible, some were flying, and some were rambunctious. It seems that the momentum is quite compelling. The attacks of these summoning beasts were also aimed at Fei-Iun. Just a bunch of beasts, I'll kill you all at once. Fei-Iun smiled lightly, and immediately put his hands together and spread them out. Immediately afterwards, a transparent chakra mask with a white border appeared in Fei-Iun's hands. Swish! Immediately after injecting chakra into the mask quickly became larger, and directly enveloped 7 or 8 kinds of summoning beasts in it. Dust Escape Boundary Peeling Technique. 35 The next moment, a white light flashed inside the mask, and the 7 or 8 imposing summoning beasts were instantly disintegrated into atoms, including the 3-headed dog of hell. They've all turned into atoms, and they've grown a fart. Whoosh! Without stopping for almost a moment, Fei-Iun threw out a flying thunder god Kunao, and instantly flashed to the side of the animal world. Big Ball Raisnon. If a Raisnon goes down, the animal can't react as well as being hit in the head by a melon seed, and directly killed by a headshot. What a terrifying method. It seems that the other party does have 2 brushes. Seeing that his attack was neutralized by Fei-Iun's understatement, and he killed 2 Pain in an instant, Tiandao Pain had to admit that Fei-Iun was indeed very powerful. If it was a normal cage level, the Azura and Helldeo alone would be enough to kill each other, but Fei-Iun actually raised his hand to resolve it. It seemed that he should have tried his best. SHHHHHH. With a big wave of his hand, the other 3 ways of Pain, Hungry Keto, Hell Realm, and Human Realm also appeared one after another. Pain's 6 paths join. Summoning Technique. At the moment of his appearance, Helldeo summoned Hades and threw the dead Azura Deo and Beast Deo into it. After chewing for a while, the Azura Deo and the Animal Deo appeared intact. There is no difference between 6 people and 3 people, let's go together. For things like you, I don't even bother to drive Eternal Mangekyo. 99 Fei-Iun waved his hand in a very contemptuous tone. Hey, arrogant. Tiandao Pain was provoked. This is completely contempt for oneself, it is too arrogant. Until now, Fei-Iun did not even open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. In other words, in the eyes of the opponent, is this battle just for fun? After all, the Uchiha family doesn't need a Sharinan, and it's no different from a swordsman who doesn't need a sword. They are completely despising their own god. Go together. Tiandao Pain shouted angrily, and immediately Pain's 6 paths formed a formation. Animal Road, Hungry Keto, Shura Road, Human Road stand at the front, Heavenly Way Pain stands in the middle, and Hell Road stands at the end. This formation is very particular. Tiandeo has the strongest ability. Standing in the middle can use the gravitational force and the repulsion force to achieve good offense and defense. Hell Path is the core of Pain's 6 paths. As long as Hell Path doesn't die, Pain's 6 paths can be resurrected immediately even if the other 5 are dead. You don't think this formation is of any use, do you? Fi-Yun sneered, then turned on lightning-style chakra mode and rushed over. Fi-Yun's goal is also very simple, to stand in the final hell. However, Fi-Yun's speed is fast, but Pain still attaches great importance to the hell path. When Fi-Yun rushed over, Pain's 6 paths was already prepared in advance. Click! At the moment when the book was about to run through the Hell Road, Shura Road stood up, incarnated with 3 heads and 6 arms and strengthened the strength to block Fi-Yun. However, even if the strength increases, the strongest spear enough to penetrate the body of 8 tails will soon make the body of Shuradeo official again. It's not over. 35 Taking advantage of the moment when Fi-Yun and Shuradeo were at a stalemate, Hungry Keto dispatched and attacked Fi-Yun directly from behind, hugging Fi-Yun tightly. Sit Sai Z. Hungry Keto's ability is to absorb all ninjutsu, and can also absorb people's chakra. Fi-Yun felt that his chakra was being continuously absorbed. Success! Feeling Hungry Keto madly sucking Fi-Yun's chakra, Tiandeo Pain was also a little surprised. Once the chakra is absorbed, the opponent is dead. Even if Fi-Yun's chakra is very deep, it is nothing more than a delayed death event. Like smoking, don't you? Then get enough, Fi-Yun said lightly, turning on Sage Mode in a second, and the perfect Sage Mode face appeared on his face. Click click click. The next second, Keto's body began to deform, and then continued to expand until it was completely petrified and turned into a stone. How can that be? Seeing this scene, Pain's dead face finally had a look of horror. After all, Pain has never learned Sage Mode, so he doesn't know that chakra cannot be absorbed casually. Even in the face of 6 paths level opponents, Immortal Art has no small effect. Go to hell! Fi-Yun got rid of Hungry Keto's control, and instantly a wind-style spiral shuriken appeared in his hand, and threw it out, aiming at hell. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Tiandeo Pain also shot, raised his hands to launch chakra, and used the repulsive force to bounce the spiraling shuriken flying away. Rinnegan's ability is really good. Fi-Yun was also a little greedy when he saw this scene. It's a pity that I can't copy these ninjutsu, only after copying Nagato's rinnegan. Forget it, I don't plan to play with you anymore, let's fight it quickly. Fi-Yun originally wanted to let Nagato feel the beating, but now it seems that he can't wait. It's rinnegan after all, it's better to get it early. Hee, finally can't help but use Eternal Mangekyo? Tiandeo Pain also said with a serious expression. Uchiha Fi-Yun who doesn't use Sharingan is already so terrible, and it will definitely be even more difficult to deal with after using Sharingan. Sharingan? I said, you don't need a Sharingan for something like you. Wood Style Wooden Golem Jutsu. Fi-Yun sneered and launched Wood Style Wooden Golem Jutsu at the next moment. Boom! Hundreds of meters of wooden golem rose from the ground, exuding a terrifying momentum, and by the way, the room was broken. What a huge chakra! Tiandeo Pain said madly. This kind of terrifying chakra makes him, the rinnegan, out of reach. Would style Laughing Buddha Jutsu. The next moment, Fi-Yun performed Laughing Buddha Jutsu, poured chakra into the ground, and several would style big hands grabbed Pen's 6 paths from the ground. Oops! Nagato and Konan not far away were stunned. Such a powerful ninjutsu, you can't escape at all, go to hell. Wooden Golem slaps the restrained Pen's 6 paths. Summoning Technique 8-footed bird. Summoning Technique Chameleon. Summoning Technique, Head Laser Cannon, Shen Luo Tianzheng. 99 The moment the slap fell, Pen's 6 paths began to struggle, using the ninjutsu they were good at. However, in the face of a behemoth-like wooden golem, whose body is infused with chakra, Pen's 6 paths ninjutsu is like tickling. With a slap shot, except for Tiandeo Pain, who used Shen Luo Tianzheng to bounce off most of the damage 857, he was slightly injured. What a terrifying destructive power. Nagato in the tower not far away said madly through Tiandeo Pain's perspective. That's it, the other party hasn't used Sharingan yet. It is estimated that I am afraid that I will lose faster with Sharingan. Nagato, let's get out of here before he sees us. Konan on the side was also frightened by Fi-Yun's strength and persuaded Nagato. Konan also has a chakra receiver on her chin so she can share Pain's perspective as well. Found it. Fi-Yun opened the eyes of Kagura and sensed that there was a deep chakra in the tower not far away. In this little land of rain, the only person who can have such a chakra is Nagato, who has Rinnegan and Whirlpool. Immediately, Fi-Yun manipulated Wooden Golem to attack Nagato. How did he find us? Nagato was stunned. Uchiha Fi-Yun seemed to know his secret, but now he has no time to think so much, but to escape the clutches of Uchiha Fi-Yun. You can only use that trick. 99 Nagato took a deep breath and gathered the chakra all over his body. Nagato, are you sure? Konan asked worriedly. Although the trick is very powerful, the price of using it is that Nagato is overdrawing its lifespan. There is no other way, we cannot let Uchiha Fiiun find the ontology, otherwise we will fall into his hands. 35 Nagato doesn't want to use it either, but the situation is critical right now. Mainly because both of his legs were scrapped and his mobility was poor. He was found by Uchiha Fiiun. If he had any thoughts on rinnegan, he and Konan would have nowhere to escape. Thinking of this, Nagato gathered all the chakra on Tiendeo's body, and immediately a high-density chakra energy ball appeared in Tiendeo's hand. Planetary devastation. Throw the chakra black ball into the air, and the next moment, a violent attraction strikes instantly. Haki everything around, as if to be absorbed by the chakra black ball, moved towards the chakra black ball one after another. Even a behemoth like wooden golem had to be slowed down by the attraction of the chakra black ball. Of course, just slowed down. Damn, still can't stop it? Stop me. Seeing that wooden golem's footsteps were only slowed down, Nagato roared unwillingly, and immediately strengthened chakra. Planetary devastation is also growing in size. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Correspondingly, the attraction has become even greater. Meanwhile, Nagato's nose is bleeding. But that's not enough. Suck me. Planetary devastation. Nagato increased his strength again, the whole person's face became extremely distorted, eyes, mouth and ears even shed blood. This time, Nagato's already weak body lost at least 10 years of life. Nagato. Konan watched worriedly from the side, and this had overdrawn too much vitality. Boom boom boom. Under Nagato's desperate efforts, even the huge wooden golem was sucked into the sky. Success. Let's go. Konan was also overjoyed to see wooden golem flying into the sky. This way, you will have enough time to get out. Nagato didn't stop either. After all, he didn't expect planetary devastation to kill Fiiun. You know, Fiiun hasn't used Sharingan yet, so he didn't use all his strength in this battle. Nagato has recognized the huge gap in strength between the two sides, so he didn't expect Fiiun to be killed like this, and it would be good to be able to escape successfully. It's a bit inconvenient not to use Eternal Mangekyo, but want to run? Do you have my permission? Fiiun, who was in the air, sensed that Konan and Nagato wanted to leave, and smiled lightly. Since I pretended to be forced, I have to finish it with tears. Without using Eternal Mangekyo, he also has other trump cards. Coincidentally, you can also try the ninjutsu copied from Senju Hashirama. With the thought together, Fiiun clapped both hands and mobilized the chakra all over his body. The next moment, even the naked eye is enough to see the extremely thick chakra gushing out around Fiiun. Wood style sage art true several thousand hands. Whoa! The next moment, a giant wood style Buddha with a height of thousands of meters rises from the ground. Then, what monster is that? After seeing this terrifying true several thousand hands, Nagato and Konan were also stunned when they were about to run away. This, wood-style giant Buddha with a height of thousands of meters. Is this really something a human can do? Is this the power of a ninja god? Compared with the god of ninjas, I am afraid that this god is not even qualified to carry shoes. Nagato is a little desperate. I rely on. What is that? Monster. 35 Could it be that someone was fighting there? 99 It's terrifying. Not only these two people, but everyone in the land of rain immediately discovered true several thousand hands and exclaimed. After all, the size of true several thousand hands is too large to be seen. Turn into a Buddha on the top. At the moment when true several thousand hands appeared, Fiiun urged Chakra to use the top Buddha. Immediately afterwards, thousands of giant arms hit planetary devastation in the sky. Using the attraction of planetary devastation, thousands of arms were bombarded on planetary devastation without aiming at all. Boom! In just an instant, a violent explosion sounded, followed by a dazzling white light that escaped, and planetary devastation exploded. The white light makes everyone have to reach out and block their eyes. After the white light passed, countless boulders landed in the sky. Boom boom boom. Every boulder is like a meteorite, and it is a big crater when it hits the ground. Quick, get out of the way. People will die. 9 The bewildered Rain Shinobi Village ninja still didn't know what was going on, so he had to run away. What a powerful force. 35 Looking at this miraculous scene, Nagato was stunned, and Konan was also stunned. Both forgot to escape. I lost. Nagato's expression was very painful. At this moment, Nagato clearly realized how arrogant and swollen he was just now. In front of the real god of ninjas, it's a bit over the top to actually pretend to be a god. Rinnegan, still lost. And he lost so thoroughly, Uchiha Fiiun didn't even turn on Sharingan, so he solved himself. The strength gap between the two sides is really like a moat. Nagato, not leaving? Konan also asked blankly, do you think we can still walk away? with Uchiha Fiiyun's strength. Nagato smiled bitterly. With Fiiyun's strength, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to, so why were they struggling to die? The two stood there, quietly waiting for Fiiyun's arrival. Do you know the real strength gap? Perceiving that the two were no longer running away, Fei 5.2 Yun also cancelled True's several thousand hands and used Flying Thunder God to come to the two of them. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully copying Rinnegan. The first time he saw Nagato, Fiiyun immediately copied Rinnegan. You can do whatever you want. Seeing Fiiyun, Nagato and Konan closed their eyes and waited for the trial. Don't you want to achieve peace? That's what I mean. If you want to serve the country of Uzi, I can save your life. Fiiyun looked at the two in front of him and said. In fact, Nagato and Konan's life experiences are really tragic. They were born in the small country Jia. The big country created the war, but it was the ninja of the small country who paid the bill. It is no wonder that these two people in the original book are so extreme. Of course, if you don't want to, I can give you a treat right now. Fiiyun said lightly, if they are not willing to surrender, they can only kill themselves. It's still useful to keep Konan, after all, who doesn't like a rich woman who can make explosive charms. But there is no need to keep Nagato, and keeping a pair of Rinnegan is also a trouble later. Achieving peace? After hearing Fiiyun's words, Nagato and Konan slowly opened their eyes. Their dream is to achieve peace, and they think they can. After all, Rinnegan is the eye of the sage of six paths. Nagato has always considered himself the savior of the world. But now that he has failed, Nagato is also lost. But the next moment, when the two people's eyes shifted to Fiiyun, they immediately opened their mouths and their eyes widened. You have Rinnegan too. Nagato and Konan were stunned after seeing Fiiyun's eyes. That's right, Fiiyun just copied Nagato's Rinnegan. There is no way to turn off Rinnegan, but Fiiyun can temporarily turn off Rinnegan with the help of the system, and then turn it on when needed. After all, although Rinnegan is powerful, he is really ugly and affects his appearance. He is far less handsome than Eternal Mangekyo. Now Fiiyun wants to show Rinnegan out, of course, to shock him. You actually have the same Rinnegan as Nagato. It seems that the so-called savior is not you, Nagato, Konan said to Nagato. No wonder Nagato lost to Uchiha Fiiyun, because Nagato is not the savior. 23 Well, maybe he is the hope of this ninja world. Nagato was also in a cold sweat. If Uchiha Fiiyun had used Rinnegan in the previous battle, he would have been instantly killed. But after seeing Fiiyun's Rinnegan, Nagato, who was originally confused, is now full of confidence. It doesn't matter if they are the savior or not, Nagato and Konan just want peace and don't want Yahiko's tragedy to repeat itself. We choose to follow you to see the true peace of the ninja world, Konan and Nagato said in unison. Okay, then I can also tell you now that your Rinnegan is not your own, but Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, which he transplanted to you. Fiiyun told Nagato the truth. Why did Madara transplant Rinnegan to me? 35 Nagato said in surprise. You're just his pawn. Fiiyun then told Nagato the truth. How he was used as a pawn by Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obito who impersonated Uchiha Madara. Damn Uchiha Obito, I've been deceived by him. Knowing that Uchiha Madara was faked by Uchiha Obito, Nagato's eyes burst with hatred. No wonder this guy is so wretched, he basically doesn't shoot, it turns out to be a fake. Then the three set off to prepare to return to the country of Uno. Cloud Shinobi Village asked Konoha for Hyaga Hayashi, but Cloud Shinobi Village couldn't help but ask Konoha. After returning to the country of Uno, Hong Yui immediately gave Fiiyun a piece of information. Oh, has the war started? Fiiyun asked curiously. That's not true. Konoha was caught off guard by Cloud Shinobi Village at first, but the 4th Hokage Jiraiya made a big decision. He released Konoha F4 and freed them from being sealed. With his hands, Konoha reversed the situation with 4 cage-level powerhouses, repelled Cloud Shinobi Village, and temporarily stopped the start of the war, Yuika said. To actually let Konoha F4 out again, this guy Jiraiya is asking for trouble. Fiiyun also laughed after hearing the news. With Konoha F4's ability to manipulate power, I'm afraid it won't be long before Jiraiya will become a puppet Hokage like Namikaze Minato in the original book. Since Cloud Shinobi Village isn't going to fight, let's fight first and knock Konoha down first. After conquering Nagato and Konan, Fiiyun has decided to start doing SSS-level missions. After completing the task of unifying the ninja world first, you can do the second task of resurrecting Itsutsuki Kagaya by the way. Send my order, and spend a month to get everyone to assemble and gather all the ninja worlds who are performing tasks outside the village. As soon as the assembly is complete, attack Konoha. Fiiyun ordered. Meanwhile, Kirigakur, damn Uchiha Fiiyun, actually subdued Nagato and Konan. Uchiha Obito, who soon returned to Kirigakur, learned the news that Nagato and Konan had surrendered to Uno. It looks tricky, it doesn't matter if Nagato is dead, but he's back. That's trouble. 35 Nagato's Rinnegan belongs to Lord Madara, and if we don't take it back in time, our plans will be put on hold. 35 Black Zetsu was also surprised when he heard the news. Didn't expect Rinnegan to go wrong. Now only 3 Tails Yagura is in his hands, and the rest of the 8-tailed beasts are out of his control before they start to subdue Rinnegan. How is Project Tsukinomi going to be implemented now? As of now, we can only attack the Kingdom of You and take back Rinnegan. By the way, we can also take back 8 tails and 9 tails in one breath, Obito suggested, his eyes full of hatred. This is the first time I have been given a corner by Uchiha Fi-Iun. Relying on his strength, this guy has caused trouble for himself over and over again, and not killing him is not enough to appease his anger. Obito, you're crazy. How did you attack the country of Uno? Could it be with the power of Kirigakur? Black Zetsu was taken aback by Obito's decision. How could a Kirigakur beat Uno country? I'm afraid that the entire Kirigakur can't even beat Uchiha Fi-Iun, let alone Uzukuni. Actually, Black Zetsu also hates Uchiha Fi-Iun very much, but unfortunately Black Zetsu has no means. Who said Kirigakur? Don't other ninja villages also have conflicts with Uchiha Fi-Iun? 35 We can just take advantage of this contradiction and join forces with other shinobi villages to attack the country of Uno, so maybe we can beat it. Obito said that he was still thinking about how to deal with Uchiha Fi-Iun. One Kirigakur can't beat it, but the 5 ninja villages together can beat it. Maybe. Black Zetsu also said with certainty. Uchiha Fi-Iun is the man who even defeated Senju Hashirama. It's hard to say whether the 5 ninja villages can fight together or not, but have to try it. What's more, Black Zetsu also has an ace, that is Uchiha Madara. After all, Black Zetsu also wanted to deal with Fi-Iun 857, so Black Zetsu secretly contacted Orochimaru and handed over Uchiha Madara's cells to Fi-Iun. At critical moments, Uchiha Madara can also be summoned. Of course Black Zetsu did it all behind the back of Uchiha Obito. After all, they don't trust anyone. I'll go to other ninja villages now. Then Obito decided to go out in person to persuade other shinobi village shadows to deal with Uno country together. In 3 days, Obito persuaded the shadows of the 4 major ninja villages to join the team against Uchiha Fi-Iun. The reason is also very simple. Obito calls himself Uchiha Madara and blamed Fi-Iun for his Project Tsukinomi, making everyone think that Fi-Iun is going to plunge the whole ninja world into infinite Tsukuyomi. Of course, the fact that the 4 major ninja villages have hatred with Fi-Iun is also a very important reason. Uegakur was slaughtered by Fi-Iun and has not recovered until now. Tsunagakur also suffered at the hands of Fi-Iun. Cloud Shinobi Village's 3rd Raikage and 8 Tails were both killed by Fi-Iun, and 8 Tails became Jinchuriki of Uno country. Needless to say, Konoha, because of Fi-Iun's reasons, Konoha went from the first place in the dignified 5 ninja village to the bottom of the 5 ninja villages. It's more trash than Tsunagakur, and it can be said to be a monstrous hatred. So Konoha was almost the first to respond to Uchiha Obito's suggestion. Soon, the 5 major ninja villages were united, and this assembly was much faster than the 3rd Ninja War. The commander-in-chief is also very clear, of course the famous Uchiha Madara. After conquering the Uzi Kingdom, the fertile land of the Uzi Kingdom can also be divided equally. On the 2nd day after the discussion, the large troops of the 5 great ninja villages began to act. These 5 ninja villages combined, at least 50,000 ninjas were dispatched, and it was so dark that it was impossible to see the end. When the ninja coalition forces of the 5 major ninja villages passed by, it seemed that the sky above had become dark, and the momentum was overwhelming. It only took 3 short days, and at the fastest speed, the ninja coalition army of the 5 major ninja villages overwhelmed the border and came directly to the border of the country of Uno. If anyone can see the lineup of the 5 great ninja villages, I'm afraid their jaws will be scared too. Onoji, Ai, Luasha, Jiraiya, and Yagura are all here. Everyone exudes a terrifying aura. Don't look at these people who seem to only be hanged and beaten in front of Fi-Iun, but if Fi-Iun is removed, when the combat power is not inflated, these 5 people are just picked out, and the whole ninja world will shake if they step on one foot. Shaking ruthless character. Except for these 5. The 4 cage-level powerhouses of Konoha F4, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Homura, have also been released by Jiraiya. Although the 4 of them are extremely sinful, but now is a special situation. For cage-level powerhouses, how can they have a big impact on the battlefield? What's more, these 4 and Uchiha Fi-Iun have a monstrous hatred that is inseparable. At that time, there will definitely be a burst of terrifying energy. So Jiraiya allowed these 4 to commit crimes. Then, the elders of the major ninja villages, such as Cho and Ebizo, these people are all cage-level powerhouses, and they have rich fighting experience, and their strength is even stronger than ordinary cage-level. There are other cage-level powerhouses such as Uchiha Fugaku, Might Guy, etc., etc. Roughly, there are at least 10 such powerhouses in the 5 major ninja villages. It's not over yet. In addition to the powerhouses of the 5 great ninja villages, Obito has also incorporated the Akatsuki organization. In the name of Uchiha Madara, the members of Akatsuki's organization also obediently surrendered to Obito. So, Sasori, Kakuzu, Haiden, Orochimaru and other cage-level powerhouses have also joined the coalition of the 5 great ninja villages. The cage-level powerhouse alone, there are at least 30 or even close to 40 in the 5 major ninja villages combined. The cage-level powerhouse alone has 40. As for the other elite Jonin, the Great Clan of Secret Arts, the Great Clan of Blood and the Limit, etc., the 5 ninja villages are united, and there are countless more. With such a terrifying lineup, even the original Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama would not have the strength to fight. It can be said that the alliance of the 5 major ninja villages this time is absolutely determined to win the Kingdom of You, and it must be won. Uchiha Fi-Iun, I will kill you today. Obito, wearing an orange vortex mask, stood in the commander-in-chief position, with hatred flashing in his eyes. Kirigakure, Ninetales, and Rinnegan, one after another, one by one, I don't know how many good things were disturbed by Uchiha Fi-Iun. Now, I finally waited for the opportunity to avenge the previous revenge. Today, do not kill Uchiha Fi-Iun, take back Rinnegan, Ninetales, Eighttails, and swear by myself. After a while, the army of the 5 great ninja villages came to the border of Uno Kingdom. Everyone's mood at this time is excited and excited. At the same time, there is a little caution. After all, the strength displayed by Uchiha Fi-Iun is very clear to many cage-level powerhouses present. Therefore, the current situation, even if it seems that they have an absolute advantage in numbers, must not be taken lightly. After all, Uchiha Fi-Iun is the man who defeated Senju Hashirama head-on. In addition, there are Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, Eighttails, Ninetales, Jinchuriki in the Uno Kingdom, Nagato with Rinnegan and other strong players. The Blood Jikai family also has the Wei Yoryuki family, the Snow family and the Ghost Lamp family and so on. Therefore, even if they had a huge advantage in numbers, when the 5 great ninja villages came to the border of the Usiguo, they didn't immediately go in there impulsively, but stopped at the same time. Full of tacit agreement. How do you say, go in directly? 35 Luosha said excitedly, her voice trembling. Or should I send a scout in first, explore the way, and see if there is any ambush? Onoji was a little cautious. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us, even Uchiha Fi-Iun needn't be afraid. The grumpy 4th Raikage couldn't wait to avenge his own father and brother Killer Bee. Uchiha Fi-Iun is very powerful. If we are ambushed, we will suffer heavy losses. Jiraiya, who has been hit by Fi-Iun several times, is also quite cautious. Onoji, Luosha, 4th Raikage and Jiraiya, looking at the prosperous Uno Kingdom in front of them, their opinions are divided. But it doesn't matter, this time, unlike the 3rd Ninja War, the coalition forces of the 4 major ninja villages don't even have a backbone. This time, they have an undisputed commander-in-chief from the Sengoku era, known as Battlefield Rose, and Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as Senju Hashirama. The 4 also turned their attention to the commander-in-chief Uchiha Madara. Of course they didn't know that this Uchiha Madara was fake, but since he called himself Uchiha Madara, and the ninjutsu he used was elusive, everyone believed that he was Uchiha Madara for the time being. With Uchiha Madara there, of course, listen to him. Absolutely. How are you going to see the situation ahead? Feeling the scorching eyes of everyone, Obito lowered his voice, deliberately making his voice sound magnetic. He then sent Black Zetsu White Zetsu to spy on the intelligence. After receiving the order, Ju immediately dispatched. His ability to spy on information was at the 6 paths level. It didn't take long for Ju to return, and he emerged from the ground and spoke to the crowd. Report Madara-sama, and everyone else. Uno Kuni doesn't seem to have done much preparation, so they can go in directly. Absolutely report the information that you have spied on. Good, very good. Hearing Ju's information, the eyes of the 5 shadows and Uchiha Obito became hot. Finally, we're going to attack Uchiha Kuni. Rather than speaking to the Kingdom of You, it is better to say that this time the 5 great ninja villages have gathered together to seek revenge. In order to get rid of Uchiha Fi-Iun, the most evil person, kill. 35 There are no unnecessary words. After hearing Ju's information, Obito just spit out a word slowly. Kill. Only by killing can Obito's emotions be fully released. Kill all the people in Uno. To vent your anger. Kill. 99 Go. Don't be afraid. Invasion of Uno country. Take Uno country's land. 35 Kill Uchiha Fi-Iun. Kill the Uchiha clan. Avenge the previous revenge, brother, and kill me. The coalition forces of the 5 great ninja villages all attacked the land of Uno country in an instant. Fire-style Hulwalong technique. Water-style Big Waterfall technique. Earth-style Earth Stream, Wind-style Wind Cut, Lightning-style Go. 39 Ninja, Melaleuca detonates. 55 Boom Boom Boom, Boom Boom Boom. The allied forces of the ninja world of the 5 great ninja villages, in the first moment of rushing into the country of You, were full of firepower. All kinds of dazzling ninjutsu came one after another, smashing the land of Uzihigu. In an instant, the country of Uzi was plunged into a sea of fire. Those luxurious infrastructures, casinos, playgrounds, snack streets, etc., all turned to ashes. Roads, bridges, houses, and buildings were all destroyed, and the battle was extremely tragic. After a while, the coalition forces of the 5 great ninja villages raided the core area of the Uno Kingdom. There is the most luxurious clan in the whole ninja world, the Uchiha clan. The surrounding Snow clan, Kagaya clan, etc., are also here. I didn't expect it to be so easy, and I didn't even meet a single person along the way. Yes, it seems that they must have been frightened by us. 39 Uchiha Fiiun is nothing more than that. It seems that they heard the name of the 5 great ninja village, and they didn't even have the heart to resist, they just ran away. I didn't expect to let myself hit here so easily, and Wu Ying and Obito couldn't help but laugh at them. It seems that even if Uchiha Fiiun, the god of ninjas, is as powerful as Uchiha Fiiun, when he hears the union of the 5 great ninja villages, he may be scared out of his urine. Qian Li Zhao. The kingdom of Yu is extremely prosperous, and it must have made a lot of money and materials over the years. Search. Find me all their money. Looking at this incomparably beautiful clan land, the coalition forces of the 5 great ninja villages were reluctant to destroy it, but it was the correct solution to search for the treasures first. After all, the prosperity of the kingdom of Uchiha is obvious to all in these years, plus Uchiha Fiiun took the savings of Konoha for decades before leaving. The treasures here must be countless. At the same time, in the depths of the country of Yu, this is a huge underground shelter. On the ground is the wood-style armor created by Fiiun using the arrival of the Flower Tree World, which is enough to withstand the bombardment and attack of large-scale ninjutsu. Underground, Fiiun used the complete Susanoo to build a giant shelter, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. There are also enough living materials and water sources here, which can support all the citizens of Uno Kingdom to spend half a year or even a year here. This is also the reason why, so far, the 5 great ninja villages have not even seen a single person from the Uno Kingdom. Report Lord Fiiun, the entire village of 23,759 people has been evacuated, and no one is missing. 35 Will you launch a counterattack against the 5 great ninja villages? Sir Fiiun, all the members of Uzhikuni have been evacuated. Are you going to launch a counterattack? After Hong Yui finished counting the number of people, he came to Fiiun and asked. That's right, the original plan of Onakuni was to take the Konoha village first, and then attack the other ninja villages. Unexpectedly, the 5 major ninja villages are now united. Combined with Kirigakure are also dispatched, and the wind came out that the commander-in-chief was Uchiha Madara. It was obvious. It must be Uchiha Obito who is trying to defeat Onakuni. As for the reason, it should be that Nagato played for Onakuni, which made Uchiha Obito very upset. After all, Nagato's rinnegan was the top priority, even the most critical step, for Obito and Madara to implement Project Tsuki-no-Mi. It fell into Fiiun's hands just like that. Of course Obito was upset. Fiiun also doesn't know how Obito persuaded the other 4 ninja villages to unite with him, but since the opponents are coming, of course Uzihigu will fight back with all his strength. It just so happened that Fiiun was also preparing to complete the Unified Ninja World, one of the SSS level missions. Since all the 5 major ninja villages were captured, it was just right to wipe them all out. According to the plan, everyone starts to fight back. Kick all the 5 great ninja villages out of the land of the universe. Capture the 5 shadows alive, and even kill them. Since none of Uzhikuni's personnel were injured or killed, Fiiun immediately ordered a counterattack. Right here, let the 5 ninja villages realize the power of the Uno Kingdom, and then let them surrender. If you dare to be dissatisfied, you can kill them on the spot. Can't wait. Kill all these invaders. I can't wait to show my art in front of the Quinin interface. Hey, watch me kill them all. After hearing Fiiun's order, the Kagaya clan chief, the Snow clan chief, the Ghost Lamp clan, the 857 Dara, the 7 ninja swordsmen and others couldn't wait to fight back. After all, these blood successor-bounded clans all defected to Fiiun, and they have also received a lot of benefits from the Uzihigu over the years. Now is the time to repay. Fiiun looked at these big clans who took the initiative to attack the blood, and felt extremely relieved. Their efforts were finally not in vain. These people are truly loyal to the Uchiha family. I'll do a blast first. At the same time, Konan volunteered to stand up, ready to take the lead. Now she has regarded Fiiun as the savior who can make peace in the ninja world, so of course she has to attack with all her strength and can't slack off. And Konan's ability is really good for the first strike. Okay, I'm here to help you, Konan. Summoning technique chameleon. Nagato manipulates 6 paths Pain's brutish way to summon a chameleon. Konan rode on the chameleon and became transparent. Of course, what was writing on Konan was just a paper avatar, and those papers were made of detonating symbols. Konan was planning to expose himself directly. So many detonating charms were originally intended to be sold for money. Seeing so many detonating charms, Fi-eun was also a little distressed. Originally, he planned to make a fortune through the Fourth Ninja World War, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. After all, the Fourth Ninja World War seems to have only two camps, one is the country of Uno, and the other is the joint ninja of the 5 great ninja villages. You can't sell your detonating talisman to your opponent. I'll go first, you follow pat. CDFC, Conan rode away on the chameleon. Go, let's follow. Upon seeing this, the other ninjas from the Uno kingdom also followed. Fi-eun walked at the back of the team, which is a good opportunity to train the Uno country ninja. After all, the real powerhouse still needs to be tempered in war. Of course, if the Uzi kingdom is really in danger, Fi-eun will directly suppress it. Soon most of Uzhikuni rushed out. About half an hour later, in the core area of Uzhikuni, the 5 ninja villages temporarily built the headquarters with Earth-style ninjas. I haven't seen the shadow of the Uno country ninja for so long, it seems that Uchiha Fi-eun escaped with everyone. Onoji sneered, not expecting that Uchiha Fi-eun would run away one day. Then chase. You must find Uchiha Fi-eun and kill him in one fell swoop. If you let him go today, there will be endless troubles. There was fear in Obito's eyes. If he didn't kill Uchiha Fi-eun this time, he would fight back later on, and he would not be able to bear it. That's right, find someone to trace the trail of the Uno country ninja. The other 5 shadows also strongly agreed with Obito. This time, they joined forces to eliminate the country of Uchiha in order to eliminate Uchiha Fi-eun. Uchiha Fi-eun is dead, and Uzhikuni doesn't have any decent fighting power. Okay, then send the perception unit to track it, Chief Sergeant Nara Shikasa said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge explosion outside the headquarters. What followed was the screams of the joint forces of the 5 great ninja villages. Boom, boom. The sound of the explosion continued, and it stopped after a few minutes. How is this going? Seeing this, the 5 shadows in the headquarters were also stunned. Could it be that the people from the Kingdom of Yu have already called? No, if they called, the perception unit would have already notified them. Go and see. Then the 5 shadows walked out of the headquarters, and the next moment, they saw a chameleon constantly shuttle among the ninja coalition forces in the 5 major ninja villages. Wherever the chameleon went, there was a frantic explosion, which made the ninja coalition unable to react in time, causing heavy casualties. Damn, that Nagato guy's summoning? And Conan's blaster. Obito understood immediately, and when he saw the chameleon rinnegan, he knew it was Nagato. Come on, kill that chameleon. With an order, dozens of elite jonin took the initiative to take action. The strength of dozens of elite jonin is enough to be worth 2 to 3 ordinary cage-level powerhouses, not to mention that some of these jonin are blood-bound ninjas and even ninjas of the secret arts. With the help of the perception ninja, they worked together to kill the chameleon soon. At the same time, Conan also flew down from the chameleon and rushed to the crowded place without fear, detonating the paper clone. Boom! The huge explosion formed a mushroom cloud in the sky, which devoured dozens of elite jonins in an instant. Hateful. The hearts of the chiefs of the great clans of secret arts, such as Chief Abarame and Chief Inyazuka, were bleeding. Among the dozens of elite jonins just now, many were their clansmen. Elite jonin, who is the absolute backbone of these big clans, died so many times at once, which is definitely a heavy loss. When these people were still immersed in grief, the voice of a large group of people suddenly came out. Kill these invaders. Get me out of the land of the universe. Under the cover of Conan, the army of Uno Kingdom also arrived, and joined the battlefield to fight at the first time. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two sides is about to break out, and the battlefield is instantly chaotic. Seeing that the once prosperous Uzhiguo had been destroyed to such an extent, everyone in the Uzhiguo country also had red eyes, and a burst of energy burst out. Flying Thunder God Technique, Shen Luo Tianzheng, Suzanu, Adamantine Sealing Chains. Dead Bone Pulse Dance of Wire Flowers, C3 number 18. The powerhouses of the Uno Kingdom, including Namikaze Minato, Nagato, Uchiha and Vortex Kushina, also took the lead. Boom boom boom. All kinds of dazzling ninjutsu continued to impact, and the unexpected attack immediately achieved unexpected results. Hundreds of ninjas were instantly killed in the 5 major ninja villages. Damn, so they didn't run, but were waiting for the opportunity to fight back. Everyone, fight back. Seeing that the ninjas of the Uno Kingdom appeared one after another, Obito also gave a cold drink in order to counterattack. 5 escapes, Dalian Playing Technique, Sage Art Massive Raisnon. 35 Magnet Style Gold Dust Realm Law, Hiryahu Tail Stab on the Back, Earth Resentment You Final Shooting, Dust Escape Original Realm Peeling Technique. With an order, the cage-level powerhouses of the 5 major ninja villages also took action. With the cooperation of dozens of cage-level powerhouses, the powerhouses of Uzhikuni gradually became unstoppable. After all, there are a lot of people in the 5 great ninja villages, and there are not a few cage-level combat power. After being attacked by a wave, they immediately fought back. It seems that the idea of training Yujiguo has been shattered, and I still have to do it. Seeing this scene, Fei-Yun, who was walking at the end of the team, also sighed softly. The union of the 5 great ninja villages is indeed not a pretense, and there are indeed 2 strengths. Even Nagato, the rinnegan, couldn't resist. If you give the 5 great ninja village some more time, I am afraid that the loss of Uchiha will be very heavy. That being the case, the only way to do it is to minimize the losses. Whoosh! Immediately, Fei-Yun shot a flying thunder god kunao, which went directly from the back of the team to the front of the team. Boom! Sage mode. The next moment, Fei-Yun clapped both hands and entered Sage mode in a second. Then opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan, and directly opened the full-body Susanoo, full of firepower. The complete body with a height of more than 1,000 meters appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Not only that, Fei-Yun slapped his hands again at the next moment. Sage art would style true several thousand hands. Fei-Yun clapped his hands, and then he stood up from the ground, a true several thousand hands about the size of a full-body Susanoo. In the country of Yuji, 2 giant statues appeared in an instant, like 2 mountains, towering majestically. The terrifying aura made everyone present gasp for breath. This is First Hokage-sama's strongest wood style. When did Uchiha Fei-Yun learn it? How is that possible? That's First Hokage-sama's unique skill. 5 OK. What a terrible momentum. I feel like I'm going to be short of breath. After seeing the 2 behemoths, Susanoo and True several thousand hands, the morale of the 5 ninja allied forces in the 5 ninja villages with the belief of winning was like being poured cold water, and instantly lost the will to fight. After all, this is equivalent to fighting Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Fei-Yun, 2 super cage level powerhouses. In other words, the equivalent of Senju pillars and the high-end version of Uchiha Madara team up. When these 2 join forces, even if it is the 5 great ninja villages. Hee, do you think this is over? It's still early. Fei-Yun noticed that the morale of the Ninja Alliance suddenly dropped to freezing point, and after a faint smile, he continued to motivate Chakra. Sage art true several thousand hands Susanoo. The next moment, another scene that made everyone feel their scalp tingling appeared. I saw Fei-Yun's body's chakras surging frantically. Immediately, under Fei-Yun's urging, true several thousand hands and complete body Susanoo actually combined. Boom, boom. The 2 giant statues, fused with each other, reflected each other, and merged into one. Finally, the appearance of true several thousand hands is covered in the armor of Susanoo. The golden Susanoo is paired with the Senju Buddha statue of true several thousand hands. It looks like a real heavenly Buddha has descended, and it is golden and trembling. Well, so scary. It's too scary. What the hell is going on here? This terrifying chakra. It's like being devoured at a glance. Everyone present looked at this golden Buddha statue, and their souls seemed to be trembling. Some even dropped their weapons without any thought of fighting it. Don't be discouraged. We are the Ninja Alliance of the 5 great ninja villages. Even Uchiha Fei-Yun, with the strength of our 5 ninja villages, can definitely kill with 1 hit. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the ninja coalition, and the voice was full of hatred. Everyone looked at it. It was the shame of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of Konoha F4. Sarutobi Hiruzen hated Fei-Yun to the bone, and wished that he would peel the skin for cramps, eviscerate the bones and eat it. If it wasn't for Fei-Yun, how could I have been reduced to this disastrous end? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer did not get a response from most people. If he is the original 3rd Hokage, I am afraid there are still many people who are willing to listen to him. But now Sarutobi Hiruzen is a shame in the ninja world, the object of everyone's ridicule, and many people simply don't want to listen to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen is right. Don't back down. No matter how strong the enemy is, there is only one person. We are the 5 great ninja village ninja alliance. Even if one person spit, it would be enough to drown him. Superior. Advertisement. Just then, Uchiha Obito spoke up. If there is anyone who hates Uchiha Fei-Yun the most among the 5 joint forces of Ninja Village, except Konoha F4, I am afraid it is Uchiha Obito. After all, Fei-Yun ruined too many of his plans, and even Rinnegan took it away from him. Of course Obito hated it. That's right, you've come this far, you can't give up. 99 kill. F*** at Uchiha Fei-Yun. We are 50,000 people against one person. It's impossible to lose. Onoji, Luasha, Jiraiya, Ai, and the 5 shadows of Yagura, who were under control, also said with great fighting spirit. After all, they also have a bloody feud with Fei-Yun, and now the 5 major ninja villages have finally put down their grievances and joined as Hein, just to kill Fei-Yun and divide the kingdom of space. It is impossible for them to give up at this point. Hee, interesting, it seems you haven't realized the real gap. Alright, let's let you know. Fei-Yun sneered, and immediately shot. Boom! Manipulating true several thousand hands Susanoo, hundreds of huge arms smashed down towards the densest crowd like raindrops. Defense forces. Quick, Earth-style Earth Stream Castle, Earth-style 10,000-mile Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, thousands of Earth-style ninjas used Earth-style earthen walls at the same time, and then formed thousands of miles of earthen walls. The old man will help you a yard. Earth-style super heavy rock technique. Seeing this, Oyemya still felt uneasy, so he put one hand on the wall of the earth flow, urging the thick chakra. The next moment, the already extremely thick earth flow walls were reinforced again, and these earth flow walls looked even harder than steel. Boom! As soon as the two sides came into contact, a scene that surprised everyone happened. I saw that the 10,000 miles of earth flow wall, which was as thick as steel, was punctured as fragile as a piece of paper the moment it touched the arm of true several thousand hands Susanoo. Boom boom boom. Thousands of miles of soil flow wall was destroyed in an instant like a toy, and it collapsed. Debris fills the sky, rocks pierce through the air. The super thick city walls created by thousands of ninjas who were good at earth style, coupled with the blessing of Onoji's earth style secret technique, are so easily broken by Fei-Yun. The scene is extremely shocking. Not good, run away. Seeing the scene, Oyemya widened his eyes and shouted angrily. However, except for cage-level powerhouses or elite jonin who can escape in time, the rest of the ninjas, even ordinary jonin, can't react in time. Hundreds of giant arms smashed down fiercely, and in an instant, a huge pit was smashed into the ground. In the giant pit, there are countless casualties, and roughly there are at least thousands of ninjas who didn't have time to escape. Damn Uchiha Fei-Yun. I'm at odds with you. Seeing this, Onoji was also heartbroken. After all, these defensive units are ninjas who are good at earth style, and most of them are the elite of Iwagakur, and they were slapped to death by Fei-Yun like a fly. Ha ha. Fei-Yun sneered, didn't bother to pay attention to Oyeji, but aimed at the places where the crowds were the most dense. Boom boom boom. Again, the huge arm that motivated true several thousand hands Susanoo kept smashing into the crowd, and each punch was enough to kill nearly 100 people. Lightning style go, fire style ash accumulation burning, wind style gale cut, water style water dragon bomb technique. In the face of the giant arm, ordinary ninjas did not sit still, but used ninjutsu to launch counterattacks one after another. But their ninjutsu skills are not even a tickling for the true several thousand hands who wear a layer of Susanoo armor. Sage Art Massive Raisnon. Even the ultimate move of a cage-level powerhouse can only be regarded as a tickling in the face of true several thousand hands Susanoo. As a result, just like a giant understatement and crushed a piece of ants between his hands, thousands of people were smashed to death by this giant arm, and they died in battle. The originally dense ninja coalition force is decreasing at a speed that is almost visible to the naked eye. An hour has passed, and the casualties of the ninja coalition force nearly exceeded 10,000. It's like an elephant crushing an ant. Everyone in Uchiha was also shocked by this scene, especially the newly joined Uchiha. I have never seen Fei-Yun's full-strength Yoryuki clan, the Ghost Lamp clan, the Snow clan, Deodara, and the Ninja Sword 7 people and others. Their eyes are about to pop out. Not to mention them, even people such as the Uchiha tribe and Namikaze Minato who have seen Fei-Yun's full-strength eruption are shocked. Terrible. One person vs the 5 great ninja villages. It was actually suppressed strongly, and the 5 ninja villages that were killed were completely unstoppable. Such terrifying power, I am afraid, has far surpassed Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, and is approaching the legendary sage of 6 paths. However, Fei-Yun knew that the gap between himself and the 6 paths level powerhouse was still a bit big. But after this war, I received 2 SSS level missions, and I should have become a 6 paths powerhouse. Damn, the cage level powerhouses come together. Can't let him kill like this again. Jiraiya also shouted angrily, did not expect Uchiha Fei-Yun to be so powerful that the force brought by Konoha was instantly reduced by 1/3. If he continues to kill like this, Konoha shinobi will be killed sooner or later. Agree, come on together. Seeing the scene, the shadows of the allied forces of the 5 great ninja villages also reacted. The power of ordinary ninjas is like nothing in front of Uchiha Fei-Yun. No matter how many people there are, they can't cause harm, they can only die. In the end, it's up to their overwhelming cage-level powerhouse advantage. After all, the cage-level powerhouses of the 5 major ninja villages add up to at least 40 people. So, the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Jiraiya, Konoha F4, Uchiha Fugaku, Onoji, Luasha, Sasori, Kakuzu and dozens of cage-level powerhouses from the ninja coalition all stood up at the same time and stood at the forefront of the 5 great ninja villages. The next moment, these cage-level powerhouses have urged chakra. Boom boom boom. Dozens of chakras burst out in an instant, and the visual effects are directly full. Boom boom boom. More than 40 cage-level powerhouses stood at the forefront, facing Fei-Yun. Dozens of chakras spewed out one after another, and the visual effects were directly filled. Okay, what a terrifying aura. We are the Ninja Coalition, we will not lose. Yes, we have so many cage-level powerhouses. A mere uchiha Fi-Iun is nothing. After seeing so many cage-level powerhouses stand up one after another, the morale of the ordinary ninjas who had been killed by Fi-Iun and lost their armor instantly swelled up again. The 5 major ninja villages have been assembled, and more than 40 cage-level powerhouses have joined forces. This kind of battle can be said to have never appeared in the history of ninjas. Go! Let's go together. Uchiha Fi-Iun is absolutely not allowed to continue killing. Yes, be sure to kill him on the spot here. We have to show a desperate determination to do it. 40-odd cage-level powerhouses look solemn, and the next moment, they burst out one after another. Susanoo, Sage Mode, Earth Resentment, Jinsong 10 People, Red Secret Technique 100 Machines Exercise, Magnet Style. For a time, Uchiha Fugaku, Jiraiya, Kakuzu and more than 48 or 70 cage-level powerhouses have pulled out their strongest moves, and even showed off their nirvana at the bottom of the box. Not only that, even the Jinchuriki of the 5 great ninja villages are also dispatched at this moment. Except for 8 tails, 9 tails, the 2-tailed beasts in Uno, from 1 tails to 7 tails all appeared. 7 tails was forcibly borrowed from Taki Ninja Village by the 5 ninja villages. Interesting. Do you think that the power of swaying the tree will erupt when the ants gather together? Looking at the cage-level powerhouses in front of him, Fi-Iun sneered disdainfully. To actually rely on the power of a large number of people to defeat the powerhouse of the Super Shadow level or even the Quasi 6 paths? How is this possible? Hee, Uchiha Fi-Iun, stop being arrogant. Today we are going to be here and kill you. In the crowd, Konoha F4, who has a deep hatred with Fi-Iun, said fiercely. Fi-Iun, let's help you. That's right, they want to rely on a large number of people? Do you really think that there are no other cage-level powerhouses in our country? Watching more than 40 cage-level powerhouses surrounded Fi-Iun, the cage-level powerhouses such as Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, and Vortex Kushina from Uno country couldn't sit still, and were ready to come forward to help Fi-Iun. However, Fi-Iun raised his hand and refused. To deal with a mere 40 cage-level powerhouses, you don't need to ask for help. There are a lot of people, so come on. 40 to 1? It's so boring, it should be 16 to 40. Wood style would clone. The next moment, Fi-Iun sneered, and immediately used the wood clone from Senju Hashirama. Bang bang bang. Immediately after Fi-Iun divided the chakra into thousands, wood style chakra kept pouring out from behind Fi-Iun. 10, 100, 200, 300. In just 10 seconds, more than 1,000 Fi-Iun suddenly appeared on the battlefield. At a glance, one scalp was instantly numb. With Senju Hashirama's perfect sage body, even if the chakra is evenly divided into 1,000 parts, these clones have at least the strength of elite Jonin chakra. What's even scarier is that these wood clones are different from shadow clones. Almost all wood clones are entities, and all of these wood clone will use all of Fi-Iun's ninjutsu. Although the amount of chakra is diluted, whether it is Hitamijutsu, wood-style ninjutsu or Susanoo, all these wood clones can be used. There are more than 40 clones who can use all ninjutsu. Even if the amount of chakra is only the level of elite Jonin, it is enough to kill a cage-level powerhouse, and even reach the level of instant kill. Next moment. SHHHHHH. These wood clones surrounded more than 40 cage-level powerhouses in a ratio of 40 to 1. What a horrible amount of chakra. 35, it's too exaggerated. More than 1,000 copies of wood style. Is he really human? Just kidding, this is an absolute bluff. 35 The allied forces of the unbearable village, which originally thought victory was in their hands, collapsed again after seeing this almost miraculous scene. With more than 1,000 wood-style clones all at once, how terrible is Uchiha Fi-Iun's chakra volume? For a time, the cage-level powerhouses of the 5 great ninja villages also became extremely ugly. Originally thought that he was surrounded by Fi-Iun, but he was surrounded by the other side unexpectedly. Now, it's your turn to choose whether these wood clones will use Susanoo or not. 95 Fi-Iun looked indifferently at the cage-level powerhouses in front of him, and said coldly, Are you serious? These clones can still use Susanoo? After hearing Fi-Iun's words, the cage-level powerhouses present were shocked again. It's scary enough to have so many avatars, and these avatars can still use Susanoo. This is a lie. For a time, these cage-level powerhouses were shocked and forgot to answer Fi-Iun's question. Since no one answers, it's the default. Come on. Fight. Fi-Iun snorted coldly, and immediately click under the urging of Fi-Iun, more than 1,000 wood-style clones all activated their own chakra and opened the golden Susanoo. Boom boom boom. More than 1,000 golden Susanoos suddenly caught everyone's eyes. This shocking scene made the 5 ninjas in the 5 ninja villages instantly doubt their life. Terrible, really terrifying. Simply not human. Even the clone can use Susanoo, and let no one live. And these cage-level powerhouses will face 40 wood-style clones that can use Susanoo. How could it possibly be one? Combined with the power of the 5 great ninja villages, can you defeat one person? I surrender. I lead the Tsunagakur to surrender. Me too. I surrendered too. I surrender too. Leave me alone. 5 Uegakur also promised to surrender. Cloud Shinobi Village 2. The next moment, many of the more than 40 cage-level powerhouses immediately announced that they wanted to surrender. Although they are cage-level powerhouses, if they are to deal with 40 wood-style clones of Susanoo alone, it is tantamount to going to death. Such a huge gap makes these cage-level powerhouses fully understand the reality. Even the strength of the 5 great ninja villages cannot kill Uchiha Fiiun. This guy, alone has the power to suppress the entire ninja world. Since you can't beat it, there is only one choice left: join. It's not too embarrassing. Surrender? Is it too early to say this? Fiiun looked at the group of soft heads in front of him and smiled disdainfully. Destroyed so many buildings in my country, and wanted to kill me. It's too early to surrender now. 5 Find a way to survive these wood-style clones. Only those who survive are qualified to surrender. Fiiun smiled lightly. That smile looked like a devil to these cage-level powerhouses. Those who survived have the qualifications to surrender? Only the devil can think of such a choice. However, before they could react, those wood-style clones were already shot. Swipe. Dozens of terrifying slashes from the Azure Dragon Crescent Sword. Several cage-level powerhouses died on the spot in an instant. Damn, let's survive first. Seeing this, the other cage-level powerhouses also reacted, and the most important thing is to find a way to survive. Dust Escape Boundary Peeling Technique, Sage Art Massive Raisnon, Magnet Style Gold Sands, 3500 Machines Exercise, Destroy the City. 55 Earth Resentment, Compound Ninja, Fire Wind Turbulence, Lightning Style Chakra Mode, 66 Ninja, Tailed Beast Bomb 7, 55 For a time, those cage-level powerhouses used their strongest ultimate moves in order to survive. Various secret techniques and the ability of the blood to follow the limit continue to appear on the scene. Seeing this scene, Fiiun also took the opportunity to copy it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the secret art of resentment. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully replicating the 100 machines. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully copying the immortal body. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully copying one-tail chakra. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully copying airway chakra. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully copying three tails chakra. Ding! Congratulations to host. For a time, Fiiun copied many of the 5.2 bloodlines, although these bloodlines were of no use to Fiiun at the current stage. But anyway, they are all rare ninjutsu, they are all here, and it is impossible to justify without copying them. Among them, there are really 1 or 2 ninjutsu or blood-based boundaries that Fiiun thinks are good. For example, Heiden's Undead Body. This ability is very terrifying. It is a low-end version of the 6 Paths ability. Then there's the Tailed Beast Chakra. Now Fiiun has all the Tailed Beast Chakra in his body. As for the other secretaries, Fiiun is basically not an improvement, but it can be taught to the ninjas of Uno country. Boom boom boom. Swipe. The slaughter is still going on, and some cage-level powerhouses with poor strength or no ultimate move have been wiped out again. Finally, after about an hour, there were 40 cage-level powerhouses, and there were basically only a little over 10 left. Even if they managed to survive the siege of 40 wood-style clones, the scars on these 40 cage-level powerhouses are terrifying. Among the dozen or so people, apart from the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages, it was Jinchuriki. As for the other cage-level powerhouses, they were basically wiped out. More than 40 cage-level powerhouses. After a fierce fight, there are only a dozen left. In addition to the 5 shadows, 7 Jinchuriki survived. Even those who survived, the scars on their bodies were extremely terrifying. Everyone's face is extremely ugly. Horrible. Terrible. Even if the strength of all the cage-level powerhouses in the 5 major ninja villages is assembled, they cannot pose any threat to Uchiha Fiiun, and was killed by Uchiha Fiiun. More than 20 cage-level powerhouses died on the spot. In the entire ninja world, I am afraid there will no longer be a force that can wrestle with the country of Uno. There are more than 40 cage-level powerhouses, and there are only a dozen people left. The rest are dead. One person killed more than 40 cage-level powerhouses. The allied forces of the 5 great ninja villages suddenly took a deep breath. Even if you gather the power of the 5 great ninja villages, can't you beat a single Uchiha Fiiun? How terrible is the legendary god of ninjas? Okay, that's awesome. Master Fiiun is too strong. 55 I actually suppressed the 5 major ninja villages by myself. It's incredible. At this moment, the ninjas of the Uno Kingdom, including Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Vortex Kushina, Kakashi, Kagaya Clan Chief, Onitu Clan Chief, Snow Clan Chief, and the 7 ninja swordsmen and many other strong people also showed their excitement. There is no doubt that this war has been fought so far, and the Uno Kingdom can almost be said to have been victorious. There are only a dozen or so of the opponents more than 40 cage-level powerhouses, and his side has hardly any damage in combat power. If they do not surrender, then waiting for the 23 of the 5 great ninja villages will be a disaster. Of course, all this is also thanks to Fi-Eun's existence. Otherwise, in the face of the attack of the 5 great ninja villages, even the 3 kingdoms of universes combined would not be enough to resist. Have you made up your mind? Are you willing to surrender, or continue to fight? Looking at these surviving people, Fi-Eun said with contempt. At this time, Fi-Eun did not consume much chakra, not even a third. After all, there are still more than 1,000 avatars left after the battle, and Fi-Eun directly took all chakra back into his body. I am willing to lead Tsunagakur to surrender to the country of Uno. Luo Xia, who was terribly injured, was the first to speak. The strength gap is already very obvious, and if you continue to fight, it will be self-defeating. In order to preserve his strength to the greatest extent, he can only surrender. We Uegakur are also willing to surrender. Onoji is the second opening. After all, Uegakur is not in good shape. Cloud Shinobi Village is also. The 3 ninja villages took the lead in expressing their willingness to surrender to the country of Uno. At this time, only Jiraiya and Utaki Yagura remain silent. Konoha is because he has a huge hatred with Fi-Eun, and Yagura is because he is controlled by Obito and cannot decide his own consciousness. Don't you want to? Then give you a good time. As soon as he finished speaking, Fi-Eun used Flying Thunder God to come to Yagura in an instant, and immediately pierced the opponent's heart with a stab from hell. Tick, tick. The blood keeps dripping. Yagura is so dead. It's too late to even scream. Lord 4th Mizukage, dead? Seeing some missed shinobi ninjas in disbelief, 4th Mizukage was killed by the speed of light? Jiraiya on the side was also stunned. Mizukage said he would kill him. Although he knew Uchiha Fi-Eun's temper, when he saw it, Jiraiya was still frightened. He is no longer 4th Mizukage, but a puppet controlled by Uchiha Obito. That's why you Kirigakure have only been persecuted in the last few years. Fi-Eun sneered and told the truth. It's hard to believe that there are so many Kirigakure ninjas, so it turns out that Mizukage-sama is actually being controlled? Even the Kagaya Patriarchs, Oanai Land Patriarchs, and Snow Patriarchs of Anoland have their eyes widened. No wonder Yagura suddenly went crazy, it turned out to be controlled. As for Kakashi, Namikaze Minato, and others are very interested in another name. Fi-Eun said. Sir Fi-Eun, you said. Uchiha Obito is the one who controls Yagura. Kakashi came to Fi-Eun and said incredulously. Roar! Before Fi-Eun could answer Kakashi, at the moment Yagura died, the 3 tails in his body couldn't be suppressed and began to run wild. In an instant, the huge body of 3 tails suddenly appeared. Be quiet, beast. Fi-Eun said lightly. The eternal Mangekyo started, and the 3 tails were under control in an instant. The violent-tailed beast is like a pet in front of Fi-Eun at this moment. Sir Fi-Eun, what you said about Uchiha Obito just now is true. At this time, Kakashi asked quickly. It's true, he's not dead yet, he's just become a pawn of Uchiha Madara, who wants to use the power of the tailed beast to make the whole world fall into illusion. The whole world has fallen into illusion. Namikaze Minato also came to Fi-Eun, wondering. Yes, it's very troublesome to explain, he was just used by Uchiha Madara, you just need to know that the current Uchiha Obito is not the Obito he used to be, he is our enemy. 99 Fi-Eun said lightly, too lazy to explain. I see. Hearing Fi-Eun's words, Kakashi and Namikaze Minato nodded. They are not the same as the original book. They who have completely distrusted the will of fire, actually don't care about everything about Konoha as much as in the original book. So Kakashi and Namikaze Minato didn't have too much turmoil in their hearts. Since it is an enemy, the next time you encounter it, you will have to kill it. Hearing that, the expressions of Oyeji, Luosha and others were also very exciting. After a long time, the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara is actually a pirate? It seems that I was ignored by him and Lame, and actually believed that he was Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, they wouldn't join forces to shoot Fi-Eun. Damn Uchiha Obito, I will kill you next time I meet you. Oyemu, Ai, and Luosha all said to themselves in their hearts. After explaining all this, Fi-Eun came to Jiraiya. I am willing to lead Konoha village to surrender. Jiraiya said quickly. It's too late, I already gave you a chance. Fi-Eun sneered, now when will I not be Liu? If everyone is cramming like Jiraiya, how can they unify the ninja world? Immediately, Fi-Eun flung the dust away. Of course, such an attack cannot hit Jiraiya with Sage Mode turned on. Time goes back. Fi-Eun snorted coldly and activated the pupil technique. Jiraiya had already dodged, but returned to the original point again. The next moment, the legendary Sunin turned into an atom and disappeared. Jiraiya-sama, Lord Hokage. Seeing this, everyone in Konoha village was stunned. Jiraiya is the peak powerhouse of Cage level, one of the legendary Sunin, so he was killed in seconds. Konoha in the future, what should I do? Even Jiraiya was killed. Terrible means. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on for a second. Seeing the scene, Dayemu, Luosha, AI and the others were all shocked, and at the same time they were extremely fortunate. Fortunately, I agreed to Uchiha Fi-Iyun's request in advance. Otherwise, the one who will die now is probably himself. Now we can negotiate surrender. The 5 great ninja villages will still maintain the status quo in the future, and you are still the 5 shadows, but the 5 great ninja villages will all be under the command of the kingdom of you. If you go east, you must not go west, understand? Fi-Iyun moved towards Dayemu, Luosha, and AI 3 shadows with their hands behind their backs. I see. The 3 nodded. 870 after all, they knew that Fi-Iyun was decisive, and if he didn't nod, he would be killed immediately. Also, in order to ensure that you obey the kingdom of you, the strong men above the shadow must plant a heart spell. If they resist, they will die. 35 Fi-Iyun continued. This is not that we have all become puppets. Luosha was somewhat unable to accept this reason. Swish! The next moment, Luosha's head fell instantly. This is the end of the kingdom of disobedience. Fi-Iyun appeared beside Luosha, and Qiusheng said with a fresh bloodline. Anamu and AI, who were watching this scene, were also sweating coldly. It's terrible, Luosha is also dead. How, do you have any objections? Fi-Iyun looked at Oyemu and AI. No objection. That's good. Fi-Iyun planted a heart spell on the 2 of them. Now, let's go and form a team. Next, annex all the surrounding small ninja villages. I want to unify the entire ninja world. 35 Fi-Iyun then ordered the crowd. After all, the system mission is to unify the ninja world, and the 5 major ninja villages are not all of the ninja world. There are many small ninja villages around the 5 major ninja villages. To annex these small ninja villages can be regarded as a real unified ninja world. Hearing that the people of the 5 great ninja villages were also stunned. I never thought that Fi-Iyun's ambition was to unify the ninja world. This is something neither Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara have done. Are you Uchiha Fi-Iyun? Rinnegan was taken by you? 35 However, just after Fi-Iyun finished speaking, the battlefield suddenly changed again. I saw a figure suddenly appear in front of everyone, and said proudly, "This person is wearing a red Sengoku armor and has a killer hairstyle, and the whole person is very awe-inspiring." In the presence, someone quickly widened their eyes and recognized the person who came. Woo! Uchiha Madara has come! Uchiha Madara has come! After everyone fixed their eyes and saw the figure that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, they were shocked. Can't go wrong with this one, definitely the real Uchiha Madara. That terrifying momentum and coercion was the legendary Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. Onoji watched Uchiha Madara in terror. The psychological shadow this man brought to him has not dissipated to this day. Being resurrected in this way, it seems that the plan is different from the original one. Uchiha Madara realized that his body was not that of a living person, but that of a dead person, and immediately understood what was going on. Sir Madara, that guy named Uchiha Fi-Iyun, he has collected almost all the tailed beasts, and Rinnegan has also been taken away by him. We really have no choice but to impure world reincarnation. 35 Black Zetsu came to Uchiha Madara and pointed at Fi-Iyun, as if complaining. Uchiha Fi-Iyun, why are you doing this? Uchiha Madara looked at Fi-Iyun, and there was a lot of caution in her tone. In fact, Fi-Iyun became famous during the Third Ninja War, and Uchiha Madara wasn't dead at that time. He even inspected Fi-Iyun secretly and wanted to choose Fi-Iyun as his heir. However, Uchiha Madara found that with Fi-Iyun's strength, it was too expensive to make him his successor, and finally Uchiha Madara chose Obito in the original work. What? Do you have an opinion? Uchiha Madara. Tailed Beast and Rinnegan are with me. If you want, you can use your strength to get it. Looking at Uchiha Madara, Fi-Iyun provoked directly. Fi-Iyun was thinking at this moment, how to make Uchiha Madara perform Yin-Yang secret art and 6 Paths immortal art. In the original book, Uchiha Madara had been studying Rinnegan before he died, and he should have the Yin and Yang escape technique. If he can cast it now, he can copy it immediately. So Fi-Iyun is ready to anger Uchiha Madara. It seems that your strength has grown quite well over the years. You even have that guy's aura on you. Uchiha Madara was not angry, but said in surprise. He perceives that Fi-Iyun has a chakra similar to Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, if you will cooperate with me, I will tell you all the secrets of this world. Just give me the 9-tailed beast in Rinnegan. Contrary to Fi-Iyun's expectations, Uchiha Madara didn't mean to be angry at all in the face of Fi-Iyun's provocation, but directly asked to cooperate with Fi-Iyun. This surprised Fi-Iyun. Not only Fi-Iyun, but everyone present was also very surprised. In the face of complete provocation, Uchiha Madara did not get angry, but offered to cooperate? Is this still the Uchiha Madara? In fact, Uchiha Madara's temper has not changed. If someone provokes him, he will still get angry. But he is not a fool, he knows how to watch people cook. Uchiha Fiiyun's current chakra is on par with himself, even stronger than himself. It is useless to be hard, of course, he chooses to be soft. Even Uchiha Madara is a little afraid of Fiiyun now, because he feels that Fiiyun's chakra is too deep and has a very familiar smell. Maybe this guy has awakened rinnegan. Cooperation? Yes, but you have to show your qualifications to work with me. Well, you take 3 moves in my hands, and if you can make 3 moves, I will cooperate with you. 39 Fiiyun looked at Uchiha Madara and stood with his hands behind his back. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Madara was immediately provoked. 3 tricks? This kid is too crazy. Can't you take the opponent's 3 moves? Not only Uchiha Madara, but others present were also shocked by Fiiyun. Uchiha Madara can't take 3 moves in his hands? Is it true? Although they have seen Fiiyun's strength, everyone still feels very suspicious. After all, that is Uchiha Madara, or Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation. It's so rampant, Lord Madara, this kid just needs to be cleaned up. Uchiha Obito, who reappeared on the side, was holding the fire. He wished that Uchiha Madara would take action against Uchiha Fiiyun. Well, Uchiha Madara, if you can impress me, I'll agree to work with you. Fiiyun looked at Uchiha Madara lightly and said, "Stinky boy, you are too arrogant, it seems that I have to let you know." Although he knew Fiiyun's strength, Uchiha Madara was also angered by Fiiyun's success. This kid looks down on people too much, I want to let him know. Okay, then come on. Fiiyun sneered and turned on Rinnegan. Fiiyun's purpose of opening Rinnegan is also very simple, that is to make Uchiha Madara do his best. Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara was also shocked after seeing Rinnegan. This guy really woke up Rinnegan. Even so, if you can get it yourself, wouldn't Project Tsuki-no-Mi go bankrupt? Hee, you'd better do your best. Fiiyun said lightly. Well, I'll do my best. Uchiha Madara said cautiously, and then opened the Eternal Mangekyo, releasing the perfect Susanoo. The complete body of Uchiha Madara Susanoo is about 500 meters, and it is like a small mountain. That's it? You really disappointed me. Fiiyun was a little speechless. It seemed that Uchiha Madara couldn't use the yin-yang escape technique and the 6 paths immortal technique in this state. Boom! Fiiyun activates the full-body Susanoo Sage mode, which is the same size as true several thousand hands. In front of Fiiyun's Susanoo, Uchiha Madara is like malnourished. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara was also very embarrassed. He didn't expect that his pupil power was completely inferior to that of a junior like Uchiha Fiiyun, but he was still ready to shoot. Boom! Uchiha Madara's Susanoo weapon is the Chakra Double Sword. Wielding the double sword, the huge sword chi flies out. This sword chi can directly smash several mountain peaks. Seeing this, Fiiyun took the Qinglong Yinya sword and slashed it. Boom! The sword chi collided with the Qinglong Yinya saber and was swallowed instantly. At the same time, the momentum of the Qinglong Yinya saber was unabated, and it slashed fiercely on Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo. Click, click. A crack appeared on the surface of Susanoo's armor, and then it completely shattered. The result is obvious, Uchiha Madara was completely defeated, and was smashed by the Qinglong Yinya sword to smash Susanoo's armor. If Uchiha Madara's body wasn't in pure world reincarnation, he'd be seriously injured by now. Your strength is too weak. Fiiyun said lightly. It's not that Uchiha Madara is too weak, but Fiiyun has become stronger again. Even if Senju Hashirama came, he was beaten by Fiiyun at this moment. Uchiha Madara is also a little helpless. He has never encountered such a situation where he has no power to fight back. Let's go first, Madara-sama, and think about it later. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and wanted to take Uchiha Madara. Sage Art Myojinman 9. In order to prevent Uchiha Madara from escaping, Fiiyun immediately used the Myojin Gate to imprison Uchiha Madara. Don't think about it. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, preparing to retreat temporarily and think of a way later. Time goes back. Fiiyun once again used the super pervert pupil technique of time rewind, and Uchiha Madara instantly returned to the spot. Boom! The red Tori fell from the sky and hit Uchiha Madara, restraining him. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. 3 strokes. Really 3 tricks. Even Shura in the ninja world can't hold on to the 3 moves in Fiiyun's hands. Horrible. Damn, what is your purpose? Why are you stopping me? Uchiha Madara asked through gritted teeth. He remembered that he never provokes Uchiha Fiiyun from beginning to end. It's impossible to give it to you, you should die of this heart. Nien Uchiha Madara was pressed by the Tori and said with some difficulty. The 6 paths immortal art and yin-yang escape are the hard work of their own research for decades, and it is impossible to give them to others. What's more, Fiiyun was coercing himself, and he hated others' coercion the most. Okay, then your project Tsuki-no-Mi will never be completed, I'm going to seal you up. Fiiyun said with a sneer. Wood clone, launch a wood clone, and then command wood clone to use the ghoul to seal this ninjutsu. Boom! The strange Shinigami appeared in front of everyone, exuding a cold aura that made people shudder. Have the ghouls been sealed? Damn little devil, where did you get so many tricks? Uchiha Madara was a little anxious after seeing Shinigami. The ghouls are sealed. Uchiha Madara of course knows, it is the sealing secret technique of the Vortex family. The sealed cannot be in pure world reincarnation, nor can Rein Tensei, unless someone can save himself from Shinigami's belly. But looking at Uchiha Fiiun's appearance, as long as he doesn't want to, it is estimated that no one in this world can save him. I'm afraid I'll have to sleep in Shinigami's stomach until Uchiha Fiiun dies. Stop talking nonsense, go to Shinigami's stomach and plan how to achieve peace in the ninja world. Fiiun said sarcastically. Would clone pulled Uchiha Madara's soul out. Okay, I'll tell you all about Yin Yang 870 escape and 6 paths magic. The premise is that you have to let me out and return both the 9-tailed beast and rinnegan to me. Uchiha Madara was defeated and said to Fiiun, there are quite a lot of demands, do you think I'm stupid? Now you are not qualified to make demands with me. Fiiun sneered at Uchiha Madara and said, okay, then you let me out and I'll give you the secret technique. Uchiha Madara could only compromise. Fiiun didn't hesitate after finishing the words, cancelled the Mingshen goalkeeper Uchiha Madara and released it. He was not worried about Uchiha Madara running away. In fact, Uchiha Madara could not run away either. In front of the pupil technique called time rewind, no one can run away from him. Uchiha Madara apparently knew this too, so he took out a scroll and gave it to Fiiun. Opening the scroll, Fiiun immediately found that it indeed recorded the 6 paths Xianshu and Yin Yang escape that Uchiha Madara studied. It even includes the ninjutsu of Wheel Tomb and Boundary. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully copying Wheel Tomb Border Prison. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully copying Tengei Shinsei. Ding! Congratulations to host. After a series of system prompts sounded, Fiiun also felt a huge amount of knowledge pouring into his mind. I can go now. Uchiha Madara said to Fiiun in a bad tone. This time, I was taken out of impure world reincarnation, and I didn't get a single fart, and my secretary was taken away. It's strange that Uchiha Madara has a good face, but Uchiha Madara is not so easy to admit defeat. As long as he leaves this time, with Uchiha Madara's talent, he will surely figure out a way to continue Project Tsukinomi. Of course you can, don't you want to work with me? Fiiun looked at Uchiha Madara and suddenly thought of a solution. In addition to unifying the ninja world, he also has the task of resurrecting Itsutsuki Kagaya. Resurrection of Itsutsuki Kagaya requires the perfect 10 tails Jinchura Ki and infinite Tsukuyomi to be revived. Now I need such a puppet, and the Uchiha Madara in front of me is the perfect puppet. What do you mean by cooperation? Uchiha Madara said warily. He can't believe Fiiun anymore now. It means that I can give you the power of the 9-tailed beast, and even give you Rinnegan back, but you need to do me a favor. Fiiun said lightly. For some reason, Fiiun suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis was unprecedented and made Fiiun very uncomfortable. Although with Fiiun's current strength, no one in the entire ninja world is his opponent. But Fiiun is a transmigrator, and he knows very well that the ninja world is not as simple as it looks on the surface. The entire ninja world is just a small world, and there are many strong people outside this world. That's right, these powerhouses are the so-called Itsutsuki clan. There are even many 6 paths level existences in the ninja world, and Itsutsuki Higoromo, an immortal guy, must exist in the ninja world. Although he seems to exist in the form of chakra in the original book, Itsutsuki Higoromo is a 6 paths level powerhouse. After reaching the 6 paths level, it is already an immortal existence. However, Itsutsuki Higoromo was too embarrassed, because he was afraid of the pursuit of the Itsutsuki clan, so he, CDFC, had been hiding in the ninja world and did not dare to show his face. Correspondingly, Itsutsuki Higoromo did not die, and his younger brother Itsutsuki Hamura certainly did not die either. He was also hiding somewhere and never showed up. And Itsutsuki Shiren, the descendant of Itsutsuki Hamura on this moon, he is also quite dissatisfied with the ninja world. In his opinion, the ninja world was founded by Sage of 6 Paths and is a failed world. Itsutsuki's purpose is to prepare to destroy this failed world. In short, Fiiun's sense of crisis is very strong, so Fiiun must hurry up to complete the task and obtain the strength of the 6 Paths level. Are you really willing to give it to me? Tell me, under what conditions? Uchiha Madara was a little moved. It would be great if Fiiun was willing to give him the 9-tailed beasts. Go help me unify the ninja world and unify the other small ninja villages, and then I will naturally give you the 9-tailed beasts, Fiiun said. Okay, I believe you are not a dishonest person, I promise you. Uchiha Madara readily agreed, because he can't find a better way to collect tailed beasts at present. Since Fiiun offered to cooperate and was willing to come up with the 9-tailed beasts, of course Uchiha Madara agreed. Of course, if Fiiun breaks the contract with Uchiha Madara, there is no way, but he has to give it a try. As for Fiiyun, after having obtained all the chakras of the 9-tailed beasts, Fiiyun found a quiet place to retreat and practice, preparing to combine the chakras of the 9-tailed beasts to form 10 tails. In a flash, another half-year has passed. In half a year, under the leadership of Uchiha Madara, the entire ninja world surrendered to Uno. Even the daimyo of the 5 great kingdoms and those of those small ninja villages were killed. These daimyo were pitifully weak, with nothing but money, and Fiiyun didn't know how the 5 great ninja village tolerated these waste daimyo dancing on their heads. But after getting rid of these people, the ninja world is finally completely unified. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully completing the SSS level mission and unifying the ninja world. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the mission reward, Big Spiral Wheel U, Bloodline Snare. 5 million points. At the moment when the ninja world was completely unified, the quest rewards also arrived. Bloodline snares come. Fiiyun felt a large amount of chakra pouring into his body, and the yin and yang escapes and the 5 elements of chakra in his body also began to stir up, constantly merging, and merging again. A new stable chakra finally formed. Bloodline Snare. This is an ability that surpasses the bloodline limit and the elimination of bloodline, and requires 7 nature transformations of yin and yang, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. In other words, Bloodline Snatch is an ability exclusive to 6 paths level powerhouses. With the Bloodline Snares, Fiiyun has successfully integrated 10 Tails Chakra. At this time, Fiiyun has officially entered the 6 paths level, and Fiiyun's rinnegan is now Tomo Rinnegan. I didn't expect such a strong man to appear in the ninja world. Looks like it's time to go. At the same time, above the moon, a figure watched everything that happened in the ninja world and muttered, "Above the moon, it is desolate." There were several dilapidated dwellings, corpses all over the floor, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. This is where the descendants of Itsutsuki Hamura live. After the 2 brothers, Itsutsuki Hamura and Itsutsuki Higoromo, sealed Itsutsuki Kagaya, Itsutsuki Hamura went to the moon in order to protect the 10 tails body-shaped monster. Therefore, there are also descendants of the Itsutsuki family on the moon, and these corpses are descendants of Itsutsukiba village. However, with Uchiha Madara's Gadu statue summoning, the Itsutsuki clan on the moon also had civil unrest, mainly concentrated between the Itsutsuki branch house and the clan. All in all, Itsutsuki branch house gathered the power of all human eyes and volunteered their eyes to create a giant Tenseigan. Using the power of the huge Tenseigan, the branch house defeated the sect family, and also destroyed the sect family. However, the consequences of the branch house were not much better. Now there is only one person left in the branch house, and that is Shiren Itsutsuki. The philosophy of the branch house is that the ninja world created by Sage of 6 Paths is a failed world, and they want to destroy this failed world. However, Itsutsuki Shiren's power is not strong. He doesn't have eyes yet, but if he can get a pair of pure white eyes, he can get Tenseigan immediately. Tenseigan's power is not weaker than Rinnegan's, and if only in terms of destructive power, Tenseigan's power is even stronger than Rinnegan's. At this time, Itsutsuki Shiren was sitting in front of the huge Tenseigan. Although he had no eyes, he could see everything in the ninja world by using the special method of the Itsutsuki clan. The time was not yet ripe, and he wanted to wait a little longer to capture Tenseigan and destroy the ninja world. But he suddenly saw a person today, Uchiha Fiiyun. Someone in the ninja world has awakened the Sharingan of reincarnation, and now it's not good. Itsutsuki Shiren knows the power of the Samsara Sharingan very well, and Tenseigan may be a little weaker than the Samsara Sharingan. But Uchiha Fiiyun has only just awakened Rein Sharingan, so I'm afraid he's not yet proficient. If you don't wake up Tenseigan as soon as possible, and continue to drag on, you will definitely not be able to beat Uchiha Fiiyun in the future. And maybe Uchiha Fiiyun will find out about the abnormality of the moon, so it is better to strike first. Itsutsuki Shiren decided to go to the ninja world immediately to capture Tenseigan, and then destroy this failed world. Whoosh! Waiting for a suitable time, Itsutsuki Shiren found that the Konoha guard was empty at this time, and it was a good opportunity to attack. With a big wave of his hand, Itsutsuki Shiren dispatched the Itsutsuki puppet to attack from the moon. The passage from the moon to the earth was opened, and the Itsutsuki puppet came to the Hyaga clan's land by taking advantage of the night. Strangely, the Hyaga clan, who are good at perception, did not notice the arrival of the Itsutsuki puppet. So Itsutsuki took Hyaga Hanabi away very easily. It always feels too smooth, Itsutsuki said to himself, and the next moment he thought maybe he thought too much, so he was ready to leave. Where do you want to go? Just when Itsutsuki Shiren wanted to take Hyaga Hanabi away, Fiiyun suddenly appeared, startling Itsutsuki Shiren. In fact, Fiiyun has been waiting for the arrival of Itsutsuki's wife, and deliberately let him kidnap Hyaga Hanabi. After all, Fiiyun still wants to give it a try. Can he copy Tenseigan from Itsutsuki Shiren? As for whether the Hyaga family has any opinions, this is Fiiyun's request. Even if they have opinions, they dare not say a word. Uchiha Fiiyun, stop him for me. The moment he saw Fei-Yun, Etsutsuki hurriedly ordered the puppets to deal with Fei-Yun. Shen Luo Tianzheng. With a note of Shen Luo Tianzheng, Fei-Yun bounced all the puppets that were charging at him. Dust escape boundary peeling technique. Then a minor bound stripping technique turns these Etsutsuki puppets into atoms. Time goes back. 99. Seeing that Etsutsuki Shiren wanted to escape, Fei-Yun used the pupil technique time rewind to make Etsutsuki Shiren return to the original place. What do you want to do? Etsutsuki Shiren's voice had a hint of panic. Uchiha Fei-Yun's strength is stronger than he expected. Even he hasn't opened the reincarnation Sharingan. Now that his strength is not strong, in the face of Samsara Sharingan, he can only be killed in seconds. Bang! Invading the ninja world, who gave you the courage? Don't you know that the ninja world is my territory? Before Etsutsuki Shiren finished speaking, Fei-Yun slapped the other side fiercely, and he left a flying thunder god mark on Etsutsuki's back. The slap just now was just to cover up Fei-Yun's true purpose. In this way, Fei-Yun can go to the moon at will without using the space channel. You can get out. Leaving the flying thunder god spell behind, Fei-Yun looked at Etsutsuki and said lightly. Fei-Yun doesn't want to kill Etsutsuki Shiren just yet. Instead, after he awakened Tensagen, he copied all of Tensagen's abilities, and then killed the opponent. At this time, Fei-Yun already has bloodline snares and Ten Tails chakra, and can use many powerful ninjutsu, including Tianzaiuzhong, Huanquan Hirazaka and Yasujigami Airstrike, Infinite Tsukuyomi and so on. As long as the ninjutsu Fei-Yun is covered by bloodline can be used, it will be very easy to kill a Tensagen Etsutsuki Shiren. That's why Fei-Yun thinks about letting him go, and waits until the opponent wakes up Tensagen before making his move. Are you telling the truth? Etsutsuki was a little surprised to let him go. So easy to let him go? There will be no fraud, right? But even if there is a fraud, it doesn't matter. When he transplants Hyaga Hanabi's eyes and awakens Tensagen, Uchiha Fei-Yun is not a threat. Get out now, or I'll change my mind in the next second. Fei-Yun said lightly to Etsutsuki Shiren. Okay, you wait for me, Uchiha Fei-Yun, I'll be back. It will be the end of the world that will wait for you. Etsutsuki Shiren felt that it was a little shameful for Fei-Yun to say that, so he put down a harsh word and left. Master Fei-Yun, is it really okay to let him go? Hanabi is still in his hands. After Etsutsuki left, the Hyaga clansmen lurking in the surrounding area also stood up. Hyaga Hayashi asked worriedly. Just letting this strange person take Hanabi away, he still felt uneasy in his heart. What are you afraid of? Hyaga Hanabi will be fine, Fei-Yun said, looking at Hyaga Hayashi. Hearing Fei-Yun's words, Hyaga Hayashi calmed down a little. At the same time, Etsutsuki, who returned to the moon, immediately took out Hyaga Hanabi's white eye and installed it in his own eye socket. 99. Feeling a peculiar force constantly invading his eyes, Etsutsuki Shiren felt a little dizzy, and his eyes were a little uncomfortable. It should be easy to get used to, Etsutsuki said to himself, and at the same time a little excited. He will be able to awaken Tensagen in a short time. At this moment, Fei-Yun, who felt the strange change of Flying Thunder God's technique, immediately activated Flying Thunder God and came to the moon. At this time, the lunar Etsutsuki clan has long since ceased to exist, leaving only Etsutsuki's castle alone. The castle is full of Etsutsuki puppets. This castle is not bad, Fei-Yun praised after seeing the interior decoration of the castle. Uchiha Fei-Yun, when did you come? Did you leave the Flying Thunder God spell just now? Seeing Fei-Yun suddenly appearing on the moon, Etsutsuki Shiren was taken aback and then reacted. It must be that Uchiha Fei-Yun left the Flying Thunder God spell on himself just now. Where is the giant Tensagen? Fei-Yun asked. When he came to the moon this time, Fei-Yun just wanted to absorb the giant Tensagen. Don't want to know? Etsutsuki Shiren wouldn't tell Fei-Yun. It's fine if you don't want to talk, I'll let you talk, Fei-Yun said lightly, and immediately grabbed Etsutsuki Shiren with one hand and used Rinnegan's power to absorb the other party's memory. Grab Etsutsuki Shiren's head and directly use Rinnegan's power to absorb the opponent's memory. Kaka kaka. At the same time, a bunch of Etsutsuki puppets rushed up to stop Fei-Yun. Shen Luo Tianzheng. A single stroke of Shinra Tianzheng knocked all these puppets flying, and Fei-Yun quickly got the position of the giant Tensagen from Etsutsuki Shiren's memory. Then Fei-Yun forcibly manipulated Etsutsuki Shiren to take him to the place of the huge Tensagen. Very powerful pupil power, just what I'm looking for. 35. Fei-Yun was a little excited when he looked at the huge Tensagen. Such a huge pupil power can skyrocket again once it absorbs its own power. With 10 Tails chakra and the power of this huge Tensagen, I am afraid that Etsutsuki Kagaya will not be his opponent at that time. There are also Etsutsuki Hamura, Etsutsuki Hagoromo, and the Etsutsuki family who coveted the ninja world in the depths of the universe. These are all threats to him, but after absorbing this huge Tensagen, these people are probably not a threat. 870. Uchiha Fei-Yun, do you want to absorb this huge Tenseigan? Seeing Fei-Yun's actions, Etsutsuki snorted coldly. He thought Fei-Yun was too crazy. He is still very clear about the ability of this huge Tenseigan. Once touched by someone who is not of Etsutsuki Hamura bloodline, he will be attacked and chakra will be sucked like crazy. Then Uchiha Fei-Yun asked for mercy. Drain it, this giant Tenseigan's ability is very strong, and you will become stronger after absorbing it. Etsutsuki Shiren began to persuade Fei-Yun. Once Fei-Yun's chakra is taken out of time, Tenseigan can kill him immediately without awakening. Noisy. Fei-Yun gave Etsutsuki a slap in the face, slapped the opponent in a bad way, and directly crashed into the castle wall and flew out. Then Fei-Yun forcibly destroyed the spell cast on the giant Tenseigan, placed it on the giant Tenseigan with one hand, and began to absorb the terrifying pupil power. As a traverser, Fei-Yun certainly knows the abilities of this huge Tenseigan. It will backfire on people who do not have Hamura blood, and will absorb chakra. But if it wants to absorb chakra, its pupil power must be higher than Fei-Yun. Fei-Yun now has 10 tails chakra in his body, plus Indra and Ashura chakra. He can be called 10 tails Jinchuriki, which is stronger than Uchiha Madara Sasuke and Naruto in the original 4 battles. A mere giant Tenseigan simply couldn't absorb Fei-Yun's chakra. However, it is not easy for Fei-Yun to absorb the huge Tenseigan's chakra, and it will take some struggle. Sid Saizi, feeling the crazy surging of the huge Tenseigan chakra in his body, Fei-Yun also urged chakra to forcibly suppress this violent chakra, and then forcefully absorb it. At this time, Fei-Yun also showed a painful expression on his face. But it's all worth it to get stronger. Taking advantage of Fei-Yun's opportunity to absorb the huge Tenseigan, Etsutsuki Shiren also hurried through the space passage from the moon to the ninja world again. Now that Tenseigan has not awakened, it is not appropriate to fight Uchiha Fei-Yun head-on. Etsutsuki Shiren decided to go to Hayaga Hinata first. His sweetheart was Hayaga Hinata. Someone has invaded. Who? Who invaded? At the same time, at the moment when Etsutsuki Shiren invaded, the Konoha shinobi people immediately found out that someone had invaded and reported the news to 5th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Yes, after Jiraiya was killed, Fei-Yun elected Namikaze Minato as the 5th Hokage, and Konoha also became a vassal of Uno. In fact, the entire ninja world has become a vassal of the country of Uno, and the reason why the name of Konoha is retained is only for the convenience of management. By the way, except that Iwagakure's Tsuchikage is Onoji, and Cloud Shinobi Village's Reikage is AI, Tsunagakure's Kazekage has been replaced by Hakura, and Kirigakure's Mizukage is Terumi Mei. Yet Kang and Terumi Mei were taken away by Fei-Yun and would not betray. At this time, these 4 also happened to be in Konoha. Namikaze Minato also immediately led the Konoha group and the 4 shadows to the place where the invaders were found, in the Hayaga tribe. Damn it, Satsuki Shiren, it's you again. You have kidnapped Hayaga Hanabi. What are you doing here? 35 Hayaga Hayashi got angry when he saw Etsutsuki, and shot directly. Because you and I have the same bloodline of the Etsutsuki clan, I can consider spare your life and let your daughter Hayaga Hinata marry me. I am ready to destroy this failed world and recreate a brand new world. In that new world, your daughter and I will be the creators of the world, and your Hayaga family will also be the creators of the world. How? Etsutsuki launched a puppet to block Hayaga Hayashi's attack lightly, and said lightly, "Don't think about it." Hayaga Hayashi shouted angrily, not believing Etsutsuki Shiren's bullshit at all. After all, this ninja world is already Fei-Yun's. Did Etsutsuki want to destroy this ninja world with Uchiha Fei-Yun's consent? Hehe, it seems that you are too ignorant. That's good, then I will kill you. 99 Etsutsuki let out a sneer and gave him a dead hand. Although he has not fully awakened Tenseigan, he can still use some of his abilities. Sid Saizi. Soon Etsutsuki opened the Tenseigan chakra mode, and the green chakra appeared around him, wrapping his whole body. What a horrible chakra. Hayaga Hayashi felt terrified. This chakra is not much different from Fei-Yun's feeling. Etsutsuki Shiren, when did he become so powerful? Whoosh. Etsutsuki didn't talk nonsense, and directly used gravity to suck Hayaga Hayashi over. Be careful. At the critical moment, Namikaze Minato came to rescue Hayaga Hayashi with Flying Thunder God. Humph. Watch me break your Flying Thunder God. Etsutsuki Shiren thought of Fei-Yun when he saw Flying Thunder God, so he shouted angrily, and directly activated Tenseigan's ability to manipulate gravitational repulsion at will. All of Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunao were sucked in, and then instantly destroyed by Fairway Jade. What a terrifying ability. Retreat first, then quickly find a way to notify Fei-Yun of the news. Namikaze Minato was also stunned by Shiren's ability, and Namikaze Minato also heard about Tenseigan's power. That is a terrible pupil technique comparable to rinnegan, and even more destructive than rinnegan. So he immediately decided to retreat immediately, and then found a way to notify Fei-Yun. The legendary Tenseigan is not something they can touch porcelain. Whoosh whoosh. Everyone immediately decided to retreat, and began to find a way to call Fei-Yun. the only one who can resist Tenseigan is Fei-Yun. Ha ha ha, it's done. My Tenseigan, finally awakened. At this moment, Etsutsuki Shiren did not choose to pursue, because he found that his Tenseigan had completely awakened. In this way, I don't have to be afraid of Uchiha Fei-Yun. Run, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape my palm. Etsutsuki said with a sneer, and immediately flew into the sky until it turned into a small dot visible to the naked eye. Immediately after awakening Tenseigan, Etsutsuki Shiren decided to directly destroy this ninja world. This guy, what does he want to do? 5.2. Everyone stopped and looked at the figure of Etsutsuki Shiren, with an ominous premonition in their hearts. The next moment, a terrifying chakra spewed out of Etsutsuki Shiren's body. Boom! The thick chakra, the entire ninja world can clearly feel it at this moment. Lord Madara, what a horrible chakra. Yes, I feel it too. This kind of anomaly, even Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu and others felt it. The next moment, rumbling, a golden chakra lightsaber shot up into the sky. Then it slashed towards the ninja world. At the same time, Fei-Yun has also absorbed the huge Tenseigan on the moon. Well, it seems that something happened to the ninja world. Fei-Yun looked at the ninja world and found a golden chakra lightsaber slash towards the ninja world. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully copying the golden wheel. Boom boom boom. The terrifying golden chakra sword shot straight into the sky and slashed down the sky. Whoa whoa. Where the golden chakra giant sword passed, chakra surged wildly, and even the clouds were split along the way, forming an extremely strange uzumaki. Not only that, Kakakaka, an even more shocking scene appeared, when the golden chakra sword swept across the moon in the sky. Immediately, boom, boom, there was a violent explosion in the sky. As if the sky was about to split, the moon appeared neatly cut, and was instantly cut into two pieces. The moon was actually cut open. 35. What kind of monster is this? Too scary. Is this the power of the Tenseigan? 35. At the same time, everyone in the ninja world looked at this miraculous scene, and there were turbulent waves in their hearts. Horrible. Terrible. This violent chakra can actually avoid the moon. If this sword falls, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will cease to exist. The question is, who can resist such a terrifying attack in the entire ninja world? Even if Fei-Yun himself comes, can he resist? People are even a little suspicious. After all, 23 things like cutting the moon are really shattering the power of Tenseigan. Meanwhile, even Uchiha Madara Black Zetsu was taken aback by the horrific scene. Even the moon is cut open, and this power is not too different from infinite Tsukuyomi. Whoa! At the same time, the golden wheel is still falling, coming. Everyone held their breath. Judging from the performance just now, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would not be able to avoid this terrifying blow. In this case, everyone in the ninja world simply stopped running, quietly waiting for what happened next. Hee, dared to destroy my ninja world? Who gave you the courage? At this moment, a loud voice in the sky remembered, I don't know when, Fei-Yun appeared in the sky. At this time, Fei-Yun turned on 6 paths mode, 10 tails chakra mode appeared on his body, and there were several black fairway jades all over his body. Fei-Yun appeared, finally caught up. I thought I was going to die. The moment Fei-Yun appeared, everyone in the ninja world was also greatly exhaled. Although I don't know who is stronger between Sharingan and Tenseigan, Fei-Yun is the only one who can fight against Tenseigan. Uchiha Fei-Yun, you be asterisk 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 D, didn't you get absorbed by the giant Tenseigan? I thought you had already been killed by that one blow just now. Etsutsuki Shiren was very surprised when he saw Fei-Yun. That knife Etsutsuki Shiren was slashing at the moon just now, in order to get rid of Fei-Yun by the way, but now it seems to be unsuccessful. Etsutsuki is not discouraged, he has already experienced the terrifying power of Tenseigan, and if this knife goes down, the entire ninja world will cease to exist. Hee, when you wake up Tenseigan, you think you can do it? Okay, then let you experience the truly terrifying power. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei-Yun started his own reincarnation Sharingan. However, Fei-Yun's reincarnation Sharingan is a little different than usual. In addition to Rinnegan's unique spiral pupils, the purple pupils have also become more elegant, with a pale green fluorescent light. That feeling made Etsutsuki Shiren a little familiar. That's right, Fei-Yun's eyes have evolved a reincarnation Sharingan. When Fei-Yun appeared, he copied Etsutsuki's Tenseigan. Use your own powerful strength to suppress Tenseigan's pupil power, and then forcefully use the power of Samsara Sharingan to absorb Tenseigan's pupil power. A series of operations is easy for Fei-Yun, who has absorbed the huge power of Tenseigan's pupils, so Fei-Yun directly evolves his eyes into a reincarnation Sharingan. How is it possible? You actually, Etsutsuki Shiren was stunned. Looking at Fei-Yun's eyes, he stepped back several steps in a row. Reincarnation Sharingan, the 3 major pupil techniques are actually concentrated on Fei-Yun. Is there really anyone in this world who can do such a thing? That guy at Satsuki Shiren, what's wrong? Frightened by Fei-Yun, the people who were waiting quietly for death were all surprised when they saw the appearance of Satsuki Shiren. His strength is already so powerful, but when he saw Fei-Yun, he was still scared like that? Could it be that Fei-Yun has become stronger again? Hee, come on, aren't you going to destroy the ninja world? Then destroy it and show me 5. A terrifying chakra erupted on Fei-Yun's body. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a strong chakra whirlwind appeared around Fei-Yun. Even cage-level powerhouses involved in this whirlwind will be torn apart instantly. No matter what, I will fulfill the last wish of my ancestors. Up to now, Satsuki has no way out, he must fight. Boom! The whole body of chakra burst out. Not only that, Satsuki Shiren absorbed chakra again. This chakra is a remnant from the descendants of the previous Hamura. Even if the giant Tensegan is destroyed, it can still provide strength to Satsuki Shiren. Boom, boom. Satsuki Shiren's figure continued to expand, and a pair, 5 pairs, 10 pairs, 100 pairs of eyes appeared on the body surface. At the same time, the golden wheel is constantly expanding. The strength and volume ratio have been doubled. The golden wheel is reborn and the ashes are killed. 5 at the same time, Fei-Yun also shot. Like Satsuki Shiren, a golden chakra sword unfolded into the sky. Unlike Satsuki Shiren, Fei-Yun's golden wheel reincarnation explosion also increases the power of the blood to kill the ashes together. Killing the ashes is a move that can only be used by Shueji Snaruo, and it can't even be regarded as a ninjutsu. Once touched by the ashes of the co-killer, the whole person will instantly turn to ashes. With the addition of blood and snares, there is no doubt that Fei-Yun's golden reincarnation explosion is several times or even dozens of times stronger than that of Satsuki Shiren. After all, Fei-Yun's golden wheel exploded, and wherever it passed, even the clouds were wiped out. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the golden wheel of the two sides collided. In an instant, Satsuki Shiren's golden wheel was instantly swallowed up and turned into ashes, and the explosion didn't even happen. No way, Fei-Yun just bleeds more than the opponent, and even his pupil strength is several times higher than the opponent. It is natural to be able to do this. How can 870 do it? My golden wheel is reborn, and it is so vulnerable. Satsuki looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, and Tensegan was full of doubts. It's impossible. Even if the other party has a reincarnation Sharingan, it can't be so scary. Uchiha Fei-Yun, what kind of monster is that? Go to hell, Satsuki Shiren. Fei-Yun sneered. Satsuki Shiren has honorably completed his mission. Having successfully copied Tensegan and Jin Wheel, his mission has been completed, so Fei-Yun doesn't need to keep his hands anymore. As for Tensegan's other abilities, Rinnegan basically has it. There are also skills such as summoning meteorites, summoning Satsuki Hamura statues, etc. Fei-Yun is not too rare. That being the case, there is no need to waste any more time. So manipulating the remaining golden wheel to reincarnate and explode, Fei-Yun slashed at Satsuki Shiren. Whoosh! Satsuki Shiren wanted to escape, but was immediately pulled back by Fei-Yun. Wow! The next moment, when Satsuki Shiren touched the ashes of the golden wheel, the whole person turned into ashes. His body completely disappeared, and a pair of pure Tensegan fell from the sky. Just died. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly felt suspicious of life. Tensegan, who was strong enough to split the moon, died before Fei-Yun without the strength to resist? At this moment, the entire ninja world was in shock. That guy, Uchiha Fei-Yun, is already so powerful. Uchiha Madara's face was very ugly after seeing Fei-Yun directly kill the powerhouse with Tensegan with his own eyes. Even the powerhouses of Tensegan are vulnerable. Even if he is resurrected and owns Rinnegan, I am afraid that he will only be killed in seconds. If Uchiha Fei-Yun is unwilling to keep his promise to him at this time, then he has nothing to do. Sir Madara, what should I do now? At this moment, Black Zetsu also asked in confusion. Uchiha Fei-Yun's strength is so strong, if he is not willing to hand over the tailed beast, even if he and Madara try 10,000 ways, they will not be able to get the tailed beast. If you can't get the tailed beast, you will never be able to resurrect your mother. Maybe you can only wait for Uchiha Fei-Yun to die of old age and then find a way. Of course, Black Zetsu still has a way, that is to contact his brother Sage of 6 Paths or Satsuki Hamura. These two are definitely not dead now, Black Zetsu can be sure. But Black Zetsu also hates these two brothers, so he is not willing to contact these two people at all, and contacting these two people may not help him. After all, it was the two of them who sealed their mother with their own hands. Forget it, I still have to go to Uchiha Fei-Yun. He's not the kind of person who doesn't talk about credibility. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Madara decided to find Fei-Yun. After all, Uchiha Fei-Yun's strength is too strong, and it is obvious that he has just turned on 6 Paths mode. This guy is already a strong player who has stepped into the 6 Paths level. Such a strong man will die of old age. I am afraid it will take hundreds or even thousands of years, and he will not even die. Can he afford it? Then Uchiha Madara led Black Zetsu to Uno country to find Fi-Iun. It was agreed at the beginning that I helped you unify the ninja world, and you handed over all the tailed beasts to me, as well as rinnegan. Uchiha Madara approached Fi-Iun and said that he was not very confident, because Fi-Iun couldn't do anything even if he didn't give it to him. Since I promised you, of course I will give it to you. 35 Fi-Iun narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Madara, which made Uchiha Madara very uncomfortable, because Fi-Iun was thinking about whether to give the tailed beast to Uchiha Madara. Although there is an SSS level quest, the reward of this quest is no longer attractive to Fi-Iun. One is the immortal body, the other is 6 paths planetary devastation. Such rewards are not particularly useful to Fi-Iun. However, Fi-Iun also asked the system just now, if the old task is not completed, the system will not issue a new task. What if the new task has a reward that is very attractive to Fi-Iun? Taking this into consideration, Fi-Iun decided to give the 9-tailed beast and rinnegan to Uchiha Madara and let him help him complete the task. Then Fi-Iun sent someone to extract the 9 big-tailed beasts, and then Fi-Iun used Yang Dun to extend the lives of the Jinchuriki to ensure that their lives would not be threatened. The Jinchuriki also obeyed Fi-Iun's arrangement very much. Without the tailed beast, they actually felt relieved for a while, and finally they were free to be a ninja world, instead of being locked up in the village every day. Really give it to me. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised, didn't think that Fi-Iun really kept his promise. It's okay if the other party doesn't give it to him. Could it be that Uchiha Fi-Iun has some kind of conspiracy? But even if there was a conspiracy, Uchiha Madara had to jump into it. This is to realize his dream and make the whole ninja world peaceful. However, in Uchiha Madara's view, Fi-Iun should not know how to use the power of the 9 tails. After all, Fi-Iun also has rinnegan, but he did not combine the 9 tails into 10 tails. Take it away quickly, or I will change my mind. Fi-Iun said lightly, scaring Uchiha Madara to leave quickly. With the 9-tailed beast and rinnegan, Uchiha Madara came to a very hidden place. Then Uchiha Madara let Black Zetsu control Obito to perform the Rain Tensei technique, and then installed rinnegan to release the 9-tailed beast. Beasts, become my strength. Uchiha Madara's eyes shone brightly, and all the 9-tailed beasts were instantly killed in one round of Tomb Border Prison. Then Uchiha Madara's summoning came out of Gadu's statue. Gadu's statue opened his mouth wide and absorbed all the 9 big-tailed beasts in one breath. The next moment, Gadu's statue let out a murmur, followed by a roar, and transformed into 10 tails. Not only that, Fi-Iun also handed over all the chakras of the 9-tailed beasts, and now 10 tails has directly transformed into a divine tree. Uchiha Madara also became 10 tails Jinchuriki, incarnated as 6 paths Madara. At this time, Uchiha Madara was wearing an immortal robe and an immortal cane, with 6 fairway jade floating behind him. Uchiha Fi-Iun, I want to thank you. You would never have imagined that the 9-tailed beasts would burst out with such terrifying power. Uchiha Madara burst into laughter after transforming into 10 tails Jinchuriki, joined the laughing team, and thanked Fi-Iun for the first time. If it weren't for Fi-Iun, I wouldn't have become 10 tails Jinchuriki so smoothly. Sir Madara. Watching the change of Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu's saliva is about to flow out. This is the best sacrifice to resurrect his mother. But now is not the time. After all, there is a terrible existence in the ninja world, Uchiha Fi-Iun. So Black Zetsu is not in a hurry to resurrect his mother, but is ready to let Uchiha Madara go to explore the way first. Mainly to explore the strength of Uchiha Fi-Iun. To be honest, after seeing Uchiha Fi-Iun kill Tensegan, Black Zetsu was even afraid that even Satsuki Kagaya couldn't beat Fi-Iun. Chien Zhao's, so he hasn't moved yet, but is ready to let Uchiha Madara try it out. Lord Madara, we have suffered so much from Uchiha Fi-Iun, if we don't give him some color to see how we can swallow it. Black Zetsu provoked. That's what I meant. I had to have a good fight with Uchiha Fi-Iun before doing Project Tsuki-no-Mi. Uchiha Madara is quite swollen at this time and feels that his strength is very strong. Feeling the infinite power, Uchiha Madara felt that he could talk to Fi-Iun. After all, I had suffered so many losses in front of Fi-Iun before, and now I want to get it back. Declare war. Declare war on the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara said to Black Zetsu, he now wants to let the whole ninja world know that he wants to get back the lost face. Soon Uchiha Madara declared war on the whole ninja world. In addition to Uchiha Madara, White Zetsu also followed Uchiha Madara in the form of an army of 100,000. Uchiha Madara led 100,000 White Zetsu to the territory of Uno country. At the same time, the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages in the Uno country heard Uchiha Madara's declaration of war on the ninja world and all rushed over. Although they are very confident in Fi-Iun's strength, it is impossible for them not to come when Uzhikuni is in trouble. Even if he tried to show his loyalty in front of Fi-Iun, the 5 shadows had to arrive. Onoji, Ai, Namikaze Minato, Terumi Mei, and Yekra were seated at the headquarters, with Fi-Iun standing in front of them. Uchiha Madara has declared war. This guy's strength has suddenly skyrocketed. Indeed, now I can feel his chakra is horrible. 99 looks like this guy can't be underestimated. 35 he should have suddenly grown stronger through some kind of power. The 5 shadows also showed concern at this time. Uchiha Madara is already the perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki. Chakra is so huge that it is almost infinite, and in the eyes of Wuing, it is not much different from Fi-Eun. After all, 10 tails Jinchuriki, a 6 pads level powerhouse, was completely unattainable for the 5 shadows. They certainly felt that every 6 pads level powerhouse was about the same. He synthesized the legendary 10 tails through the 9-tailed beasts I gave him, and became 10 tails Jinchuriki, gaining power comparable to the legendary sage of 6 pads 5. Uchiha Madara's plan is to use the power of 10 tails to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, immerse everyone in fantasy and achieve peace. Fi-Eun explained to Wu Ying. Uchiha Madara has the power of the legendary sage of 6 paths? It's terrifying. That's right, Sage of 6 Paths is the one who is rumored to have created the entire ninja world. I'm afraid Uchiha Madara is not easy to deal with. Wu Ying was stunned when he heard Fi-Eun's words. They know Sage of 6 Paths, the man who created chakra years ago. It is not an exaggeration to say that the entire ninja world was created by him. Having obtained the power of Sage of 6 Paths, since he can create this world of ninja, wouldn't he also be able to destroy this world? The power of Sage of 6 Paths, how does it compare to you, Fi-Eun-sama? Terumi May had a worried look in her beautiful eyes. It's not that she is not confident in Fi-Eun's strength, but the power of Sage of 6 Paths is too terrifying. She is worried about Fi-Eun's safety. Don't worry, even if Sage of 6 Paths himself comes, it won't threaten the safety of ninja world. In fact, Fi-Eun is pretty sure to beat Uchiha Madara. He is actually equivalent to 10 tails Jinchuriki, and the quality of chakra is not much different from the real 10 tails. In addition, Fi-Eun has Shued Ji Luo and Rein Sharingan, and the pupil power is higher than that of Uchiha Madara's Samsara Sharingan. It can be said that there is a huge gap between Fi-Eun and Uchiha Madara even if they are also 6 paths level powerhouses. But Fi-Eun needs to worry about Sage of 6 Paths and his younger brother Atsutsuki Hamura. Fi-Eun, who has stepped into the 6 Paths level, knows very clearly that the 6 Paths powerhouse is immortal, and it is absolutely impossible to die of old age. These two old Gaobi were just afraid of being chased by the people of Atsutsuki's family, so they kept hiding in the dark. To put it bluntly, it is cowardice. In fact, the strength of Atsutsuki's main family is the same. If they can unite with Atsutsuki Kagaya, the Atsutsuki trio will not pose any threat at all. However, these two filial sons still sealed their own mother, which is really too filial. After hearing Fi-Eun's words, everyone's hearts calmed down a little. Then get ready to fight. We can't rely on Lord Fi-Eun's strength alone, but we also have to share it for Lord Fi-Eun. That's right, Uchiha Madara can't handle it with our ability, but 100,000 white Zetsu can be handed over to us to deal with. The 5 shadows are also ready to take on Uchiha Madara. Soon Uchiha Madara will be able to see the figure of 100,000 white Zetsu in Uno country. Fight out, you can't let them step into the kingdom of you. Fi-Eun turned on 6 paths chakra mode and flew directly over. Uchiha Madara and white Zetsu cannot be allowed to invade the land of Uno kingdom now. After all, there is no way to seek compensation from them when they defeat them. Most of these two poor ghosts have no money. It came just fine. Uchiha Madara looked at Fi-Eun and sneered. He didn't expect to fight so soon, and he would be ashamed. Sage Art Lan Dongguang Fang. Uchiha Madara directly activated the 6 paths Sage Art. Spitting out a chakra ray from the mouth, similar to the water-style water gun, is powerful and can directly cut the fairway jade of the 6 paths level. It is also the result of many years of research by Uchiha Madara. Fi-Eun can also do this ninjutsu, but since Fi-Eun has learned the blood and snares, Fi-Eun of Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu is not very good. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Fi-Eun activated Huanquan Hirazaka, and directly sent Lan Dongguanja to another dimension. After all, if this thing were shot into the kingdom of universe, the loss would be huge. Excellent time-space ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara's face became serious. He could feel that the ninjutsu Fi-Eun used just now was very terrifying. It was an advanced ninjutsu with 7 chakra attributes mixed in. This kind of ninjutsu cannot be done even if he has studied it for decades. With the same blood as his mother, Uchiha Fi-Eun is really not easy. Black Zetsu on the side was also stunned. Uchiha Fi-Eun will also follow the blood? This guy's strength is really unfathomable. It seems right to have Uchiha Madara as the pawn. Round Grave Border Prison. The next moment, Uchiha Madara directly used the ninjutsu of Will Tomb and Border Hell. This ninjutsu is the strongest ninjutsu of Uchiha Madara, and it can kill the Super Cage level powerhouse with one hit. Uchiha Madara used this move to kill the 9-tailed beast in Senju Hashirama in seconds. It can also be seen that Uchiha Madara is in a hurry and wants to fight Fi-Eun quickly. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully copying Will Tomb Border Prison. Taking advantage of the first time Uchiha Madara used the wheel grave, Fiiyun immediately copied it. Immediately. Round grave border prison. The next moment Fiiyun activated the Tomb of the Wheel, and Fiiyun's shadow and Uchiha Madara's shadow in the different space fought. Fiiyun's shadow directly kills all 4 shadows of Uchiha Madara. Puchi! Uchiha Madara suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood and covered his chest, his face full of surprise. Is your own Will Tomb border jail cracked so easily? Uchiha Madara looked at Fiiyun in disbelief, how easily his own Will Tomb was cracked. And it seems that Uchiha Fiiyun will also turn the tomb prison? Is this guy Rinnegan's pupil technique also the Tomb of Wheels? Impossible. According to Uchiha Madara's knowledge, each rinnegan has a separate pupil technique and it is impossible for 2 identical pupil techniques to appear. Then there is only one possibility. The Tomb of the Wheel was copied by Uchiha Fiiyun by some means. Can even Rinnegan's pupil technique be replicated? Uchiha Fiiyun's pupil power, how scary. Then I will use infinite Tsukuyomi later. Can't I also be copied by Uchiha Fiiyun? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt dizzy. Horrible. Terrible. For the first time, Madara felt that his opponent was suffocating himself. The feeling of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara on the side is the same. When my mother is resurrected, I must tell my mother the news. Zilla Zilla, at this time, the divine tree is growing infinitely. Meanwhile, the ninja army is fighting against White Zetsu's army of 100,000. Fiiyun won't take action either. After all, people in the ninja world also need to exercise. This is the best battlefield. All you have to do is look at Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Uchiha Fiiyun, what is your attitude towards Project Tsukinomi 55 at this moment? Uchiha Madara has already recognized that he cannot defeat Fiiyun. In this case, I can only implement Project Tsukinomi by Ashiin. I am very interested in Project Tsukinomi. A faint smile appeared on Fiiyun's mouth. This is not to deceive Uchiha Madara. Fiiyun is really interested in Project Tsukinomi. If Uchiha Madara does not turn on infinite Tsukuyomi, his mission will not be completed. Is what you said true? Uchiha Madara was a little stunned. He originally thought that Uchiha Fiiyun would refuse, but he did not expect Fiiyun to agree so readily, which made the cautious Uchiha Madara instinctively think it was a fraud. You look like you think I'm cheating on you. Fiiyun noticed Uchiha Madara's hesitation, and said with a smile, Madara, think about it, if I wasn't interested in Project Tsukinomi, I wouldn't have given you Rinnegan and the 9-tailed beast so easily. If I don't give it to you, do you think you can grab it from me with your strength? Fiiyun's words were rude, and Uchiha Madara fell into contemplation. Indeed, if Uchiha Fiiyun hadn't handed over the 9 tails and Rinnegan to himself, he would never have become the perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki. Because under the protection of Uchiha Fiiyun, even it is impossible for him to capture the tailed beast. From this point of view, what Uchiha Fiiyun said seems to make sense. Madara-sama, since Uchiha Fiiyun said so, let's hurry up and implement Project Tsukinomi. Black Zetsu on the side also scolded Uchiha Madara. He was really afraid that Uchiha Fiiyun would not let Madara use infinite Tsukuyomi, so that the mother would not be able to resurrect. Madara also believes in Black Zetsu's words. After all, in Madara's view, Black Zetsu is the embodiment of her own will, and it is impossible to betray her. Well, since that's the case, then I'll start. Uchiha Madara nodded, ready to cast Infinity End. Now that the sacred tree is in perfect condition, infinite Tsukuyomi is ready to use. And unlike the original, Uchiha Madara got the power of 9 complete tailed beasts, and the blossoming of the sacred tree is very fast. The original book waited for a while until the sacred tree bloomed. At this moment, suddenly, a strange chakra fluctuation caused Fiiyun and Madara to be stunned subconsciously. Are you finally showing up? At Satsuki Hagoromo. Fiiyun immediately reacted. This terrifying chakra surge is definitely a 6 paths level powerhouse, and it is the legendary sage of 6 paths at Satsuki Hagoromo. Sure enough, the next moment at Satsuki Hagoromo walked out of the alien space. This guy is. Uchiha Madara apparently also felt the chakra on its Satsuki Hagoromo, which was very similar to his own. Such a strong man should be the legendary sage of 6 paths at Satsuki Hagoromo. After seeing Sage of 6 Paths, Black Zetsu also clenched his teeth and almost broke his teeth. It was this unfilial son, and the two of them, Hamura, who sealed the mother. However, Black Zetsu did not dare to be too arrogant, but hit on Uchiha Madara's body, so that Satsuki Hagoromo would not find out. That's the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. After seeing Sage of 6 Paths, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Terumi Mei and Onoji also all came over. Sage of 6 Paths, is it still alive? What are you trying to do when you suddenly appeared? Fiiyun looked at Satsuki Hagoromo, and said with full of alertness. Now that Satsuki Hagoromo appeared in front of Fiiyun's eyes, Fiiyun could confirm that the guy was still alive, not a massive chakra's incarnation. As for the reason for Satsuki Higoromo's sudden appearance, Fei-Yun can probably guess. Now the two Destiny children Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are still very young, only a few years old. There is no way to push these two people out to stand in front. In order to prevent Satsuki Kagaya's resurrection, Satsuki Higoromo had to appear in person. Uchiha Fei-Yun, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a strong person like you to appear in the genin world. Satsuki Higoromo didn't answer Fei-Yun's question, but looked at Fei-Yun equally warily. According to normal circumstances, it is impossible for a 6 pads level powerhouse to appear in the ninja world unless 10 tails can be absorbed. But obviously 10 tails was absorbed by Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Fei-Yun must have become a 6 pads level powerhouse by other means. Of course, Satsuki Higoromo couldn't have guessed that Fei-Yun was a transmigrator, and he had a system. Sage of 6 pads, why are you suddenly showing up? Uchiha Madara also asked cautiously. This guy should have died for thousands of years, but he didn't die now, and suddenly appeared again. He must have some purpose. Of course to stop Project Tsukinomi, because it's all a conspiracy. 99 Satsuki Higoromo said to Uchiha Madara. However, before he could say the word of his conspiracy, Fei-Yun immediately took action. Don't let Satsuki Higoromo spoil his mission. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Fei-Yun came to Satsuki Higoromo's side. 6 pads large spiral wheel. Immediately after that Fei-Yun, a large spiral wheel with a yin-yang escape attached, hit Satsuki Higoromo. 6 pads large spiral wheel. Before the other party could finish his words, Fei-Yun fired a big spiral wheel and bombarded it towards Sage of 6 pads. The power of the big screw wheel is already very powerful. In the movie version, a big screw wheel of blackened Naruto can destroy Konoha. Coupled with Fei-Yun's yin and yang escape, the power is doubled. Dangerous attack. Satsuki Higoromo felt the surging chakra and knew that this move was powerful. Even if he was hit from the front, he would be seriously injured if not disabled, so Satsuki Higoromo immediately ducked. Want to run? Time goes back. Fei-Yun launched a time rewind, and Satsuki Higoromo returned to his place. It has to be said that the pupil technique of time reflow is too terrifying, even in the face of the 6 pads level powerhouse 870. As long as Fei-Yun's pupil strength is better than the opponent's, it is enough to make the opponent hard to guard against. Even if it is Sun Wukong, you have to return me to the place honestly and eat the attack. Now Fei-Yun has the Sharingan of reincarnation, which gathers the pupil power of the 3 immortal eyes. In this world, it can be said that no one's pupil power is stronger than Fei-Yun's. Whether it was Sage of 6 pads, or his mother Satsuki Kagaya. 6 pads Susanoo. Satsuki Higoromo is hard to guard against, but he is also worthy of being a 6 pads level powerhouse, and his response is very fast. When he returned to the original spot, he immediately opened 6 pads Susanoo, and Susanoo, who was several thousand meters tall, rose from the ground and defended the big spiral wheel. However, Susanoo also broke a big hole, which was quickly repaired by Satsuki Higoromo's pupil power. Is this the battle of the 6 pads level powerhouse? It's so terrifying, we will die even if we are affected by the aftermath. Let's retreat, it's too dangerous here, let's not disturb Lord Fei-Yun. Namikaze Minato, Onoji, Tsunade and others, who were fighting against the White Zetsu army, were also stunned. Such a battle, even if it is affected by the aftermath, the cage level powerhouses will die directly. When will the cage level powerhouses be unable to bear the aftermath? Dangerous guy, one shot will kill people. Uchiha Fei-Yun, you are too scary. Satsuki Higoromo looked at Fei-Yun coldly, exuding a terrifying aura. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I'm afraid I'd be seriously injured now. Scary? Isn't it scary for you, a coward who has been stalking for thousands of years? Fei-Yun sneered and asked the other side. For a time, Satsuki Higoromo was at a loss for words. Uchiha Madara, I advise you not to cast Project Tsukinomi because... Satsuki Higoromo did not intend to bicker with Fei-Yun, but spoke directly to Uchiha Madara. The reason why he can't sit still to show up is because he wants to directly stop Uchiha Madara from performing infinite Tsukuyomi. Because according to the layout of Sage of 6 pads, both Ashura and Indra's Chakra Reincarnator, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are still too young. Once Satsuki Kagaya is resurrected, there is no way to stop it by his own strength. Stop talking nonsense. 6 pads Susanoo. Fei-Yun gave a cold drink and also activated 6 pads Susanoo. With the addition of Tensegen's pupil power, Fei-Yun's Susanoo is several times bigger than the previous Sage Art Susanoo. Even Susanoo of Sage of 6 pads looks like a dwarf in front of Fei-Yun. Shut up. Fei-Yun manipulated the Qinglong Yinya sword and slashed at Satsuki Higoromo, hateful. Seeing this, Satsuki Higoromo could only quickly use all his strength to stop Fei-Yun, but he was still slashed back by Fei-Yun's big sword for dozens of kilometers. Satsuki Higoromo didn't stop until he crashed a few big mountains. Uchiha Madara, what are you waiting for? Seeing this, Fiiyun turned to Uchiha Madara and reminded him, Sir Madara, Satsuki Higoromo has been beaten back, this is a good opportunity. At the same time, Black Zetsu did not forget to stab the needle. I see. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara nodded and said. Then Uchiha Madara urged Chakra. At this time the sacred tree has become a complete body, and the huge trunk of the sacred tree can be seen from far away, majestic and majestic. God and the tree world are coming. Uchiha Madara's third eye has opened on his forehead at this time, which is the prelude to Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi is considered the most extensive ninjutsu in Hokage. After all, once it is successfully performed, the entire ninja world will be immersed in illusion. With the efforts of Uchiha Madara, the power of the divine tree fully exploded, and hundreds of millions of tree roots spread underground. At the same time, Uchiha Madara, who flew into the sky, cast Infinite Tsukuyomi when he was closest to the moon's position. Using Rinnegan's pupil power to project on the moon, anyone who is irradiated by the moonlight will fall into the illusion of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Finally, it worked. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara also let out a sigh of relief. As long as the implementation of Project Tsukinomi is completed, the entire ninja world will fall asleep in a sweet dream. The next world will be a perfect world without war and regret. Hey, it's successful. Black Zetsu, who was beside Uchiha Madara, also appeared. He laughed, and his tone was completely different from usual. Infinite Tsukuyomi has been cast out, and Mother is about to be resurrected. Uchiha Madara, watch out. It's all a plot by Black Zetsu, he's taking advantage of you. At this time, Satsuki Higoromo also slowed down and reminded Uchiha Madara. What did you say? Uchiha Madara hadn't reacted yet, and at the next moment, Black Zetsu gave Uchiha Madara a hand back. Black Zetsu's hand went through Uchiha Madara's heart, and Uchiha Madara couldn't move. And it seems that all the strength in his body has been hollowed out. Uchiha Madara can't resist even if he wants to resist. Black Zetsu, what do you mean? Are you trying to betray me? Uchiha Madara asked with difficulty. Isn't Black Zetsu a product of his own creation? How can he betray himself? Uchiha Madara, you are really embarrassed. At this time, Fiiyun was also talking sarcastic words, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, Uchiha Madara, I'm not what you created, so are you worthy to create me? Black Zetsu chuckled as he continued to devour Uchiha Madara's body. All late, Uchiha Madara, you have been deceived by Black Zetsu's conspiracy. 99 Satsuki Higoromo also closed his eyes in despair at this moment. Once Satsuki Kagaya is resurrected, the ninja world he created will be over. The most important thing is that Satsuki Higoromo has no confidence that he can beat Satsuki Kagaya. After all, only relying on his own strength is not enough to seal Satsuki Kagaya. Black Zetsu, are you united with Uchiha Fiiyun? Uchiha Madara recalled that Fiiyun had been persuading himself to use Infinite Tsukuyomi, and Black Zetsu had been persuading himself to use Infinite Tsukuyomi, and combined with what Sage of Six Paths said this was a conspiracy, he suspected that Fiiyun and Black Zetsu had joined forces. Is this thing worth working with me? You just need to know that you've been played by Black Zetsu from start to finish, and Project Tsukinomi, it's Black Zetsu's conspiracy, 23's conspiracy to resurrect his mother. Fiiyun looked at Uchiha Madara and shook his head and sighed. A generation of hero Uchiha Madara was played around by a Black Zetsu. I have to say that this is too funny, and it is the most appropriate to describe it as a plot kill. Now that it's all over, I don't need to hide it. Madara, Uchiha Fiiyun is right, Project Tsukinomi, etc., it's all my conspiracy. Including the words on the stone tablets of the Uchiha family, I have also tampered with it, just to make you believe all this. It's all about resurrecting my mother and also Satsuki Higoromo's mother, Satsuki Kagaya. Black Zetsu showed a triumphant smile, and things were done at this point. His mother will be resurrected immediately, and the dormancy for 1,000 years is for this moment. Damn! At the end, Uchiha Madara's voice became very angry, but the anger was useless. All his powers were drained by Black Zetsu, and now Uchiha Madara has only incompetent fury. Soon Uchiha Madara's body was used as a container, then Uchiha Madara lost consciousness and Satsuki Kagaya descended. Looking at Satsuki Kagaya in front of him, Fiiyun also had a strange feeling. After all, this is the first time Fiiyun has seen Satsuki Kagaya with his own eyes. He is not a paper person, but a real living person standing in front of him. This feeling is still very wonderful. The moment Satsuki Kagaya was resurrected, Fiiyun also got the reward he wanted. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully resurrecting Satsuki Kagaya. Mission reward 5 million points, immortal body, 6 paths planetary devastation. Soon Fiiyun was rewarded. The immortal body and 6 paths planetary devastation have slightly enhanced Fiiyun's strength. At least when facing Satsuki Kagaya, Fiiyun has another sealing hand. Black Zetsu, you succeeded. Just after being resurrected, Satsuki Kagaya was still a little confused, and his voice was a little hoarse. After all, she has also been sleeping for more than 1,000 years, and it is normal to be confused. Mother, Atsutsuki Higoromo's wicked son is also here. Kill this wicked son first. If it wasn't for Atsutsuki Higoromo, the mother would not be sealed. Black Zetsu quickly reminded his mother that the dutiful son of Sage of Six Paths was also there. Black Zetsu absolutely hates Sage of Six Paths. After all, he is Kagaya's will. Of course Kagaya hates Sage of Six Paths as a dutiful son. You be asterisk D. Atsutsuki Kagaya's momentum suddenly started to skyrocket when he saw Atsutsuki Higoromo. The docile appearance of the whole person has also become very scary. It seems that she has a lot of hatred for the son Atsutsuki Higoromo. After all, it has been sealed for thousands of years. If Black Zetsu was not born immediately before being sealed, I am afraid that Atsutsuki Kagaya will never come out in this life. By the way, mother, you have to be careful about that guy named Uchiha Fiiun during this process. I don't know what his purpose is, but he is very powerful, so be careful. Black Zetsu also quickly reminded his mother that in addition to Sage of Six Paths, Fiiun was also present. For Fiiun's strength, Black Zetsu is not very clear, although he does not think Fiiun is Atsutsuki Kagaya's opponent, but still be careful. Being reminded by Black Zetsu, Atsutsuki Kagaya also sensed Fiiun's existence. Then she started to use her power of perception to check Fiiun's strength, and then Atsutsuki Kagaya was stunned. Uchiha Fiiun's chakra is terrifying to himself, not to mention the opponent's pupil power. That is the pupil power that even he can't see through, which means that Uchiha Fiiun's pupil power is definitely higher than his own. My concubine has to deal with the evil son Atsutsuki Higoromo first. I hope you don't interfere, otherwise I will not be polite. Atsutsuki Kagaya said fiercely to Fiiun. If you please, I will not stop you, but I will also observe quietly. Fiiun said with his hands behind his back. Fiiun still wanted to observe the battle between Atsutsuki Kagaya and Atsutsuki Higoromo, and if 870 could copy some powerful ninjutsu from these two, it would be best. Fiiun would not let this opportunity go easily. Okay, whatever you want. Atsutsuki Kagaya nodded, as long as Fiiun didn't interfere. Heyo, die. 35 Then Atsutsuki Kagaya shot directly at Atsutsuki Higoromo. 80 God's Airstrike. Hui Yoryuki's shot is a heavy blow, and the 80 God Airstrike is one of the strongest physical skills. In the original book, Uchiha Suzuki's Rinnegan Suzana was smashed casually. Even if the Six Paths powerhouse was hit directly, it would at least be seriously injured. However, Atsutsuki Higoromo was not stupid, and would not stand to let Atsutsuki Kagaya fight, but simply avoided it. Really silly. Seeing this scene, Fiiun was also speechless. Atsutsuki Kagaya's combat experience was so bad that it could be said that he had no combat experience at all. No wonder Atsutsuki Higoromo dodged the 80 God's airstrike so easily. Mother, can't you see clearly? Now we should not be enemies, we should first solve the big trouble of Uchiha Fiiun together. 99 Atsutsuki Higoromo finally spoke, and he hoped to cooperate with Atsutsuki Kagaya to solve Fiiun first. Atsutsuki Higoromo's goal is very clear, and that is Fiiun. In his opinion, Fiiun is even more threatening than his own mother, Atsutsuki Kagaya. Nizai, I'm going to kill you first. 35 Atsutsuki Kagaya did not agree to Atsutsuki Higoromo. After all, she hated Yui very deeply. As for Fiiun, Atsutsuki Kagaya has no grudge against Fiiun. Atsutsuki Kagaya, how do you think I can help you kill this villain together? Fiiun raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and also moved to kill. Sage of Six Paths is too stubborn. Originally, their mother and son could not interfere with each other, but if Sage of Six Paths wanted to do something to himself, Fiiun was of course welcome. I don't need your help, the concubine is going to kill this traitor with her own hands. Atsutsuki Kagaya refused Fiiun's request, and she wanted to kill Atsutsuki Higoromo herself in order to relieve her hatred. Rabbit needle. Atsutsuki Kagaya opened his eyes, and his white hair turned into sharp needles and fell from the sky. These needle tips need to cooperate with the white eyes to function, because they are all aimed at the acupuncture points of the human body. Once they are hit, their actions will be blocked, and they will become fish and meat on the chopping board for others to slaughter. Seeing this, Atsutsuki Higoromo looked awe-inspiring, and opened the reincarnation. Suzana resisted the rabbit hair needle and completely blocked the rabbit hair needle. Mother, you are too stubborn, you should beat Uchiha Fiiun with me, he is definitely a big threat, you will regret it. Atsutsuki Higoromo said regretfully. He originally thought that Atsutsuki Kagaya would take into account the feelings of mother and son and deal with outsiders together with him, but he didn't expect his mother to hate him so much. It was a miscalculation. Boom boom boom. Atsutsuki Higoromo and Atsutsuki Kagaya scuffled together, and every move was enough to split mountains and seas, and the entire ninja world seemed to explode like the end of the world. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Seeing this, Fiiun also opened Huanquan Hirazaka, and let all the people in the ninja world take refuge in the different space. The losses suffered by the ninja world can be recovered at any time. After all, Fei-Yun has mastered the yin and yang escape that creates all things. It's just that these people can't be killed, everyone is dead. What fun does Fei-Yun have in controlling the entire ninja world? 6 paths planetary devastation. The two scuffled together. Itsutsuki Higoromo seized a flaw revealed by Itsutsuki Kagaya, and used the super-strong sealing technique of 6 paths planetary devastation. Itsutsuki Kagaya is immortal and cannot be killed no matter what kind of damage, and the only way to deal with her is to use the sealing technique. Damn renegade! Itsutsuki Kagaya roared in despair, because when she found planetary devastation, it was too late to dodge. Who made her combat experience close to nothing, but she couldn't exert her powerful strength at all. Fei-Yun even felt that Itsutsuki Kagaya was not as good as 6 paths Madara in actual combat. Otherwise, she wouldn't have revealed such a big flaw and was almost sealed again. Murder the ashes. At this moment, Fei-Yun was not idle, but shot at Itsutsuki Higoromo. At least in Fei-Yun's opinion, Itsutsuki Kagaya can't be killed by Itsutsuki Higoromo now, because Fei-Yun has got a new system task. Ding SSS level mission, defeat Itsutsuki Kagaya. Mission reward 5 million points, travel through the gate of time and space, time limit unlimited, mission failure, no penalty. This is the system task Fei-Yun just got, and the reward is to travel through the gate of time and space. Fei-Yun has asked, this gate of time and space can travel through the world of other planes at will, and the reward is still very good. So Fei-Yun needed to seal Itsutsuki Kagaya himself, instead of letting Sage of 6 Paths do it. Oops, a total of ashes flew out very covertly, which directly prevented Itsutsuki Higoromo's 6 Paths planetary devastation from being successful. After all, Itsutsuki Higoromo is not an immortal body. If he is hit by the ashes of the co-killer, he will have to peel off his skin even if he does not die. So Itsutsuki Higoromo gave up the seal of Itsutsuki Kagaya, and instead chose to give priority to avoiding Fei-Yun's co-killing ashes. Thank you, Uchiha Fei-Yun. Itsutsuki Kagaya thought he was going to be sealed, but Fei-Yun saved his life. Itsutsuki Kagaya immediately thanked Fei-Yun. After all, if it wasn't for Fei-Yun, she would be sealed again after she was finally resurrected. Of course, she was grateful to Fei-Yun. Oh, are you a woman thankful? It's surprising. Fei-Yun also said somewhat unexpectedly, not expecting Itsutsuki Kagaya to apologize to him. However, Itsutsuki Kagaya's appearance can be regarded as a beautiful beauty, and Fei-Yun feels very cool that such a person apologizes to himself. However, your strength is too bad. Even though Chakra is much stronger than Itsutsuki Higoromo, he was almost sealed by him. Fei-Yun teased Itsutsuki Kagaya. Facing Fei-Yun's ridicule, Itsutsuki Kagaya did not refute it. She was just about to be sealed by the evil sun again, which had already made her realize the reality, that she could not kill the evil sun Itsutsuki Higoromo by her own strength, and she had to rely on the strength of others. Uchiha Fei-Yun, cooperate with me, and kill this traitor together. You can promise you any concubine you want. 35 Itsutsuki Kagaya took the initiative to speak to Fei-Yun. She decides to kill Itsutsuki Higoromo with Fei-Yun's power. Any conditions? I can kill Itsutsuki Higoromo with you, but I haven't thought about what you need to do for me right now, and I'll tell you when I think about it. Fei-Yun looked at Itsutsuki Kagaya, wondering if she would agree to let her warm the bed for herself. Now is not the time to think about this. I need to kill Itsutsuki Higoromo first. After all, if this guy dies for a day, his ninja world will not be peaceful for a day. Damn, mother, you actually united with outsiders to deal with your son. Itsutsuki Higoromo also did not expect that Fei-Yun and Itsutsuki Kagaya would join forces against Zi Qianzhao's self. Once the two are united, they can only die. Let's stop fighting for now, Huang Quan Hirazaka. Itsutsuki Higoromo immediately decided to retreat, so he activated his pupil technique and opened a different space to escape. Although Sage of 6 Paths in the original book did not perform the blood snares ninjutsu, but in the Book of Arrays, he clearly has the attributes of blood snares, and he will definitely have several Sage snares ninjutsu. Don't try to run, time goes back. Fei-Yun snorted coldly and activated the extremely terrifying pupil technique called Time Rewind, which directly pulled Itsutsuki Higoromo back to his original place. Don't be stunned, such a good opportunity has not been shot yet. Fei-Yun commanded Itsutsuki Kagaya, who was looking at him. The concubine knows, and kills the ashes together. Itsutsuki Kagaya immediately launched the full use of the ashes to kill the ashes, and once hit, even Sage of 6 Paths will be either dead or brutal. To kill the ashes, Itsutsuki Kagaya mobilized the chakra all over his body and used the ashes to kill him. Once he was stabbed, even Sage of 6 Paths would be dead or disabled. The silver wheel is reborn. At a critical moment, a violent hurricane suddenly rose up and shot towards Itsutsuki Kagaya. Then he destroyed Itsutsuki Kagaya's ashes in an instant. What does this chakra feel like? Interesting, Tensegen's power? 35. What does this feel like? Seeing the scene, Etsutsuki Kagaya, Fiiun and Etsutsuki Higoromo were all stunned at the same time. Then everyone discovered that there was another person beside Etsutsuki Higoromo, who looked a bit like Etsutsuki Higoromo. The only difference is that the man's eyes are a pair of Tenseigan, not rinnegan. Hamura, you are not dead yet. The next moment, Etsutsuki Kagaya immediately became violent again. That's right, it was Etsutsuki Kagaya's second son, Etsutsuki Hamura, who showed up. When Kagaya was sealed, in addition to Etsutsuki Higoromo, there was also Etsutsuki Hamura, the guy who worked together to seal Etsutsuki Kagaya. Like Etsutsuki Higoromo, he did not die, but hid. Seeing that his brother was in danger for his life, Etsutsuki Hamura had to break the hidden appearance. The two dutiful sons are here. Fiiun couldn't help laughing when he saw Etsutsuki Higoromo and Etsutsuki Hamura in front of him. Just like his own guess, after the strength reaches the 6 paths level, it will not age and die. Hamura, after seeing Etsutsuki Hamura, Sage of 6 Paths also looked overjoyed and calmed down. I didn't think that my brother, like me, didn't die. If you have to deal with Uchiha Fiiun and Etsutsuki Kagaya alone, you will lose. But if you add his younger brother Etsutsuki Hamura, it is still unclear who will die. Mother, you actually really wanted to kill your brother just now. We are your sons, and now we should unite to deal with foreigners. Etsutsuki Hamura spoke to Etsutsuki Kagaya as soon as he came, and wanted to provoke the relationship between Etsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Fiiun. After all, Etsutsuki Hamura has also been lurking in the dark, knowing Fiiun's strength, and he felt a more dangerous aura from Fiiun than Etsutsuki Kagaya. You conceal your own mother, so you have the nerve to say that I am an outsider? I even saved your mother once. Fiiun looked at Etsutsuki Hamura and laughed. It seems that the filial sons in Hokage are very shameless. When there are outsiders, I want to unite the power of my mother. Without outsiders, these two brothers are ready to seal their mother, so they are a double-standard dog. That's right, you two rebels, if I help you deal with Uchiha Fiiun, you will definitely join forces to deal with me in the future. Concubine won't be fooled by you again. Just be a concubine and never have your two sons. Etsutsuki Kagaya doesn't eat Etsutsuki Hamura at all. Even if the person in front of him is his own son, but he has also sealed his own enemies, Etsutsuki Kagaya can no longer believe them. Then it's just a fight. Having said this, the Etsutsuki brothers also understood that today is a life and death battle. Fight, of course fight, you both have to die today. Fiiun has decided that whether it is Etsutsuki Hamura or Etsutsuki Higoromo, he must get rid of himself. These two are 6 paths level powers, and if they escape now, it will be difficult to find them next time. After all, if these two people don't want to show their flaws, even Fiiun can't find them at all. When, CDFC, they hide in the shadows of the ninja world and make some difficulties for Fiiun, it will be very troublesome. 80 Gods Airstrike. Fiiun launched the 80 Gods Airstrike, pushing chakra into the palm of his hand and releasing it, producing countless powerful fists. These fists can not only attack but also be used for defense. When used in conjunction with Tenseigan, the power is enormous. Reincarnation Susanoo. Etsutsuki Higoromo immediately started Susanoo, but his Susanoo was instantly smashed by Fiiun's Yosokamai. So powerful, even my brother's Susanoo was shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Etsutsuki Hamura's expression became solemn, and Uchiha Fiiun was indeed a great threat. The golden wheel is reborn. Etsutsuki Hamura decided to work with his older brother to get rid of the biggest threat, Uchiha Fiiun. Boom! The golden chakra rose into the sky, forming a yellow long sword that shot straight into the sky, and slashed towards Fiiun. Hamura, are you ignoring the existence of your concubine? Etsutsuki Kagaya also started at this moment. Although her combat experience was poor, the fool also knew that it was time to start. Expand Truth-Seeking Ball. Etsutsuki Kagaya directly launched the terrifying Truth-Seeking Ball, which has the power to seal everything. Expansion Truth-Seeking Ball has the power to return the world to nothingness. Boom! Although the golden wheel is very powerful, it is defeated by Etsutsuki Kagaya's inflated Truth-Seeking Ball. The huge chakra golden sword was instantly swallowed by the Truth-Seeking Ball. The dutiful son, die for me, to kill the ashes. At this time Fiiun also shot at Etsutsuki Hamura. After all, this guy has always wanted to kill Fiiun, and of course Fiiun is going to fight back, shooting the ashes towards Etsutsuki Hamura. The Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Seeing this, Sage of 6 Paths quickly used the time-space ninjutsu of Huankwan Hirazaka, trying to swallow Fiiun's ashes. Time goes back. However, this kind of trick is useless in front of Fiiun. The same time and space ninjutsu time reflow directly returned Sage of 6 Paths to the state before Huankwan Hirazaka was activated. Puff! The next moment, the ashes of the total killing were stabbed into Etsutsuki Hamura's body. How is that possible? Etsutsuki Hamura's eyes widened, he could already feel the breath of death approaching him. Immediately afterwards, Etsutsuki Hamura's body began to change, the body continued to dissolve, and finally the body became a pile of ashes and dissipated in the air. As long as you are not mortal, you will die if you hit this trick. Watching Itsutsuki Hamura's body dissipate, Fiiyun said lightly. The next step is to solve the Sage of Six Paths Hamura. Itsutsuki Higoromo did not expect that his younger brother would be killed so easily. There is no way, the Six Paths level powerhouse is enough to kill the non-Six Paths powerhouse in an instant, like a god. But Six Paths level powerhouses are also divided into levels. Itsutsuki Higoromo just awakened a Tensagen, and his strength is poor in the Six Paths class, even far less than his brother Sage of Six Paths. And Fiiyun's strength is undoubtedly the top among the Six Paths level, and even among the Six Paths powerhouses, there are not many people who are Fiiyun's opponents. It is still very easy to kill a Itsutsuki Hamura in seconds. It's your turn next, Itsutsuki Higoromo. Fiiyun immediately turned his gaze to Itsutsuki Higoromo with murderous intent in his eyes. This old Gaobi must not let him escape. Yuyi, take your life. Itsutsuki Kagaya acted first and killed the filial son Yumura, and she had to kill Yui. The air cannon shot out with a punch, forming a strong shock wave in the air, which shot towards Itsutsuki Higoromo. Time goes back. Seeing that Itsutsuki Higoromo wanted to escape, Fiiyun directly used the time flow to pull Itsutsuki Higoromo back. Puff! Itsutsuki Higoromo was hit head-on by Itsutsuki Kagaya's taijutsu and spat out a mouthful of blood. 80 Gods Airstrike. Itsutsuki Kagaya continued to hit the 80 Gods Airstrike. With Fiiyun's cooperation, Itsutsuki Higoromo couldn't escape and was hit again, with terrifying scars on his body. At this time, half of Itsutsuki Higoromo's body was knocked out, but he was a Six Paths level powerhouse, and he soon recovered half of his body. Damn, tricky ninjutsu. Itsutsuki Higoromo looked at Fiiyun with ultimate hatred. If it weren't for Uchiha Fiiyun's tricky time and space ninjutsu, he and his mother would not have been at a disadvantage. After all, Itsutsuki Kagaya's combat experience is very poor, and Itsutsuki Higoromo is sure to seal Itsutsuki Kagaya in a heads-up situation. How dare you stare at me, courting death? 35 Tsukuyomi. Seeing this, Fiiyun gave a cold drink and activated Tsukuyomi. Itsutsuki Higoromo couldn't escape and was pulled into the illusion space by Fiiyun. In this illusion space, Fiiyun is the real god. The mountains collapse and the land reclaims all within Fiiyun's thoughts. Of course, the most important thing is that Fiiyun's pupil power is far stronger than Itsutsuki Higoromo. If Uchiha Ataki is against Itsutsuki Higoromo, his Tsukuyomi will be cracked instantly. Afterwards, Fiiyun tortured Itsutsuki Higoromo with hundreds of different torture methods. He beat Itsutsuki Higoromo as death, and his spirit was severely damaged. Your mental strength is still quite strong. Disarming Tsukuyomi, looking at the dying, embarrassed Itsutsuki Higoromo, Fiiyun teased. Mental trauma is different from physical trauma. Even for a Six Paths level powerhouse with yin and yang, mental trauma cannot be recovered in a short time. Itsutsuki Higoromo even felt that his consciousness was blurred. It's the concubine's turn to take action and kill the ashes together. Seeing that Itsutsuki Higoromo lost his ability to resist, Itsutsuki Kagaya launched the final blow. The ashes pierced into Itsutsuki Higoromo's body, turning Itsutsuki Higoromo into ashes. It seems that even if Itsutsuki Higoromo is 10 tails Jinchuriki, he is not immortal. Died. Looking at the slain Itsutsuki Higoromo, Itsutsuki Kagaya's heart suddenly became complicated. Although he hated his two sons to death before, but he really killed his son, Itsutsuki Kagaya felt a little sad in his heart. This is also quite normal. Itsutsuki Kagaya just ate the chakra fruit and is not really a god, she is essentially a person and has feelings. Man, concubine admires you very much, you are very powerful, I hope to cooperate with you. Itsutsuki Kagaya extended an olive branch towards Fiiyun again. In fact, the people Itsutsuki Kagaya really feared were not his two sons, but the people of Itsutsuki's main family. The Itsutsuki clan is a clan in the universe, and their mission is to find a suitable planet to cultivate the chakra tree and bear the powerful chakra fruit. He was originally the one who was sent by the Itsutsuki family to this planet to plant a sacred tree. Itsutsuki Kagaya was actually just a servant of Itsutsuki's main family. At that time, there was a person named Itsutsuki Ichishi who came with Itsutsuki Kagaya. The two calculated each other. In the end, Itsutsuki Kagaya was superior, secretly calculated Itsutsuki Ichi, and ate the fruit of chakra. Equals Q plus percent. Itsutsuki Kagaya knew that one day the people of the Itsutsuki family would hunt down this planet, and the power of the Itsutsuki family was quite strong. Even as strong as Kagaya is very afraid, so Kagaya still wants to cooperate with Fiiyun. I'll talk about whether you can cooperate or not. You don't remember that you promised me before. If you help you defeat the two rebels, you will promise me a request. 99 Fiiyun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Itsutsuki Kagaya, already thinking about what to ask the other party to agree to. My concubine will promise you. Itsutsuki Kagaya looked at Fiiyun and said, with some good feelings in his eyes, She now knows Fei-Yun very well, and is very powerful. She is no opponent at all. If it weren't for Fei-Yun, she would probably be sealed by two evil sons again. Okay, then you are ready to be sealed by me now. Fei-Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at Itsutsuki Kagaya. One of his tasks is to defeat Itsutsuki Kagaya and get the gate of time and space. According to the interpretation of the system, it can travel through any world. Uchiha Fei-Yun, what do you mean? Do you want to seal your concubine like those two rebels? Hearing this, Itsutsuki Kagaya frowned, his body subconsciously moved away from Fei-Yun, and his expression suddenly became unkind. The cooperation between the two is obviously very pleasant, but why do you suddenly have to seal yourself? Are all men so fickle? What are you in a hurry? I can let you out after I seal you. Fei-Yun looked at Itsutsuki Kagaya. The guy seemed to be hurt a little bit by the man. Shut up, concubine won't believe your nonsense anymore. Itsutsuki Kagaya was totally disappointed. Didn't expect to be betrayed by a man again? The emotionally unstable Itsutsuki Kagaya broke out, directly opening the tail beast. Itsutsuki Kagaya initiated the beastization of the tail, changing from the goddess into a monster resembling a rabbit. The size of this rabbit is very huge and ugly, which does not fit the image of Itsutsuki Kagaya at all. Boom! After transforming into a beast, Itsutsuki Kagaya attacked Fei-Yun. Countless chakras condensed fists appeared on the body of the tailed beast and punched Fei-Yun. These fists flew from countless directions, and it was an attack without dead ends. What's even more terrifying is that the destructive power of these arms is very powerful, and any substance they touch can be directly wiped off, which is equivalent to a fist-shaped truth-seeking ball. Ordinary people can't deal with these arms at all, because the arms themselves cannot be destroyed unless they have the same level of Six Paths magic. Six Paths Shinra Tensei. Fei-Yun launched the Shen Luo Tianzhang and blocked all the fists with 870s. The truth-seeking ball is very difficult for the powers below Six Paths, but it is not so scary against the powers of the Six Paths level. At least the truth-seeking ball does not pose any threat to Fei-Yun, even if it is a bigger truth-seeking ball. Tailed Beast Bomb. The next moment, Itsutsuki Kagaya launched Tailed Beast Bomb directly. Her Tailed Beast Bomb is much more powerful and terrifying than 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb. Itsutsuki Kagaya's own Tailed Beast Bomb that erases everything he touches. Fei-Yun had to take it seriously after feeling the horrible chakra on Itsutsuki Kagaya Tailed Beast Bomb. Six Paths Golden Wheel's explosion. The next moment, Fei-Yun unleashed the Golden Wheel to reincarnate, and also combined the power of Yin and Yang. Anything that the Golden Reincarnation Blast touches can erase it. Boom! The Golden Spinning Bomb and Tailed Beast Bomb touched together, and a terrifying explosion occurred. In the area affected by the explosion, all matter was wiped out, leaving only a bare piece of ruins. I won't play with you, the ninja world is mine, and if it is destroyed like this, it will probably be destroyed. Fei-Yun looked at the ruins and said lightly, the place of the battle is the ninja world. Fei-Yun has long regarded the ninja world as his personal belongings, and Fei-Yun feels a little distressed that so many things have been destroyed. Mother, you can't fight Uchiha Fei-Yun head-on. You can first absorb the chakra of the ninjas who were hit by infinite Tsukuyomi, and then fight him when he becomes stronger. At this point Black Zetsu spoke from inside Itsutsuki Kagaya's cuff. Okay, you're right. Starting ball space. Itsutsuki Kagaya felt that Fei-Yun was about to get serious, so he put away the tail beast form and changed back to the human form, released the Heavenly Imperial Palace, and entered his own starting ball space. This starting ball space is a bit desolate, but as long as it is practical, it will do. Itsutsuki Kagaya started absorbing the chakras who had fallen into the infinite Tsukuyomi ninjas. Itsutsuki Kagaya's chakra swells up again. Flying Thunder God. Seeing Itsutsuki Kagaya escape, Fei-Yun immediately used Flying Thunder God to chase after him. Based on Fei-Yun's combat experience, he secretly left a Flying Thunder God spell in his contact with Itsutsuki Kagaya. Soon Fei-Yun came behind Itsutsuki Kagaya. Damn, when was the Flying Thunder God technique left on my concubine? Feeling Fei-Yun's chakra, Itsutsuki Kagaya snorted and raised his hand to hit Fei-Yun with a punch. Seeing this, Fei-Yun punched Itsutsuki Kagaya without fear. Fei-Yun didn't need to keep his hands in this starting ball space, but directly used all his strength. After all, in the ninja world, Fei-Yun would have some scruples to use such a large-scale move, but now it is not in the ninja world, but in a different dimension, Fei-Yun can have no scruples. Boom! Fei-Yun with all his strength knocked Itsutsuki Kagaya back several kilometers with one punch. Itsutsuki Kagaya was in control of everything in the opening space and tried to catch himself, but had to crash a lot to stop. In terms of chakra quality, Fei-Yun is not inferior to Itsutsuki Kagaya at all. In terms of pupil strength, Fei-Yun is several levels stronger than Itsutsuki Kagaya, and it is normal to do so. Final Truth-Seeking Ball. Itsutsuki Kagaya didn't plan to spend any more with Fei-Yun, and used the strongest move directly. In the original work, Itsutsuki Kagaya has not used this move, that is because there is no chance, and now she has a chance, she will directly use her strongest move. The next moment, Etsutsuki Kagaya once again transformed into a tailed beast and released a huge truth-seeking ball. This truth-seeking ball will continue to expand, much larger than the expanded truth-seeking ball. Not only that, the entire starting ball space is also constantly shrinking under Etsutsuki Kagaya's control, and if it shrinks again, it can be said that the entire starting ball space will be destroyed by this blow. Etsutsuki Kagaya wanted to die with Fiiyun. Of course, Etsutsuki Kagaya is immortal, she will not be killed, she just wants to kill Fiiyun. However, Etsutsuki Kagaya doesn't know that Fiiyun actually has an immortal body, and there is no way to defeat Fiiyun except seal. Not bad power, enough to destroy a world. Looking at the final truth-seeking ball, Fiiyun exclaimed, and then copied it down. If this move exploded with all his strength, it would be a star-destroying move. Although Fiiyun was immortal, he would still feel pain, so there was no need to force this move. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Fiiyun activated Huanquan Hirazaka to leave the starting ball space, and after the truth-seeking ball exploded, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the starting ball space. At this time, the space of the initial ball really turned into nothingness, and there was no substance, and it looked desolate and desolate. Only Etsutsuki Kagaya, covered in horrific scars, stayed in the opening space. Damn man, why are you unscathed? Etsutsuki Kagaya stared at Fiiyun, panting. Although her chakra is infinite, after using the final truth-seeking ball, it still consumes 5.2 horror, and even her breath is a lot weaker. I have to say that Etsutsuki Kagaya's combat experience is really bad. Even Fiiyun's information is not complete, and he doesn't test Fiiyun's trump cards. As soon as he comes up, he wants to die with Fiiyun, which is really whimsical. Not to mention dealing with Fiiyun, even dealing with Sage of Six Paths might be a bit difficult. If you want to blame it, you are too weak. Go to sleep again, Etsutsuki Kagaya. Fiiyun said lightly, gathering the power of Yang in one hand and the power of Yin in the other, ready to use Six Paths planetary devastation to seal Etsutsuki Kagaya. No, don't seal the concubine body, I promise you any concubine body you want, don't seal the concubine body. Feeling a mortal threat, Etsutsuki Kagaya pleads. Don't seal your concubine, you will promise you any concubine you want, don't seal your concubine. Feeling a mortal threat, Etsutsuki Kagaya pleads. She didn't want to endure that sealed loneliness anymore. It's no use begging, I must seal you. 99 Fiiyun looked at Etsutsuki Kagaya with a hint of pity. After all, such a beautiful woman begging in front of her, Fiiyun, as a man, would certainly be moved by pity, and Fiiyun was not a eunuch. However, in order to reward Fiiyun, Etsutsuki Kagaya must also be defeated. In order to become stronger, women cannot. Of course, Etsutsuki Kagaya can be released later, it depends on Etsutsuki Kagaya's performance. But after I seal you, I can let you out, Fiiyun said while looking at Etsutsuki Kagaya. In terms of beauty, Etsutsuki Kagaya is also ranked in the ninja world, not to mention strength. In the entire ninja world, apart from Fiiyun, I am afraid that no one is Etsutsuki Kagaya's opponent. If such a woman can be subdued, it is the best. Men, do you mean what you say? Number 23 would be deceiving a concubine, right? Hearing this, Etsutsuki Kagaya was a little alert and a little expectant. After all, she had been betrayed by both her man and her son, and was very disappointed with the man Etsutsuki Kagaya. You can only choose to trust me, don't you? Fiiyun said with a raised eyebrow. Hearing this, Etsutsuki Kagaya gritted his silver teeth and decided to believe Fiiyun. After all, Fiiyun is right, now he can only trust the other party and has no choice. Man, concubine trusts you one more time. If you dare to deceive concubine, concubine will not spare you when the seal is released next time, Etsutsuki Kagaya said. Don't worry, I always do what I say, Fiiyun said without blushing. For a shameless person, Fiiyun certainly won't do what he says, but looking at Etsutsuki Kagaya's innocent appearance, Fiiyun doesn't need to deceive the other party. Six Paths planetary devastation. Later, with the cooperation of Etsutsuki Kagaya, Fiiyun sealed Etsutsuki Kagaya very easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and getting a reward for traveling through the gate of time and space, 5 million points. At the moment when Etsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, the rewards of the system also arrived. Traveling through the gate of time and space can travel through any world, and you can return to the world of Hokage at any time, which is a very powerful reward. Uchiha Fiiyun, is it all in your master? Including Black Zetsu's conspiracy, and the existence of Sage of Six Paths, you seem to know all this, and nothing is hidden from your eyes. But what are you doing all this for? After Etsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, Uchiha Madara said to Fiiyun with a dying breath. There was unwillingness and shock in his tone. After all, it was Fiiyun who handed over the nine-tailed beasts and rinnegan to him and released Etsutsuki Kagaya. Then he had to seal Etsutsuki Kagaya, and after the seal was successful, Fiiyun unsealed Etsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Madara really couldn't understand why Fiiyun did this. For what? Of course it's to become stronger. I explained to you that you don't understand, you can only say that we are not people of the same level. Looking at the dying Uchiha Madara, Fei-Yun's tone also softened. Of course, I did this to complete the mission, but I couldn't tell Uchiha Madara that he was a transmigrator and that he had a system. Then what are you going to do next? The ninja world has been unified, I believe there will be no more wars under your rule. Uchiha Madara suddenly changed the conversation and became relieved. Yes, my original dream was to achieve world peace. Now it seems that although Project Tsuki-no-Mi is all a conspiracy, the ninja world should go bright under Fei-Yun's rule. After all, no one in the ninja world can threaten Fei-Yun. There is a powerful ruler to form a shock. If Fei-Yun is not dead, it is impossible for the ninja world to fall into war. Yes, your dreams will come true in my hands, so you can go with peace of mind. Fei-Yun felt that Uchiha Madara had changed a bit, so he consoled the other side. After all, Uchiha Madara is also a poor man. His younger brother was killed, betrayed by his clansmen, and turned around by Black Zetsu, and his original intention was to no longer have wars in the ninja world. Such a person cannot be said to be a bad person, only that he is looking for his own justice. Fei-Yun still admires such a person. I see. Uchiha Madara said lightly, and went away with peace of mind. A generation of heroes has come to an end. 6 Paths Planetary Devastation Solution. 95. After completing the task, Fei-Yun directly released the seal of Itsutsuki Kagaya. Man, you really didn't deceive the concubine, and the concubine didn't misread you. The unsealed Itsutsuki Kagaya was very surprised and looked at Fei-Yun with gratitude. This is the first man to keep his promise to himself. Don't compare me to other men. Fei-Yun said lightly. Hearing this, Itsutsuki Kagaya's face suddenly flushed. Itsutsuki Kagaya, as a woman who has been sleeping for 1,000 years, will of course be lonely. Now Itsutsuki Kagaya suddenly discovered that Fei-Yun is handsome, and he keeps his promises, his strength is higher than himself, and he has a good character. He seems to be a man worth relying on. What's the matter with your blushing? Fei-Yun found that something was wrong with Itsutsuki Kagaya. This guy wouldn't like him. Fei-Yun guessed right, Itsutsuki Kagaya did have a good impression of Fei-Yun. After all, Fei-Yun is the first man to keep her promise for so many years. For a woman like Itsutsuki Kagaya who has been hurt by men, just keeping her promise makes Itsutsuki Kagaya fascinated. Not to mention that Fei-Yun is stronger than himself and looks handsome. By the way, Itsutsuki Kagaya, do you remember your partner when you came to this planet? 33. Fei-Yun changed the conversation and said to Itsutsuki Kagaya, you mean Itsutsuki style? Of course I remember him, and if I'm not mistaken, he's not dead. Itsutsuki Kagaya's face became serious. Don't underestimate the perception ability of the 6 Paths level powerhouse. At the moment when Itsutsuki Kagaya was unblocked, I felt that there was a familiar chakra in the ninja world, which should be the Itsutsuki style. He is definitely not dead, and has been dormant in the ninja world, waiting for an opportunity. Fei-Yun narrowed his eyes and said, what time are you waiting for? Itsutsuki Kagaya asked with a stature. Could it be that Itsutsuki always wanted to take revenge on himself? After all, he had plotted against the other party, but the other party plotted against him first. He is also continuing to plant the divine tree and wants to become a new god. Fei-Yun said lightly. Itsutsuki's style is doomed to fail because he is doing these plans in his own ninja world. Since he is in his own ninja world, it is courting death, and Fei-Yun will not allow his own ninja world to be contaminated by such people. Itsutsuki is a huge threat, although not dangerous to Fei-Yun, but a terrible threat to the rest of the ninja world. After all, Itsutsuki's strength is also firmly at the 6 Paths level. Do we need to deal with him? Itsutsuki Kagaya asked Fei-Yun, turning his face. Itsutsuki Kagaya took the initiative to lower his posture in front of Fei-Yun and wanted to obey Fei-Yun. After all, Itsutsuki Kagaya is also very afraid of the Itsutsuki style, and really wants to solve the opponent. Originally partnered with Itsutsuki Ichishi, Itsutsuki Kagaya knew very well the strength of Itsutsuki Ichishi. The opponent's strength is probably not much weaker than his own. And what Itsutsuki Kagaya is most afraid of is that Itsutsuki is in contact with the people of Itsutsuki's main family. If they unite and cooperate with each other, it will be too dangerous. Of course he needs to be dealt with, but if a 6 Paths level powerhouse is unwilling to reveal any flaws, even I can't find him, Fei-Yun said. The fact is that the strength of 6 Paths level powerhouses is very terrifying. Even if Sage of 6 Paths, Itsutsuki Hamura are inferior 6 Paths level powerhouses, if they deliberately hide their existence, Fei-Yun will not be able to find them. But Fei-Yun, as a traveler, of course knew where Itsutsuki was hiding. The Shell organization was founded by Itsutsuki-style puppet Sixian. But now the ninja world has changed a lot, and Itsutsuki's style is likely to tighten the wind and be a low-key person. Even if he knows the Shell organization, he can't find each other quickly. Infinite Tsukuyomi Solution. Soon Fei-Yun unraveled Infinite Tsukuyomi, and those who had been hit by illusions before were finally recovered. It feels like a long, long dream. Yes, everything is beautiful in the dream. But it's a dream after all, not the real world, and I prefer to live in the real world. 99 The rescued ninja world sighed. However, hasn't that Satsuki Kagaya been solved yet? Damn, this guy is as strong as Fi-Iun, be careful. Soon these people discovered the figure of Satsuki Kagaya, and they were extremely vigilant. Don't worry, she won't do anything to hurt you, she is already ours. Fi-Iun explained to everyone with a smile. Afterwards, everyone was relieved, and at the same time, they were also secretly startled. As expected of Mr. Fi-Iun, even a terrifying opponent like Satsuki Kagaya can conquer. Hearing this, Satsuki Kagaya's face was also very happy. Satsuki Kagaya will certainly be happy that he has been treated as his own by Fi-Iun. Now I need everyone's strength to help me find an existence called the Shell Organization, and their leader is Ci-Cien. Don't act rashly after finding him, notify me as soon as possible. Fi-Iun then ordered to the crowd. Use the power of the whole ninja world to find someone. Fi-Iun believes that he will find it soon. As ordered. After getting the order, everyone in the ninja world started to get busy, and everyone looked for an organization called Shell. With such a big battle, Satsuki, who had been dormant, of course knew that Fi-Iun was coming for him. In fact, every move in the ninja world Satsuki has also been heard, and he knows that Uchiha Fi-Iun is very powerful and an extremely dangerous person. Killed Satsuki Shiren, killed Satsuki Higoromo Hamura, and colluded with the traitor Satsuki Kagaya. If Uchiha Fi-Iun finds himself, he will definitely not end well. So Satsuki decided to go into hiding. Don't look at the people in the whole ninja world looking for him, but Satsuki is a powerhouse of the 6 paths level, and it is very easy to hide. Just use the time-space ninjutsu to enter the different space. Space portal. The wedge of Ci-Cien can also use the ability of different space. However, there is a price to use the ability, that is, it will expose chakra. The chakra used in time-space ninjutsu is not small, and to use this advanced time-space ninjutsu, you must have a chakra of the 6 paths level to use it. In other words, Ci-Cien has actually exposed his location. Time back. The next moment, Fi-Iun suddenly appeared in front of Ci-Cien and cracked the other party's space teleportation technique. After all, Fi-Iun has always turned on the perception mode. With Fi-Iun's current chakra volume, it can be said that almost the entire ninja world is under Fi-Iun's surveillance. Where there are abnormal chakra fluctuations Fi-Iun can know immediately, and with Huankwan Hirazaka, Fi-Iun can rush to any corner of the ninja world at any time. Along with Fi-Iun, there is Satsuki Kagaya, the goddess of the Mao. Of course Satsuki Kagaya is very noisy trying to find Satsuki I-style with Fi-Iun. It's not that he is worried about Fi-Iun's strength, but that Satsuki Kagaya is afraid that Fi-Iun will suffer a loss if Satsuki has a whole card and doesn't use it. If you are together, 2 6 paths level against 1 6 paths level, at least can kill Satsuki, Chien Zhao's, very easily, just like killing the 2 brothers of Yui Yamura. Actually Fi-Iun wasn't afraid at all that Satsuki had a whole card. There is one who counts as 1, and there is one in the Hokage world that counts as 1, who has more Fi-Iun in the whole. What's more, even if Satsuki had a whole card, Fi-Iun would be able to copy it immediately and use his powerful pupil power to crush the opponent. However, since Satsuki Kagaya insisted on coming, Fi-Iun would not stop him. It would be nice to have such a beautiful woman beside him to cheer him on. Uchiha Fi-Iun. And Satsuki Kagaya the traitor. How did you find me? Seeing Fi-Iun and Satsuki Kagaya, Ci-Cien's eyes burst into flames. Especially the traitor Satsuki Kagaya, who had been plotted against by Satsuki Kagaya back then, would have been reduced to where he is today. Uchiha Fi-Iun, how did you find me? And Satsuki Kagaya, you traitor isn't dead yet? Released. Seeing the 2 people in front of her, Ci-Cien was also very angry. Especially Satsuki Kagaya, when he planted the sacred tree, he was plotted by the other party, otherwise he would not have been reduced to where he is today. Traitor? Satsuki, you are more shameless than I thought. Didn't you calculate me first, wanting me to be the nutrient of the divine tree, and wanting me to be the victim? Are you only allowed to count me, and I'm not allowed to count on you? You are really good at playing double standards, Satsuki. When Satsuki Kagaya saw Satsuki's style, he was also out of breath. If it wasn't for Satsuki who wanted to calculate himself, he wouldn't be able to calculate the other side. As a result, he blamed himself in turn, and Satsuki Kagaya was disgusted by Satsuki's double standard. Ha ha ha, Satsuki style, you are really a double standard dog, you can only judge others? Don't let others judge yourself. When Yan Fi-Iun also laughed. It seems that the Satsuki clan are all weird, and there are many dutiful sons, double standard dogs, and the like, and they can be regarded as a strange family. Uchiha Fi-Iun, why did you come to me? 870 Are you united with Satsuki Kagaya? Ci-Cien's face was also quite ugly. I am still quite apprehensive about Uchiha Fi-Iun Satsuki's style. He also knows a lot about the ninja world and knows that Uchiha Fi-Iun is very powerful. Killed Itsutsuki Shiren, also killed Sage of Six Paths and Itsutsuki Hamura, with the power to seal Itsutsuki Kagaya at will. Such a person is best not to provoke each other as well. Of course I joined with Itsutsuki Kagaya. No, Itsutsuki Kagaya is my person. You were the one who plotted against me, and now I am here to avenge her. Fi-Iun looked at Cicien and said lightly, the existence of Itsutsuki's own style is already a sin, and his own ninja world does not allow such a powerful person to exist. So Itsutsuki is mortal. But Fi-Iun said this to make Itsutsuki Kagaya even more determined to himself. Fi-Iun, I didn't read it wrong, you are indeed a man worthy of trust. Sure enough, hearing Fi-Iun say this, Itsutsuki Kagaya almost cried, and felt even more grateful to Fi-Iun. Uchiha Fi-Iun, you will regret it. This B****ch is now regarded as a traitor by the Itsutsuki clan. One day, the Itsutsuki family will come to settle accounts with her. You and her will join forces, and you will never know how they will die. Now you might as well unite with me and kill Itsutsuki Kagaya, and then I will explain it to you. Cicien wanted to intimidate Fi-Iun and let Fi-Iun stand on his side. Noisy B*****************, D, who do I want to join forces with and need you to talk nonsense with? Kill me. Fi-Iun's head hurts because of Cicien's arguing. He snorted coldly. A flying thunder god came to Cicien, and then killed the ashes together. Swish. Cicien was killed instantly, his weapon died, and Itsutsuki had to show his true face. Uchiha Fi-Iun, are you sure you want to fight against the Itsutsuki clan? You won't even know how you died by then. 35 Itsutsuki still doesn't want to be an enemy of Fi-Iun, because he clearly knows that he is not Fi-Iun's opponent. What's more, with a Itsutsuki Kagaya added, he is no match for himself. I will naturally clean up the Itsutsuki clan, but I have to clean up your talkative guy first. Fi-Iun felt that Itsutsuki's style of nonsense was too much, so it was more in line with his personality to do it directly. Six Paths Universal Pull. Reaching out a hand, Fi-Iun pulled Itsutsuki towards him. In front of the powerful pupil power, Itsutsuki's moves can only be pulled by this arousal. Murder the ashes. Fi-Iun stretched out a hand and launched a total killing of the ashes, blazing towards Itsutsuki. Young name Viguna. At the critical moment Itsutsuki unleashed his pupil jutsu, which is his unique ninjutsu. It can make an inanimate object shrink by a few hundred times in an instant, and he made Fi-Iun's gravitational force instantly shrink by a few hundred times, taking advantage of this opportunity to avoid the universal pull, and the ashes of the total killing were thrown into the air. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully copying the little name Viguna. Fi-Iun also copied this ninjutsu, so Fi-Iun added another powerful hold card. In fact, Fi-Iun can directly kill Itsutsuki in one style. It only takes a time to reflow and kill the ashes together. But Fi-Iun knows that there are many unique ninjutsu in Itsutsuki's style. Fi-Iun wants to force the opponent to take them all for himself. Big Black Sky. At the same time, facing Uchiha Fi-Iun and Itsutsuki Kagaya, two Six Paths powerhouses, Itsutsuki also decided to fight quickly and opened his right eye directly. In Itsutsuki's right eye, there is an eye that Fi-Iun has never seen before. The unique pupil technique of this eye is the Big Black Sky, which can instantly shrink the object seen and place the objects in the unique space, and summon them at any time. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully copying Dekantian. Boom! In an instant, many items with special abilities were dropped from the different space by Itsutsuki. The destructive power of several huge black pillars is amazing. An item that has the ability to seal and looks like a teapot. There is also a black cube, which is amazingly destructive and also hinders the perception of the enemy. Many things shot towards Fi-Iun and Itsutsuki Kagaya. Six Paths, Golden Will. Fi-Iun snorted coldly and launched the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, and the huge chakra lightsaber burst out of the air, with extremely terrifying power. Young name Viguna. Itsutsuki Ishii of course also knew how powerful this move was, so he planned to use his pupil power to shrink the golden reincarnation explosion by hundreds or even thousands of times. But obviously, with Itsutsuki-style pupil power, it can't be done. After all, the two unique ninjutsus of Itsutsuki's style have already been obtained, and Fi-Iun has no need to keep his hands, and directly used his full strength to launch the Golden Will Reincarnation Blast. In the case of a huge difference in pupil power, Itsutsuki's pupil technique will of course fail. How? How is it possible? Itsutsuki was stunned, his pupil technique actually failed. Is Uchiha Fi-Iun's pupil power so terrible? Kagaya on the side was also stunned. Itsutsuki was completely crushed in his style, and it felt like he didn't need to take action himself. Fi-Iun easily took care of the other party by himself. Boom! The Golden Will exploded instantly and shattered all the objects that Itsutsuki summoned from the alien space. Puff! Itsutsuki also took a hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Itsutsuki, I want to thank you for sending me something good. Fi-Iun looked at the embarrassed Itsutsuki with a small smile. The two pupils of Atsutsuki's style are also very powerful. They can attack and retreat and defend, and they can be used as trump cards. What's more, his pupil power is much higher than Atsutsuki's style, and the power he uses is definitely much stronger than Atsutsuki's style. Your mission has been completed, I'll trouble you to die, Fei-Yun said lightly, and shot at Atsutsuki again. Uchiha Fei-Yun, you are dreaming. Atsutsuki found Fei-Yun's heart to kill, and knew that he had to play the last trump card, otherwise he would really die here. Big Black Day. The next moment, Atsutsuki activated the pupil technique again, and then a violent beast appeared in front of Fei-Yun and Kagaya Atsutsuki. That's right, it's another 10 tails that Atsutsuki manipulates himself. This 10 tails was also placed in his X space by Atsutsuki's 1, and was the final whole card of Atsutsuki's 1. This 10 tails looks similar to Atsutsuki Kagaya's 10 tails, and they are both equally ugly. Almost forgot, you still have a second 10 tails hidden, but do you expect this thing to help you beat me? Fei-Yun looked at 10 tails in front of him and wanted to laugh. 10 tails is no threat to the current Fei-Yun. I certainly didn't have the 10 tails against you. Atsutsuki didn't think that 10 tails would be able to defeat Fei-Yun, but with the strength of 10 tails, he might be able to delay it for some time. Taking advantage of the delay, you can use it to escape. This is the idea of Atsutsuki's style. Roar! Under the manipulation of Atsutsuki's style, the 10 tails went berserk and began to gather the terrifying chakra. In a 2-to-8 fusion of yin and yang chakra, 10 tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb, blazing towards Fei-Yun and Atsutsuki Kagaya. Although I am very unwilling, but there is no other way. Goodbye Uchiha Fei-Yun, this 10 tails will be my last gift to you, and the next time we meet will be your birthday. Atsutsuki always thought that the 10 tails were left here, and it was heartbreaking. After all, 10 tails took thousands of years to cultivate, but 10 tails must be sacrificed for their lives. The gate of time and space. Immediately after that, Atsutsuki's one-step ninjutsu was activated immediately. A pitch-black doorway appeared out of thin air in mid-air. This was the door leading to another dimension. As long as he hid inside without revealing a trace of chakra, even if Uchiha Fei-Yun rummaged through the entire ninja world, he would never be able to find himself. After I go to another planet to plant a god tree and become a real god, I will come back and find Uchiha Fei-Yun to settle accounts. Boom! At the same time, the tailed beast bombs of 10 tails finally gathered together, and the violent chakra energy surged under the dark tide. If this tailed beast bomb slammed down, it might be able to directly wipe out a big ninja village. Goodbye. Atsutsuki walked into the gate of time and space. I want to go now? Time goes back. But when Atsutsuki stepped into the alien space with 1 foot and 1 foot, he suddenly found himself back where he was. How is this possible? Atsutsuki looked at Fei-Yun, and finally revealed fear in his eyes. Because he found out that the 10 tails he summoned, the truth-seeking ball hadn't even been launched yet, and Fei-Yun was controlling it in an instant. At this time, Fei-Yun also showed all his pupil power. Reincarnation Sharingan, 3 pupil powers are combined into one. Controlling a small 10 tails is as easy as drinking water. The Atsutsuki style, as I said, you can't escape. Since you appear in my ninja world, what awaits you is death. Fei-Yun sneered, murderous aura rising. Feeling this terrifying coercion, Atsutsuki's heart trembled. Don't kill me, my strength is very strong, I can cooperate with you and help you deal with the people of the Atsutsuki family. Atsutsuki's eyes widened, this time he really felt the threat of death from Fei-Yun. Hee, do you think I need your strength to deal with the trash of Atsutsuki's family? Fei-Yun almost laughed, stretched out a hand and grabbed Atsutsuki. Let go of me, or else the people from the Atsutsuki family will chase and kill you, you will definitely regret it. Atsutsuki kept struggling, but he couldn't get away at all. It's too noisy, go die. Fei-Yun said lightly, not going to waste time with Atsutsuki. To kill the ashes, motivating chakra, a total of ashes were stabbed into Atsutsuki's body. What? Atsutsuki let out a painful scream, and the expression on his face was extremely painful. His body also has not all turned into ashes, but ashes. It seems that your vitality is quite strong, and you haven't died yet. Seeing this, Fei-Yun turned his eyes slightly. It seemed that Atsutsuki's strength was good, at least firmly above Sage of 6 Paths and Atsutsuki Hamura. Big Black Sky. Atsutsuki won't be caught even if Fei-Yun is caught in one move. He launched the last chakra's frantic attack on Fei-Yun. Rumbling, all the items in Atsutsuki's different space were released and smashed towards Fei-Yun continuously. 6 Paths Shinra Tensei. Lightly defusing these attacks, Fei-Yun mobilized chakra again. Expand Truth-Seeking Ball. Fei-Yun released the Truth-Seeking Ball, and the Truth-Seeking Ball Atsutsuki at this distance could not dodge at all. With a direct hit, Atsutsuki was continuously swallowed by the Truth-Seeking Ball, and in a short while, the whole person turned into nothingness. Dead. Atsutsuki Kagaya felt that the Atsutsuki-style chakra had completely disappeared, and understood that the Atsutsuki style had completely disappeared from this world. It is indeed dead, and the ninja world is finally quiet. Fei-Yun said lightly, feeling the calmness of the ninja world. With the death of Itsutsuki and the 3 6-paths level powerhouses, Sage of 6 Paths and Itsutsuki Hamura, now the old yin in the ninja world has been eliminated by himself. To fight against the outside world, one must first settle down inside, and after clearing the interior of the ninja world, he can concentrate on dealing with the people of the Itsutsuki family. In the desolate outer space, 3 figures suddenly appeared, with killing intent in their eyes. They looked at the planet in the eyes of the 3. The 3 of them are wearing white robes of feather weaving, and they all have the same white eyes as the Hyuga family, and the chakra that radiates out is also extremely terrifying. If you know someone, you can immediately see that these 3 are members of the Itsutsuki clan. That is, in the original work, there are 3 people: Itsutsuki Gold, Itsutsuki Yura, and Itsutsuki Peach. These 3 people were sent by the Itsutsuki family to hunt down the 2 traitors, Itsutsuki Kagaya and Itsutsuki. Of course, the information they got was that Itsutsuki was betrayed by Itsutsuki Kagaya, so in their eyes, only Itsutsuki Kagaya betrayed the Itsutsuki family. The purpose of their dispatch this time was also to kill Itsutsuki Kagaya, the shame of the family, and 887, and to recover chakra fruit by the way. Among them, Itsutsuki Mamaji is the leader of the 3. I feel the chakra of 10 tails. Itsutsuki opened his closed eyes, looking at the blue planet in front of him, his eyes filled with killing intent. He can feel that the planet is full of powerful chakras, and there are 2 of them in 10 tails alone. Coupled with the familiar chakra of Itsutsuki Kagaya, Itsutsuki Peach knows that his goal is on the planet in front of him. Is what you said true? Peach, on this planet, asked Itsutsuki Jinshi on the side. Of course it's true, I can feel a very strong chakra, I can't go wrong. Itsutsuki Doshi was very confident in his own strength. Okay, then let's recycle now. Itsutsuki Jinshi said. His relationship with Datang Momo style is similar to that of Itsutsuki Kagaya before with Itsutsuki style. He is a servant of Itsutsuki style. Wait a minute, I think it's better to be cautious. Itsutsuki Kagaya, a traitor, is the one who ate the fruit of chakra. With her character, it's impossible not to take precautions. We'd better act with caution. Itsutsuki Yura style, who had been silent for a while, spoke. Some cautious he felt very abnormal. It was impossible for Itsutsuki Kagaya not to know that the family would send someone to hunt him down. Itsutsuki Kagaya ate the chakra fruit, and his strength was not the same as before. And there are 2 10 tails on this planet, so maybe Itsutsuki Kagaya is fully prepared to meet the killer sent by Itsutsuki's main family. If you break in so rashly, you are likely to suffer a big loss. In fact, Itsutsuki Yura's guess was right. The 10 tails chakra, including Kagaya's chakra, were deliberately released by Fei-Yun to lure the Itsutsuki trio to take the bait. Who knows that these 3 people are too wasteful, and even so, it took nearly a year to find this planet. Urasaki, you think too much, so what if Itsutsuki Kagaya is prepared for that shame? This planet is all inferior creatures. The only threat is Itsutsuki Kagaya. We are now 3 against 1, as long as we kill it with great fanfare. As for the 2 10 tails, they are not a threat to us at all, you are too cowardly. 99 Itsutsuki Momoshi said to Itsutsuki Yurashi, a little unhappy. In fact, Itsutsuki Peach style is the leader of these 3 people, but Itsutsuki Yura style does not listen to Itsutsuki Peach style in everything. From the Itsutsuki Peach style's point of view, except for the Itsutsuki clan, the creatures on other planets in this universe are inferior creatures. As a Itsutsuki clan, there is no need to be afraid of inferior creatures, and sneaking in carefully will only humiliate the reputation of the Itsutsuki clan. Piyu style, Tao style is right, the 3 of us don't need to be afraid of Kagaya, the rubbish, just hurry up to complete the task of the family. Itsutsuki Kim said that he was a complete dogleg of Itsutsuki Peach, and everything was subject to the orders of Itsutsuki Peach. Okay, since you don't think there is any threat, then go ahead, you go first, I will give you the rear. 35 Itsutsuki Yura, she said with a sigh. He had a hunch that chakra from 10 tails and Itsutsuki Kagaya were so unbridled, it must be a conspiracy. But what Peach said is also true. No matter how big the conspiracy is, there is no threat to the Itsutsuki clan. The only threat is the traitor Itsutsuki Kagaya, but they are 3 against 1, with absolute advantage. Then it's settled, let's get started. Itsutsuki Peach, she said unhappily, in his opinion, Itsutsuki Yura, she is really a coward, and he still thinks of the queen. You can subdue Kagaya in an instant together, do you still need a queen? However, Itsutsuki Peach style is not easy to say, after all, Itsutsuki Yura style's status is not much lower than his own. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Soon, Itsutsuki Yura style launched Huanquan Hirazaka, and the 3 came to the ninja world with such great fanfare. Immediately afterwards, Itsutsuki Yura style sneaked into the different space again and lurked to prevent any changes. The guest is here. At the moment when the 3 people sneaked into the ninja world, the breath was captured by Fei-Yun. These 3 people are a bit arrogant, and they entered their own ninja world without any concealment. It seems that the Itsutsuki clan are used to being arrogant on weekdays, and they don't give any attention to the clan members except their clan. Indeed, here they come. In addition to Fei-Yun, Itsutsuki Kagaya also caught this familiar atmosphere and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. There is no doubt that this is the killer sent by the Itsutsuki family to hunt him down. Itsutsuki Kagaya is very aware of the strength of the Itsutsuki clan, and the killer who sent 5.2 this time must be very powerful. With me here, don't be nervous. Feeling the change in Itsutsuki Kagaya, Fei-Yun held his opponent's hand to reassure him. Well, my concubine trusts you, Fei-Yun. Itsutsuki Kagaya nodded, a sense of security rose in his heart. As expected of the man he identified, this kind of feeling is not felt in other men. In fact, after Itsutsuki's death, the relationship between Itsutsuki Kagaya and Fei-Yun has progressed very rapidly. It can be said that Kagaya is already in the shape of Fei-Yun. Let's go and meet our guests. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Fei-Yun activated Chakra, activated Hirazaka, and Itsutsuki Kagaya walked in, and appeared in front of Itsutsuki Peach and Itsutsuki Kim. In the different space, the figures of Fei-Yun and Itsutsuki Kagaya suddenly appeared, startling Itsutsuki Peach and Itsutsuki Gold. But soon the two regained their composure. Itsutsuki Kagaya, you be ********D, delivered it yourself. That's fine, it's too lazy for us to bother to find you. After seeing Itsutsuki Kagaya, Itsutsuki Peach Style's tone was cold, and the murderous aura all over his body was released. As for Fei-Yun, who can't get into the eyes of Itsutsuki Peach Style at all, in the eyes of Itsutsuki Peach Style, people on this planet are all inferior creatures. Itsutsuki Kagaya, take it easy. Itsutsuki Jinshi also ignored Fei-Yun and moved directly towards Itsutsuki Kagaya. I came to this planet myself to clean up Itsutsuki Kagaya. Since the other party took the initiative to send it to the door, there is no need to greet each other, just do it directly. God chase. Itsutsuki's golden body was covered with terrifying thunder and lightning, and the whole person flew out like a human-shaped cannonball, hitting Kagaya Itsutsuki at an extremely fast speed. To be so daring, to come to my ninja world, and dare to shoot at my woman, courting death. Fei-Yun also shot directly upon seeing this. 80 God's airstrike. Countless fists hit the Itsutsuki gold stance and it flew out for several kilometers before stopping. Not only that, Itsutsuki's golden stance had terrifying injuries all over his body. His strength was originally at the Quasi 6 Paths level, and without the blessings of Rinnegan and Tensegan, he was hit by Fei-Yun's frontal 80 God's airstrike. I didn't expect you to be such a low-level creature that you still have some strength. Are you the helper that Itsutsuki Kagaya found? Seeing this, Itsutsuki Peach Style finally turned to Fei-Yun. I don't know if I don't see it, Itsutsuki's Peach Style was taken aback by the chakra on Fei-Yun's body. This guy's chakra is terrible, no one in the Itsutsuki family can match the quality of chakra alone. A low-class creature in one bite, are you very high? Fei-Yun said rather unhappily, anyone who was described as a low-level creature would be unhappy. Kneel down to me. Fei-Yun used Huankwan Hirazaka to get in front of Itsutsuki's Peach Style and punched him in the knee. Fei-Yun wanted to kneel to himself in Itsutsuki Peach pose. Humph, time freezes. Feeling Fei-Yun's menacing threat, Itsutsuki snorted coldly, but did not dare to neglect, and directly activated the pupil technique Time Freeze. This is his unique ability, which is a kind of sealing technique. It can stop time, and if it is in a different dimension, it can even stop everyone's time. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully copying Time Freeze. Fei-Yun copied the Time Freeze and continued to kill in the Peach Style of Itsutsuki. How is it possible that my Time Freeze has expired? Itsutsuki Momoshiki was taken aback. For users of Immortal Eyes, the battle of various pupil techniques is the battle of pupil power. Fei-Yun's pupil power is higher than Itsutsuki's Peach Style. Of course, he can ignore the opponent's pupil technique directly. Whoosh! Itsutsuki's Peach Style speed was not slow, and immediately got out of the way. Time goes back. Fei-Yun sneered and started the time reversal, and Itsutsuki Peach Style returned directly to the place. Boom! A punch hit Itsutsuki's Peach Style knee. Itsutsuki's Peach Style let out a scream, and the whole person instantly fell to the ground, embarrassed. One snapped. Fei-Yun directly stepped on Itsutsuki's Peach Style head with one foot, pressing his head down hard. Itsutsuki Taoshi still wanted to resist, but he found that his strength was no match for Fei-Yun at all, and he could only let the opponent step on his feet like this. The *********D creatures. Get your feet off the ground. Itsutsuki Peach Style was quite angry, almost growling. To be trampled on like this by inferior creatures is a disgrace to the reputation of the Itsutsuki clan. What? Is this a higher creature? Or is it only the mouth that evolved into a higher creature? Fei-Yun stepped up his strength and stepped on Itsutsuki's Peach Style head. Itsutsuki's Peach Style face was stuck to the ground, looking extremely ugly. With the arrogant self-esteem of Itsutsuki's Peach Style being stepped on by the inferior creature in his eyes, I am afraid his heart has gone crazy. Lord Peach. Seeing this, Itsutsuki Jinshi was also anxious and wanted to save him. Rinnegan coercion. However, Itsutsuki Kagaya is not a vegetarian either, and easily blocks the Itsutsuki Gold style. In fact, Itsutsuki Kagaya's strength is not weak, but her combat experience is too lacking, so she doesn't know how to maximize her strength. Fortunately, after Fiiyun's training this year, Itsutsuki Kagaya has made great progress, his combat experience has been greatly increased, and his strength has also been enhanced accordingly. You traitor, Itsutsuki Jinshi said bitterly, watching Itsutsuki Peach was painfully stepped on Fiiyun's feet, but he couldn't do anything, and he was very heartbroken. It was Itsutsuki who betrayed the concubine first, so why did the concubine betray? You mean, the concubine had better stay still and let the Itsutsuki clan kill you? Itsutsuki Kagaya was also quite angry, she resisted out of self-defense, and as a result, the Itsutsuki clan always regarded themselves as traitors. It can only be said that within the Itsutsuki clan, these servants were not regarded as human beings at all. These Itsutsuki people have such double standards, let's do it directly. Fiiyun said to Itsutsuki Kagaya. Fiiyun knew that there were 3 people in Itsutsuki. In addition to the peach style and the gold style, there was also a Piyu style. However, as soon as Itsutsuki Urashiki entered the ninja world, his breath disappeared, and if he didn't want to show up, Fiiyun couldn't find him. Fortunately, Itsutsuki's Ura-style personality belongs to the kind that attaches great importance to partners. If the life of Itsutsuki Gold and Itsutsuki Peach was threatened, Fiiyun was not afraid that he would not show up. Okay, the concubine knows, let's kill the ashes together. Itsutsuki Kagaya nodded when he heard the words, and then attacked Itsutsuki's Gold-style killer. Once hit, Itsutsuki's golden pose is certain to die. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Sure enough, seeing his companions in trouble, Itsutsuki Urashi couldn't sit still, and used Huankwan Hirazaka to appear directly, and then helped Itsutsuki Jinshi avoid Itsutsuki Kagaya's ultimate move. Don't look at Itsutsuki Ura style in the original book, which does not look like Itsutsuki's Gold style and Itsutsuki's Peach style, but he still values his companions very much in his heart. In the original work, Itsutsuki Peach style planted a wedge on the Boren before he died. Itsutsuki U style had the opportunity to kill the Boren several times, but because he was worried that the Boren would die, Itsutsuki Peach style also died and did not kill him. Facing the death of his companion, Itsutsuki Urashiki would still be moved, so he appeared. Are you Itsutsuki all rats? You like hiding in sewers so much. Whether it's Itsutsuki Hagoromo Hamura, or Itsutsuki I style, and your Itsutsuki Ura style, they all like to hide like mice. The blood of the Itsutsuki family is really inferior. Looking at the Itsutsuki Ura style who appeared, Fiiyun said with a full sarcasm. After all, Fiiyun is annoying the Itsutsuki clan's aloof appearance. Obviously the strength is not good, but also like to pretend, such people have always been the fastest kind of death. Hearing this, Itsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but covered his mouth and laughed. This description is appropriate and very interesting. Uchiha Fiiyun, how dare you say it, I advise you to hand over Itsutsuki Kagaya obediently, and I can spare your life. Itsutsuki Urasaki was irritated by Fiiyun's words. After all, no one can describe it as a mouse in the sewer. You spare my life? I heard right, I think you should kneel down and beg me to spare your partner's life. Fiiyun smiled lightly, and immediately stepped on the Itsutsuki Peach-style feet harder. Crackling. The sound of Itsutsuki's Peach-style bones breaking came from his body, and at the same time he let out a terrifying cry, which made people goosebumps. Itsutsuki Peach, are you just being trampled under your feet by a lower-class person? It's really embarrassing. Itsutsuki Ura said looking at Peach. He didn't believe that the Peach style was willing to be trampled on the head like this, so he prepared to stimulate the Peach style. Stop talking nonsense to me, Piyushi, Shenluo Tianzheng. 39 Itsutsuki's Peach style was really provoked, his power burst out, and he wanted to use the yellow rinnegan in his hand to bounce Fiiyun away. Fiiyun sneered and directly resisted Itsutsuki's Peach style Shinra Tianzheng. The powerful force that was enough to push the meteorite away could not shake Fiiyun at all, and Itsutsuki's Peach style was still stomped under Fiiyun's feet. Are you too weak or am I too strong? People like you are considered high-class people, so am I not a god? Fiiyun mocked. Itsutsuki's Peach-style face had been stomped and swollen, and Fiiyun's entire body was also smashed by Fiiyun. It was suppressed by Rinnegan's coercion, unable to move. Fighting well, Fiiyun, these Itsutsuki people just need to clean up. Seeing this scene, Itsutsuki Kagaya felt so happy. In fact, Itsutsuki Kagaya's status in the Itsutsuki family is not high. It turned out that when he was in the Itsutsuki family, high-class people like Taoshi have ridiculed him a lot. Now seeing the peach pose being trampled underfoot, Itsutsuki Kagaya smiled very happily. Put your feet down for me. Seeing his companion being tortured, Itsutsuki Urashi was also a little angry and shot at Fiiyun. Although he was unwilling to help Taoshi, but seeing Taoshi being suppressed, Piyushi knew in his heart that the strength of the inferior person in front of him was far beyond his imagination. Now I have to help Tao Shi, otherwise the three of them might capsize in this gutter. Tieng Sabo Meteor Life Ryagu. Using the fishing rod-like weapon in his hand, Itsutsuki Yura style activated the chakra, releasing a purple chakra in the shape of a four-pointed star, turning it into a giant oarfish. This move looks good, and the visuals are pretty good, but the quality of this chakra is really poor. If Fi Iyun were to use it, the force of this move would be greatly increased. 6 Paths Shinra Tensei. Copy this move first, then Fi Iyun raised his hand slightly, and the giant oarfish transformed by chakra was directly thrown into ashes by Shen Luo Tianzheng. My moves were cracked so easily. Itsutsuki Yura was stunned, looking at Fi Iyun's relaxed look, as if he had done a lot of work. Didn't expect this inferior person to be so strong, no wonder Itsutsuki Kagaya looked confident. 80 God's Airstrike. While Itsutsuki Yura style was still stunned, Itsutsuki Kagaya also made a decisive move. Now that her combat experience is much stronger, she keenly seized this opportunity to hit Itsutsuki Yura style with an airstrike. Time goes back. Itsutsuki Urashiki also used the time reversal ninjutsu, but the Yedo God airstrike still hit him, leaving terrifying scars on his body. The reason is very simple, Fi Iyun also used time reflow, which made the Itsutsuki style time reflow invalid. My pupil technique actually failed. This uchiha Fi Iyun actually mastered the same pupil technique as me. Itsutsuki Urasaki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shocked. What should I do next? Itsutsuki Urashiki suddenly felt a little lost. He didn't expect this planet to hide such a powerful master. Uchiha Fi Iyun's strength far exceeded his imagination. Just stepping on Itsutsuki Peach Pose with his feet makes Peach Pose unable to exert his strength at all, which makes Itsutsuki Yura Pose feel bad. What's more frightening is that the opponent can calmly use various pupil techniques when suppressing the Peach style, and Itsutsuki Yura style even feels a little desperate. Boom! Just when Piyushi felt a little desperate, Itsutsuki Taoshi suddenly felt that the chakra, Chien Jiao, who was holding him down was a little loose, so he seized this opportunity and broke free from Fi Iyun's control. In fact, it wasn't that Fi Iyun was slack, but Fi Iyun deliberately let Itsutsuki leave. After all, Fi Iyun also wanted to copy a few ninjutsu from Itsutsuki Momo style. Otherwise, you will always be suppressed by yourself, and Itsutsuki will not be able to perform any ninjutsu. Isn't it a waste? Finally freed, Uchiha Fi Iyun, I want to pay back the humiliation you have done to me 1,000 times over. The escaped Itsutsuki looked at Fi Iyun with murderous eyes, and he wanted to return all the humiliation Fi Iyun had inflicted on him to Fi Iyun. After all, being trampled on the head by a lower-class person, if this news is passed back to Itsutsuki's main family, he will definitely be ridiculed. Poor Itsutsuki Peachik doesn't know yet, the reason why he can escape is because Fi Iyun wants him to escape. Lord Peach, borrow my power. Seeing that Itsutsuki Peach style successfully escaped, while Itsutsuki Jin style was pleasantly surprised, he was also determined to help Peach style defeat Fi Iyun. After all, Fi Iyun's strength has exceeded their imagination, and the three of them may not be able to beat each other together. So Itsutsuki Gold is ready to sacrifice his life and transform himself into the power of Itsutsuki Peach. Sacrifice! Itsutsuki Jinshi shouted angrily and sacrificed his life, turning himself into a chakra fruit. That's right, Itsutsuki's golden form has turned into a chakra fruit, hoping to increase the strength of Itsutsuki's peach form, but of course the price is huge. That is Itsutsuki's golden stance is sure to die. Golden style, I really didn't read you wrong, I will remember your credit, and after I solve Itsutsuki Kagaya, I will let the Itsutsuki family build a monument for you. 39 Itsutsuki Mamashi looked at Itsutsuki Kimchiki and nodded. Eat the chakra fruit, your strength will skyrocket, and then you will have the power to defeat Uchiha Fi Iyun. Soon Itsutsuki sacrificed his life in gold, transforming it into a chakra fruit. It's interesting, it seems that I'm really being looked down upon. You actually do this kind of thing under my nose. Are you completely ignoring me? Seeing this scene, Fi Iyun couldn't help laughing. Are these three Itsutsuki family members really having problems with their heads? Or are they too arrogant and completely ignoring themselves? Do you want to increase your strength under your own eyes? Fi Iyun would never allow such a thing to happen as long as his head was fine. Although Fi Iyun is confident that even if Itsutsuki Peach style actually eats the chakra fruit, he can kill the opponent, but why does Fi Iyun watch the enemy become stronger? Fi Iyun is not as mindless as the Itsutsuki trio. Go away! Flying Thunder God came to Itsutsuki's side and kicked it away. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Itsutsuki's Peach style reaction was also quick, and he immediately activated the Shinra Tianzheng in his hand, trying to bounce Fi Iyun away. It's a pity that Fi Iyun's strength is far beyond him. Facing Shinra Tianzheng, Fi Iyun didn't move, and even kicked at Itsutsuki's Peach-style face, leaving a conspicuous shoe print on his face. Damn, he wants to snatch the chakra fruit. Time goes back. Piyushi, who was on the side, also knew what Fi Iyun was going to do, so he seized the time to start the time return. Don't take out this kind of trick that is ineffective once used. Fi Iyun sneered and unfolded Sharinan. the terrifying pupil power was continuously released, which directly made the Itsutsuki Yura style time return invalid. Pat. Fei-Iun took the chakra fruit into his pocket. Abominable inferior creature. Itsutsuki got up from the ground in dismay. Seeing the chakra fruit falling into Fei-Iun's hands, Itsutsuki became desperate. The only chance to beat Uchiha Fei-Iun was also lost. Without the chakra fruit, his strength is simply not enough. Your mouth is so stinky, it seems that I have to treat you as a superior creature. Fei-Iun frowned. This Itsutsuki peach mouth really stinks. One mouthful of an inferior creature, Fei-Iun even sounded a little fiery. Tsukuyomi. Fei-Iun also moved to torture the other party's mind, and Tsukuyomi instantly pulled Itsutsuki peach style into his illusion space. In Tsukuyomi's space, Fei-Iun is the god who created everything. Even if Itsutsuki has rinnegan, it is impossible to escape when his pupil power is far weaker than Fei-Iun's. 100 tortures. Fei-Iun gave a cold drink and inflicted inhumane torture on Itsutsuki peach in the Tsukuyomi illusion space. All kinds of torture tools made Itsutsuki peach style unbearable. The key is that his spiritual power will not die easily, and he will only feel endless pain. The Itsutsuki peach style in the real world made a terrifying scream, like a pig's cry, and the Itsutsuki peach style was trembling all over. On the other hand, Itsutsuki Kagaya, who was on the side, couldn't be more relieved to hear this scream. Who made Itsutsuki peach style always look domineering, as if everyone except him were inferior creatures, and now he finally kicked the iron plate. What did you do to Momo? Itsutsuki Yura asked tremblingly. What, do you want to experience it too? Fei-Iun asked with a smile. No need. Itsutsuki Urashi waved his hand hurriedly. Hearing Itsutsuki Peach's screams was enough to make Itsutsuki Yura understand that Peach must have been tortured by Fei-Iun, and the extent of this torture is likely to be far beyond his imagination. Haki. About 10 minutes later, Fei-Iun took the initiative to release Tsukuyomi. In terms of 3 days and 3 nights a second, Itsutsuki Peach style was tortured in the Tsukuyomi space for at least several years. At this time, Itsutsuki's peach style no longer had the arrogant appearance that he used to be, and the whole person was disheveled, like a lunatic who escaped from a mental hospital. How? Do you still think you are a higher creature? Itsutsuki peach style. Fei-Iun asked Itsutsuki peach style. Let's play hide and seek. No answer though, because Itsutsuki peach style has gone crazy. The whole person has become crazy, and he has completely turned into a lunatic without the foreword. Peach style. Itsutsuki Urasaki on the side was stunned. Tao Shi is actually crazy? What kind of torture did he suffer? Looks like your psychic power isn't as good as Sage of Six Paths. You be ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Etsatsuki's peach-style mental power is too weak. Is this crazy? However, it is understandable to think about it. After all, Etsatsuki Doshi has always felt that he is a high-level creature, and has never been treated like this. Now suddenly being tortured madly, I am afraid it is the first time in his life. To kill the ashes. Seeing Etsatsuki's maddened appearance, Fiiyun also gave up and sent him to see Etsatsuki's gold. The ashes pierced into the body of Etsatsuki Peach-style, and the Etsatsuki Peach-style without immortality was directly killed. It's your turn next, Etsatsuki Yura-style. How do you want to die? After killing Etsatsuki Peach, Fiiyun looked at Etsatsuki Yura and asked, I don't want to die, I can leave here and never set foot on this planet again. Etsatsuki said in a panic. Didn't expect that Etsatsuki Peach-style guy would be solved so easily. This mission was a complete failure. Do you think I look like a good deceiver? Fiiyun was directly happy when he heard that. Actually delusional to let him let go? Is it possible? They are all undead enemies, how could it be possible to let him go? Then let me join you, I really don't want to die. Etsatsuki Yura-style said eagerly. He really didn't want to die so soon, so he would rather join Fiiyun. Impossible, I won't let you join, I can't accept your Etsatsuki clan anymore. Fiiyun shook his head and said, I don't know the details of Etsatsuki's style at all, so how could I let him join? What about Etsatsuki Kagaya? Why can she join you? Etsatsuki Yurashiki still didn't give up. She is really the enemy of the Etsatsuki clan, not to mention that she is a woman, are you? Fiiyun held his hands and stood up. In any case, I will not accept Etsatsuki Yura-style. Okay, Uchiha Fiiyun, it seems that you don't give me a chance to survive. If that's the case, then I'll have to kill you. Etsatsuki Yura-style can be seen, and Uchiha Fiiyun does not give himself a chance to survive. In this case, there is no need for me to talk nonsense with him, let's fight to the death. Of course, Etsatsuki Yurashi was not stupid enough to fight Fiiyun head-on, then he would really die. Etsatsuki Yurashi intends to travel back to Fiiyun's childhood and kill him directly. The Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Etsatsuki Yura-style launched Huanquan Hirazaka. This Huanquan Hirazaka is an improved version, which can directly travel through time and space and return to the past time and space. It seems that Itsutsuki Urashiki was planning to travel back to Fei-Iyun's childhood to kill him. This is a good skill. Fei-Iyun smiled slightly and immediately copied the improved version of Huangquan Hirazaka. Time backwards. The next moment Fei-Iyun destroyed the Itsutsu Kaira-style yellow spring Hirazaka. 6 pads universal pull. With one hand, Fei-Iyun immediately attracted Itsutsuki Urasaki. Itsutsuki Urashiki still wants to resist, but where is his pupil strength? Fei-Iyun's opponent? Kagaya, come and deal with him. He absorbed Itsutsuki Ura style and stepped on his feet, unable to move. Then Fei-Iyun planned to let Itsutsuki Kagaya deal with him. Okay, my concubine also wants to kill these Itsutsuki clansmen with my own hands. Itsutsuki Kagaya's eyes were full of murderous intent. To kill the ashes. One shot of killing the ashes penetrated Itsutsuki Ura's body, and soon Itsutsuki Ura vanished. These people are finally dead, but the Itsutsuki family won't let it go. 359 Looking at the dead body of Itsutsuki Ura style, Itsutsuki Kagaya murmured. Didn't expect the killer sent by the Itsutsuki family to be killed so easily. Although Itsutsuki Kagaya was very happy, she was immediately worried. The strength of the Itsutsuki family is extremely powerful. Although Peach and Yura are dead, after learning the news, the Itsutsuki family will definitely not give up and will continue to send more powerful killers than Peach and Yura. The Itsutsuki family is also a big threat, although I don't know their strength, but it's time to consider destroying them. Fei-Iyun also agrees with Itsutsuki Kagaya. The Itsutsuki family is extremely proud, and it must be unbearable for their own people to be killed. At that time, there will definitely be waves of killers going to his ninja world. Fei-Iyun doesn't like this feeling. Of course, in addition to this, there is another important reason that the system has just released the task. Ding SSS level mission, destroy the Itsutsuki clan. Mission reward 10 million points, Hokage world, time limit unlimited, mission failure no penalty. Destroy them? Fei-Iyun, are you telling the truth? The power of the Itsutsuki family is unfathomable, and even I don't know the full power of the Itsutsuki family. Itsutsuki Kagaya was stunned by Fei-Iyun's words. Kill the Itsutsuki family? Even Fei-Iyun Itsutsuki Kagaya thought it unlikely. Are you stupid? We don't need to fight the current Itsutsuki family to the death or the other, just use Huangquan Hirazaka to cross. Fei-Iyun scratched Itsutsuki Kagaya's nose and said with a smile. The strength of Itsutsuki's family is also unknown to Fei-Iyun, so Fei-Iyun will not take risks. Instead, he intends to use the Huangquan Hirazaka copied from Itsutsuki Urashi to go back to the past, go back to the time period when the Itsutsuki family was still developing, and directly strangle all the Itsutsuki families that were still developing. After all, the Itsutsuki family has a deep heritage, and there will always be times when it will develop. Not all people are born with chakra, rinnegan, etc., and they have to discover it step by step. That's right. Fei-Iyun, you are indeed very smart. Itsutsuki Kagaya stared at Fei-Iyun with adoring star eyes. In front of Fei-Iyun, Itsutsuki Kagaya was no longer the goddess of Mao, but an ordinary little girl. But first of all, we have to make sure that the Itsutsuki clan was established about how many years ago? Fei-Iyun asked Itsutsuki Kagaya. The Itsutsuki family has a long history and profound heritage, and it is best to travel before they have made a fortune. I know this very well. About 110,000 years ago, our ancestors discovered the monster 10 Tails, which was able to grow chakra fruits. Since that time, the Itsutsuki clan started to prosper, and the patriarch also ordered the Itsutsuki clan to go to various planets to plant sacred trees. I was also assigned to come to this planet with Itsutsuki to plant sacred trees from that time. Itsutsuki Kagaya recalled and said. Hearing this, Fei-Iyun also nodded. As Aizen said, no one is at the top from the beginning, and the same is true of the Itsutsuki clan. It would be much easier to know when the Itsutsuki family made their fortunes. 110,000 years ago was indeed a long time ago. However, with Fei-Iyun's pupil power, it is still possible to travel through 110,000 years. The Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Using all his pupil power, Fei-Iyun created Huangquan Hirazaka, then walked in with Itsutsuki Kagaya and came to the Itsutsuki family's clan. 110,000 years ago. This is a planet somewhat similar to the Blue Star, with mountains and rivers, full of vitality and a wide variety of species, and the ecology has formed a perfect closed loop. It looks even more prosperous than Blue Star. Such a planet, of course, the power of nature is huge. With such a large amount of natural force, the cultivation of chakra fruit should be very fast. It's very similar to Blue Star. It seems that the Itsutsuki clan developed here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fei-Iyun can probably imagine it. With so many vitality, the power of nature here must be much higher than that of Blue Star. Being able to multiply on such a planet, the Itsutsuki clan already had a huge advantage at the starting line compared to other races in the universe. Let's go, I found the clan of the Itsutsuki clan. 887 Immediately after being perceived by Itsutsuki Kagaya, he sensed the clan of the Itsutsuki clan. The two came to the clan of the Itsutsuki clan, and now the Itsutsuki clan are the same as the primitive people, except that the chakra breath on the white eyes is weak and pitiful. It should be fine to kill all these people, Fei-Yun said, looking at the Itsutsuki clan in front of him. The current Itsutsuki people look simple, not as annoying as in the original book, but Fei-Yun still has to do it. These people will threaten his own ninja world in the future, and Fei-Yun cannot allow such people to exist. Tenge Shinsei. Fei-Yun shouted coldly and activated Tenge Shinsei. What is that? It's a meteorite. Run, is it God's punishment for us? 35 The Itsutsuki people were stunned when they saw the meteorite, thinking it was a divine punishment from God. The meteorite fell from the sky and landed on the land of the Itsutsuki clan. In an instant, the Itsutsuki clansmen were killed and injured countless times, the clan land was smashed into pieces, many clan members were crushed under the meteorite and died directly, only a few clan members escaped because of their speed. Deserved. Seeing her ancestors being killed, Itsutsuki Kagaya looked indifferent, she didn't have any good feelings for these ancestors. Is there any dead? The golden wheel is reborn. Fei-Yun also felt that he had not cut the grass and roots, so he launched the terrifying ninjutsu of the golden wheel reincarnation explosion. The huge chakra golden sword fell, and all the sights were cut open by the golden reincarnation explosion. The current strength of the Itsutsuki clan is still very weak, and there is no way to avoid this terrifying golden wheel reincarnation explosion. After the golden wheel was reborn, Fei-Yun's chakra could no longer perceive any signs of the Itsutsuki people. It's solved so easily, Fei-Yun said speechlessly as he saw the corpses in front of him. The mighty Itsutsuki clan has already been slaughtered by themselves, and since then there is no Itsutsuki clan in the ninja world. But looking at this fertile planet Fei-Yun is a bit awkward. On a planet with such a huge power of nature, even if the Itsutsuki clan died, there might be other races that would make their fortunes here. Destroying this planet is the right way. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Fei-Yun then released a 10 tails that cast infinite Tsukuyomi directly on the planet. The next moment, 10 tails began to transform into a divine tree, and the several roots of the divine tree expanded infinitely, connecting to all the creatures on this planet. Immediately afterwards, all the energy of all creatures on this planet was absorbed by Fei-Yun, and the entire planet became barren and broken. It's almost there. This completely eliminates the possibility of the Itsutsuki clan appearing. Fei-Yun is quite satisfied watching this scene. Indeed, I am finally free. Itsutsuki Kagaya opened his hands now, as if hugging something. Fei-Yun understands Itsutsuki Kagaya that she is embracing something called freedom. After all, it can be said that Itsutsuki Kagaya has not lived a peaceful life in these years, and is always worried that someone from the Itsutsuki family will come after him. Now that the shackles were lifted, Itsutsuki Kagaya felt relieved. Fei-Yun, thank you. After a while, Itsutsuki Kagaya tilted his head and said softly, leaning on Fei-Yun's shoulder, if it wasn't for Fei-Yun, I would still be sealed in the moon, let alone get rid of the Itsutsuki clan. Fei-Yun and Itsutsuki Kagaya were gentle for a while, and no one would disturb them here. After a fierce fight, Fei-Yun and Itsutsuki Kagaya decide to return to the ninja world. Huanquan Hirazaka. Fei-Yun activated Huanquan Hirazaka and returned to the ninja world. At this time, the ninja world was still peaceful. After the unification of the ninja world, coupled with the deterrent power of Fei-Yun, no one in the entire ninja world dared to provoke conflicts. The entire ninja world is extremely peaceful, and absolute peace has been achieved. Since then, no one's family or friends will die in the war. Looking at the peaceful appearance of the ninja world, Fei-Yun also knew that it was time for him to start a new challenge. But before that, Fei-Yun plans to live a quiet life. 6 years have passed in a flash, and now the time in the ninja world has just returned to the time when the original book was opened. Sasuke and Naruto are both 12 years old, the difference is that the tragedy on them did not happen, and the two grew up healthy and happy. In the past 6 years, Itsutsuki Kagaya has also lived a very satisfied life, and his face has become peaceful. This kind of life is exactly what Itsutsuki Kagaya is looking forward to. In the past 6 years, Fei-Yun has also grown to 18 years old. With the maturity of his body, Fei-Yun's strength has also increased a lot. Of course, the beauties in the ninja world are not less attracted by Fei-Yun. However, Fei-Yun did not provoke this, but the other party took the initiative to send it to the door. How could Fei-Yun have a reason not to eat the meat he offered? In 6 years, Terumi Mei, Yakura, Yui Hong, Tsunade and others have all been in the shape of Fei-Yun. It's time to start a new challenge 5.2. Looking at the sky, Fei-Yun murmured. So many years of An's birthday are enough, he is only 18 years old, and he is far from retirement age. What's more, Fei-Yun's current lifespan is close to infinity, and age is no longer a limit for Fei-Yun. The previous SSS level mission Fei-Yun received the reward of traveling through the gate of time and space. According to the system, this ability can travel through any world, but the world of travel is random. Now that the ninja world has been completely unified by himself, the ninjas have long lived a stable life, and even the strength of many people in the ninja world has declined. There is no way, the days are peaceful, there is no war, of course, the strength will inevitably decline. But all this doesn't matter, Fei-Yun intends to start a new challenge. Kaguya, the rest of the ninja world is left to you, I need to go out. Before leaving, Fei-Yun gave Kaguya a kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique. Once there is an abnormal situation, Kaguya can inject chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, so that Fei-Yun can perceive it no matter where he is. Fei-Yun, are you leaving so soon? How long will you be back? Hearing that Fei-Yun was going out, Atsutsuki Kaguya said with some reluctance. She was afraid that Fei-Yun would never come back once he went out like this, so that she would be widowed again, and Atsutsuki Kaguya didn't want to experience widowhood again. Don't worry, I can come back anytime you want me back. Fei-Yun lifted Atsutsuki Kaguya's chin and tapped it on the other's lips. Fei-Yun has already inquired about the system, and now the Hokage world is his own private space, and Fei-Yun can come back anytime he wants to return to Hokage. Now the Hokage world doesn't have much to worry about, and with Atsutsuki Kaguya here, I can suppress the ninja world. What's more, everyone is used to living a peaceful life, and those people in the Atsutsuki family who are involved in trouble have also been obliterated by Fei-Yun. Basically, no one in the world of Forbearance 23 will think about making trouble again. Fei-Yun is 100 peace of mind. That's why I thought about starting a new challenge. Okay, then you'd better come back once a month, no, once a week, Atsutsuki Kaguya said blushing. As for why I come back once a week? Of course, a woman of this age is like a wolf like a tiger, and she can't do without it. Okay, I promise you, activate the Flying Thunder God spell directly if you need it. Fei-Yun nodded. After settling in Atsutsuki Kaguya, Fei-Yun directly activated the ability to travel through the gate of time and space. The next moment, a brilliant door opened in front of Fei-Yun, which was very similar to the time machine tunnel in Doraemon. And Fei-Yun, the goal of crossing the new world, has also decided that he wants to be like the Atsutsuki family, constantly looking for new worlds to plant sacred trees and become a real god. That's right, the reason why the Atsutsuki clan are obsessed with finding different planets to plant divine trees is that they have found the possibility of becoming gods. After all, Fei-Yun has not been every day for the past 6 years. Fei-Yun is also researching everything about the Atsutsuki family. Fei-Yun discovered that the reason why the Atsutsuki family was obsessed with planting sacred trees was that when they ate enough chakra fruits, they could really become gods in the sky. The definition of God is also very simple. The gesture of a gesture is enough to destroy the world. Of course, destruction is very simple. What's even more terrifying is that a world can be created with just a few gestures. The yin and yang escape that can create all things is the most basic ability of God. If he travels to a new world, Fei-Yun also intends to continue planting sacred trees like the Atsutsuki family and become a real god. When you walk in, you will be able to travel to a new world, which is really exciting. Fei-Yun murmured to himself, looking at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei-Yun walked into the door. A flash of white light flashed, and the next moment Fei-Yun appeared in a whole new world. Fei-Yun landed on an island. Most of the island is covered by forest, and there is a luxurious palace in the center of the island, but this palace is not built on the ground, but on the edge of the mountain, which is very strange. Looking at the ancient buildings in front of him, Fei-Yun felt familiar for a while, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Man, how did you come to this island? Soon a woman led a group of people to appear in front of Fei-Yun. The woman at the head has a delicate face, a hot body, and wears snake-shaped earrings, exuding a deadly charm. Fei-Yun immediately laughed when he saw this man, the legendary Empress Boa Hancock. It seems that I have crossed into the world of pirates. Man, why are you laughing? Are you despising your concubine? This is Nine Snake Island, men are not allowed to enter. Concubine will give you another chance to leave Nine Snake Island because of your handsome face. If you continue to stay here, concubine will start. Seeing Fei-Yun's smile, the Empress said with a bit of fire. An unknown man suddenly appeared on Nine Snake Island. Although this man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, he was not at all different from those stinky men outside, but the Empress couldn't tolerate such a thing. Hee, I'm the same as you. It's not because of how beautiful you are. Now I'm going to do it too. Fei-Yun looked at the Empress and said with a frivolous smile, I have to say that there is still a difference between comics and real people. The charm of real women is 10 times stronger than in comics. Ding S level task, subdue the Empress Boa Hancock, rewards observation haki, conquerors haki, armament haki. At this moment, the system also issued a task. Fei-Yun also smiled after seeing this task, which was exactly what he wanted. And the reward of conquerors haki is also good. After all, although Fei-Yun is very powerful, it is really hard to say that there is no haki in the pirate world. At least encountering the Logia ability will be very inconvenient. And Fei-Yun can copy haki only after he has the basic conqueror's haki, otherwise it is impossible to copy directly without the foundation. Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, don't you want to know why I came to this island? Now that the mission has been released, Fi-Eun is also going to execute it. As a traveler, Fi-Eun knew what the most deadly secret of the Empress was. Taking advantage of this, it was too easy to subdue the Empress. Men, tell me, the Empress said. If Fi-Eun's reasons can't satisfy her, then she will definitely drive this man out of Nine Snake Island. This place doesn't work, it needs to be replaced. Fi-Eun smiled faintly, then came to the Empress in an instant, grabbed the Empress' waist, and hugged her. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Fi-Eun activated Huangquan Hirazaka and brought the Empress into the different space. What does this man want to do? Is he going to kidnap her Lady Empress? Where has Lady Empress gone? Was it kidnapped by that man? Seeing this, the guards of Nine Snake Island also panicked. That man actually kidnapped Lord Hancock so easily. Without Lord Hancock, wouldn't Nine Snake Island be over? At the same time, Fi-Eun and Boa Hancock are in a different space. Man, what are you doing? Are you kidnapping your concubine? Boa Hancock struggled in Fi-Eun's arms. Hee, I'm protecting you. You have a secret that you can't let your people know about. Let me tell you the truth. The reason why I came to Nine Snake Island is because of your past, Fi-Eun said. My past? Man, what do you mean? Hearing this, the Empress' body trembled and she frowned slightly, which made this peerless face look even more beautiful. The whole person even forgot to struggle and just stayed in Fi-Eun's arms. My own past was a very tragic experience. Every time I think about it, I have nightmares until I wake up. You used to be a slave of celestial dragons before being rescued by the fisherman Fisher Tiger. I'm not wrong, Fi-Eun said lightly. As Fi-Eun expected, as soon as the voice fell, the Empress' body collapsed. How could this man know such a secret? I have never disclosed my past to anyone except my two younger sisters who have the same experience as me. Don't worry, I didn't mean to expose your scars, but I am very sympathetic to your experience and want to save you, provided you surrender to me willingly, Fi-Eun said with a smile. Submit to you? How do you want to conquer your concubine? The Empress asked. Didn't those celestial dragons torture you? Wouldn't it be okay if you tortured you back? Fi-Eun said indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Torturing celestial dragons? Are you kidding me? Celestial dragons are the gods of this world, let alone torture them, and even offend them, they will be chased and beaten by Marine Admiral. The Empress felt that Fi-Eun was a little bragging. Celestial dragons are not scary, but Marine Admiral behind celestial dragons is scary. Although the man in front of him has an extraordinary temperament, and at first glance, he has the aura of a strong man, but it is obvious that he has no reputation in the sea, and even the bounty may not exceed 100 million, otherwise it is impossible for him not to know. Such a person wants to torture celestial dragons? Impossible. Hee, how do you know if you don't try? You cannot surrender to me first, and you can make a decision after I dispel your psychological shadow. Fi-Eun is not in a hurry, just torturing a few celestial dragons, it's too easy. Even if Marine Admiral comes, he will hang himself. Okay, concubine believes you, what are you going to do? After thinking for a while, the Empress decided to believe the man in front of her. After all, she also hated celestial dragons deeply and wanted to eat its flesh and drink its blood, so the Empress agreed after a little thought. It's easy to do if you agree. Fi-Eun nodded, then activated Huangquan Hirazaka and went directly to Sabayati Archipelago. Your figure and attire are too eye-catching. It's best to change your outfit. Fi-Eun took out a cloak for the Empress to put on, so that others would not recognize her as the famous pirate Empress. Then Fi-Eun found a few local gangsters, used Sherinan to hypnosis, and let these gangsters lead the way and take him to the auction venue. At this time, the auction venue was very lively, and there were nobles everywhere, but there was no sign of celestial dragons. Strange, don't those celestial dragons like to go to auctions? People? Seeing this, Fi-Eun was also a little curious. The whole auction has passed, but he has not seen celestial dragons appear. Without rare treasures, celestial dragons would not appear. Hancock on the side said. She still knew the temperament of these celestial dragons. They had long been fed up with ordinary slaves, not murlocs or big pirates, and could not arouse the interest of celestial dragons. Really? It seems to have to find some rare slaves. Fi-Eun thinks it makes sense, and it seems that he has to find a way to make these celestial dragons appear. There, I see, this slave believes celestial dragons will be very interested. After a little thought, Fi-Eun immediately had an idea. Speaking of the famous big pirate, Sabayati Archipelago hides a ready-made one. One Piece's vice captain, Pluton Rayleigh, is in the Sabayati Archipelago. Arrest him as a slave auction, presumably celestial dragons will be very interested. Immediately afterwards, Fi-Eun left the auction venue with the Empress and went to Xia Qi's rip-off bar. Coincidentally, Rayleigh, who is not usually there, just returned to Shakey's ripping off today. Pluton Rayleigh, I have a long-standing reputation, I have a ticket, I don't know if you want it or not. Fi-Eun went up to say hello after seeing Rayleigh. I'm sorry, the old man has retired, you should find someone else. Seeing that he was recognized, Rayleigh was slightly surprised, but decided to refuse. After all, the other party didn't know the origin, so how could Rayleigh agree? Don't be in a hurry to refuse, you can pretend to be a slave to go to the auction and then rob your buyer. I believe you won't have much money after retirement, Fei-Yun said with a smile. Oh, that's a good idea, young man, you've shown me a clear path. Hearing that, Rayleigh's eyes lit up, and he was really short of money to spend recently, otherwise he wouldn't go back to Xia Qi's ripping off, but at the casino. But this time your master may be celestial dragons, I think you shouldn't mind, Fei-Yun said with a faint smile. Celestial dragons? Young man, are you kidding me? The old man is so old that he doesn't want to cause trouble. Rayleigh, who was still smiling and thought he was making money, froze when he heard the three words celestial dragons, and his face became serious. Although I am not afraid of celestial dragons, I cannot rob celestial dragons. And let celestial dragons know that he is Pluton Rayleigh, then the world ZF and Marine will not sit idly by. I still want to live a stable retirement life, and I don't want to provoke trouble again. Xia Qi on the bar next to Wen Yinyi, Qian Qianzhao, was also stunned. Is this young man insane? Do you know what celestial dragons means? Judging from his appearance, he doesn't look like any famous pirate. Is he looking for death? Apart from these two people, the Empress was also stunned. She didn't expect Fei-Yun to be so crazy, to use the name of Pluton Rayleigh to attract celestial dragons. Are you rejecting me? Rayleigh, I advise you not to do this. Wen Yin Fei-Yun's smile also solidified. It's just asking you to cooperate with yourself, but you don't want it? Isn't this forcing yourself to do it? Young man, do you want to do it? I advise you not to do this. Although I am old, I am not a young bud like you who can touch porcelain. Rayleigh's sense of sight sensed Fei-Yun's intention to do something, so he said faintly threateningly, it just so happens that I will try it too, the level of top combat power. Fei-Yun saw that Rayleigh refused to cooperate, so he had to let him cooperate. It just so happens that Fei-Yun can also try it, the level of the top combat power in the pirate world. After all, Rayleigh's strength is not bad, even if it is not the top in the pirate world, it is still the second top group. Yellow Spring Hirazaka. Fei-Yun made his move, urging Chakra to launch Huanquan Hirazaka to come behind Rayleigh. Boom! With a punch, the air was smashed into an air cannon that was visible to the naked eye. Rayleigh drew a saber and held it against his chest. Although he sensed Fei-Yun's attacking direction with observation haki, the powerful force still made Rayleigh be kicked back hundreds of meters by Fei-Yun, and he stopped when he hit a huge Yarman mangrove tree. What a powerful force, you can form a powerful air cannon just by relying on physical skills, why have I never seen you before with your strength? Rayleigh got up from the ground, looking shocked. One punch blasted an air cannon, such an ability is not absent in the sea. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shishibukai, can do such a thing, but the bear relies on the ability of the fleshy fruit to blast an air cannon with one punch. But the young man in front of him blasted out an air cannon with only physical skills. Obviously, his physical skills have reached the top level in the world after 900 years. What made Rayleigh even more puzzled was how could a young man with such strength have no reputation at all? The Empress and Xia Qi on the side were also stunned. Repel Rayleigh with one punch, this young man, Fei-Yun, is too powerful. Looks like the old man should be serious too. Rayleigh patted the dust on his body, and his temperament became chilled. In fact that he was knocked into the air just now had the element of underestimating the enemy. After all, Fei-Yun is a raw face, which means that this person is not well known in the sea, and Rayleigh thought he was just a gangster. But only after receiving a punch from Fei-Yun did Rayleigh know that the young man in front of him was an opponent worthy of his best efforts. After all, if you don't do your best, you might actually be caught as a slave to celestial dragons. CDFC, you'd better be serious. Fei-Yun also had interest in his eyes. Whoosh! Rayleigh acted first, the whole person was as fast as lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he had already raised his sword and slashed at Fei-Yun's body. Swish! A sword thrust out, with armament haki attached to the blade, and slashed at Fei-Yun's vital point. An unexpected scene for Rayleigh appeared, the sword went straight through Fei-Yun's body and stabbed in the air. This is Fei-Yun directly using Kamui Hollow copied from Uchiha Obito. Are you, Logia fruit power? Seeing the scene, Rayleigh was slightly surprised. Another Logia? No, something seems wrong. No, my sword is attached to armament haki. Even if you are Logia, it is impossible to pierce. What kind of ability is this? Rayleigh asked in shock. The young man in front of him is too mysterious. Tell you don't understand, Pluton Rayleigh, to be honest, there is still a big gap between our strengths. Are you sure you won't cooperate with me? Fei-Yun said lightly. If it is another businessman who is still interested, but attracting celestial dragons is too dangerous, this old man will not agree, not to mention that the strength gap you said is too big and too arrogant. Although Rayleigh was shocked by Fi-eun's methods, his strength was despised, which still made the pirate legend a little uncomfortable. If that's the case, it's time to get real. Conqueror's Twist. Rayleigh directly activated Conqueror's Entanglement, which is basically an ability that can only be exerted by the top powerhouses in physical arts, and its power is several levels higher than that of Armed Color Entanglement. If that's the case, then I can only let you see it. 80 Gods Airstrike. Fi-eun was not polite, he directly waved his fist several times and launched the 80 God Airstrike. Countless giant fists are thrown out, forming a dazzling white light, making it difficult to even open your eyes. Boom! Conqueror's Entanglement collided with the 80 God Airstrike, and in an instant, Rayleigh was engulfed by the 80 God Airstrike. Boom boom boom. After all, this is a 6 paths level taijutsu that even a full-body Susanoo can instantly shatter. There are probably not many people in the pirate world whose defenses can compare to a full-body Susanoo. After the white light flashed, Rayleigh's clothes were all shattered, and his whole body was covered in scars, and he looked embarrassed. At the critical moment, Rayleigh used up his armament haki to cover his body, so as not to be swallowed by the terrifying body technique just now. After all, armament haki can be used not only on offense, but also on defense, and if he hadn't done that, even Rayleigh would have been dying at this point. It should be good to cooperate now, Rayleigh. Rayleigh, who had exhausted his armament color, had no more physical strength and could only be at the mercy of Fi-eun. Seeing this, Rayleigh could only laugh bitterly. He was really old, and he couldn't even beat a young man. Rayleigh, he lost so quickly? Lost to the young man in front of him? Seeing that Rayleigh lost, Shaky had an incredible expression on his face. What's going on today? How could this guy Rayleigh lose to an unknown kid? If this is spread out, the whole pirate world will be shocked. Fi-eun's strength is so powerful. The Empress also widened Sakura's mouth, which could not heal for a long time. I didn't expect that this man's strength was so powerful that even the vice captain of One Piece was no match. And looking at Fi-eun's relaxed look, I'm afraid he hasn't shown his true strength yet. What would it be like if he used all his strength? I am afraid he can fight against the 4 emperors. Seeing Hancock and Xia Qi's exaggerated expressions, Fi-eun also felt a little gloomy. Although he has seen such expressions many times in the world of pirates, Fi-eun is also human and has vanity. What's more, Fi-eun would certainly feel dark and cool when he succeeded in pretending to be the most beautiful woman in the world like the Empress. Okay, Rayleigh has been caught, hurry up to send him to the auction venue, and use the name of Pluton to attract celestial dragons. After a while, Fi-eun decided to hurry up and get down to business. It is the right way to use Rayleigh to attract celestial dragons, and then conquer the Empress to complete the task. After capturing Rayleigh, Fi-eun immediately handed it over to the disco at the auction venue, and informed the other party that this person was One Piece's vice captain, Pluton Rayleigh. Disco was also overjoyed when he heard the news, and the next auction venue was scheduled for the next day, and it was going to be hyped. Who is Pluton Rayleigh? That is the vice captain of One Piece, a living legend, with a powerful strength comparable to that of Admiral. Now you can spend money to buy this person back as a slave to serve yourself. Who wouldn't want to get such an opportunity? Disco immediately ordered and hyped this up, attracting more and more people to the auction. And maybe it will alarm celestial dragons. At that time, it will definitely make a lot of money. Pluton Rayleigh's bounty is not low, at least around 4 billion. If you want to arrest him as a slave, you must at least double it. If it doesn't work, I can earn more than 8 billion this time dash. Sure enough, as soon as the news of Pluton Rayleigh's auction came out, it immediately alerted the Marine headquarters near Sabayati Archipelago. Marine headquarters, Marine Ford. In the conference room, Sengoku, Garp, San Admiral, Suru Vice Admiral, Admiral Alternates, and all of you Vice Admiral have arrived. This is an emergency meeting. The content of the meeting was just sent back from the Marine stationed at Sabayati Archipelago. Pluton Rayleigh will be auctioned into slaves. What do you think about this? After telling everyone the information, Sengoku glanced around and said, Pluton Rayleigh is actually auctioned. This is really abnormal. Although Rayleigh often sneaked into the auction venue and hijacked his buyers in the past, but this is the first time he has taken the initiative to reveal the name of Pluton. Isn't this old guy thinking of a comfortable retirement? Could it be that he has other motives for exposing his name so proactively? Crane Vice Admiral also said with a puzzled look. She also has decades of experience in the sea. She is very familiar with Rayleigh's character, and it is impossible to do such a mindless thing. There must be other reasons. You are right, according to intelligence, Rayleigh was forced by a young man. Sengoku said solemnly, after all, the information sent back this time is really difficult to understand. Young people are persecuting? Which young man is so daring to persecute One Piece's vice captain? Garp also stopped eating the senbei and asked in midair. Persecute Rayleigh, this young man is too bold. Intelligence shows that the person's name is Uchiha Fi-eun, a name that has never been heard before, said Sengoku. Uchiha Fi-eun? After hearing this name, everyone present showed a puzzled expression. This name, I have never heard of it before, it can be said that it is completely unknown. How could such a person persecute Pluton Rayleigh? Could it be that he is Rayleigh's illegitimate child? Otherwise, why should Rayleigh be at his mercy? The tough Akainu was also very puzzled. How could Pluton Rayleigh be threatened and persecuted at the moment when he has no desires? Because he beat Rayleigh. Sengoku sighed and said heavily, "What?" As soon as the words fell, the senior generals present widened their eyes and took a deep breath. Marshal Sengoku, are you telling the truth? This young man named Uchiha Fiiun actually defeated Pluton Rayleigh? Admiral candidate Momuzagi stood up next to him, his beautiful eyes full of incredible. How is this possible? That's Pluton Rayleigh, One Piece's co-captain, a living legend. Such a strong man was defeated by a nobody? Momuzagi would never have believed the news if it had not come from the mouth of Marshal Sengoku. That's right, this young man named Uchiha Fiiun did defeat Rayleigh with his own hands and sent him to the auction. It's unclear what his purpose is now. Sengoku nodded and said. At first he heard the news and Momuzagi's reaction was exactly the same. After confirming again and again, Sengoku also had to recognize the reality. This young man named Uchiha Fiiun did beat Rayleigh. There's another amazing guy on the sea. It seems that the sea can't be calm. Garp was also shocked by this news. In short, we must first find out the purpose of this Uchiha Fiiun, see what he is, and if we can, maybe we can pull this young man into Marine. Sengoku said excitedly. As soon as this young man came up, he caught the vice-captain of One Piece. Maybe he was a young man with a righteous heart. If such people can join Marine's strength will grow a lot. After all, a big event happened recently in Marine, that is, Porgas Diaz, captain of the second Whitebeard team, was caught and Marine decided to publicly execute it. There must be a fight with Whitebeard by then. If the young man who can beat Uchiha Fiiun can join Marine's win rate will increase a lot. It would be really good news to join Marine. Let Marine from Sabayati Archipelago wait and see. 35 Crane Vice Admiral also thinks it is a good proposal. Meanwhile, not only the Marine headquarters, but the Holy Land Marijois was also shaken by the news. Rayleigh was caught by a young man named Uchiha Fiiun? It's really surprising. What is the purpose of this young man? In the conference hall, the 5 elders were also shocked by this news and their eyes widened. Pluton, who Marine had been trying to catch, was caught by an unknown young man. That's enough to shock 5 elders. At the same time, the name of Uchiha Fiiun was also remembered by the 5 elders. It's hard to remember if I caught Pluton Rayleigh as soon as I came up. At the same time, the 5 elders are also ready to wait and see what purpose the sudden appearance of Uchiha Fiiun has come up with to do such a big thing. Soon, it was time for the auction the next day. The name of Pluton Rayleigh has attracted many people to come here. The entire auction venue was crowded, 10 times more lively than the original. And as Fiiun expected, the Celestial Dragons were also attracted by the title of Pluton Rayleigh and came to the scene. Celestial Dragons are coming. Celestial Dragons are coming. After seeing Celestial Dragons, many people present immediately changed their expressions, and then knelt down in front of Celestial Dragons. This is the rule of the pirate world, you must kneel when you see Celestial Dragons, the nobles of the world, otherwise it will be bad if you anger Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons. At the same time, Fiiun, the Empress in a black cloak, also trembled when she saw Celestial Dragons and almost fell. After all, the previous experience impressed the Empress so deeply that she had a psychological shadow. Don't worry, I'm here. Seeing this, Fiiun held the Empress's hand, and the Empress's heart calmed down a little. Pluton Rayleigh, the legendary Pluton Rayleigh is there, danced Celestial Dragons named Charles Roche. At this time, Rayleigh had been hung by a bomb collar around his neck, and his whole body was placed in the center of the stage of the auction venue for everyone to display like a display of September 17th. I also came to the auction venue after hearing about Rayleigh's name. If I can make the legendary pirate a slave to me, I will definitely envy other families to death. Saint Roswald was also quite happy. If Rayleigh can serve him as a slave, the other Celestial Dragons in the Holy Land will probably be jealous of him. Ha ha ha, let them start quickly, my lord, I can't wait. The only female Zaluria Palace said. That's right, the Celestial Dragons that appeared this time are still the 3 people in the original book, Saint Charles, Saint Roswald, and Saint Zaluria. Celestial Dragons is here, let's start the auction. The host Disco saw that the protagonist had arrived and announced the start of the auction. However, before the auction of Rayleigh, Disco also prepared many slaves to auction together. After all, there are so many people here today, so how can you make a lot of money? But after about half an hour, Charles Rose became impatient. The asterisk 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 D, I didn't come here for this rubbish, quickly auction me off Rayleigh, or I'll kill you. Charles Rose Saint raised his diamond-encrusted pistol at Disco and said with a displeased expression, yes, the auction is now on Rayleigh. Disco also panicked and angered Celestial Dragons himself, so he directly announced the auction of Rayleigh. The starting price is 4 billion. I gave 6.5 billion, 701Z. In an instant, the price was raised to 7 billion. After all, many people came for the name of Pluton Rayleigh. 10 billion. Soon, a dull voice sounded in the center of the venue, obviously the voice of St. Charles Rose. The price of 10 billion Bailey also shocked the people present. With 10 billion Baileys, celestial dragons are really rich. And being shouted by celestial dragons like this, other people didn't dare to bid anymore. After all, celestial dragons would not be able to save their lives if they were provoked. 10 billion the first time, 10 billion the second time. 95. Just as the disco was about to announce the deal, Fei-Yun raised his hand with a smile. 1501Z. 15 billion Baileys. How sacred is this? 55. Fei-Yun's voice came out and immediately attracted the attention of most people. Everyone wants to see how holy the person who can get 15 billion Baileys and dare to bid with celestial dragons. Ha! There's AB asterisk 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 D who doesn't have long eyes. Seeing this, St. Roswald was a little unhappy, and he did not expect that someone would dare to bid with him. This had never happened before. However, he suppressed his inner displeasure. After all, he was celestial dragons, so he couldn't openly grab it. 16 billion Bailey. Rosward Saint raised his hand and continued to increase the price. 20 billion Bailey. Fei-Yun didn't bother to add it one by one, and directly shouted the price of 20 billion Bailey. At this price, even the Empress on the side was dumbfounded. Fei-Yun, can you get 20 billion Baileys? The Queen asked. Just shouting, who said I want to buy it? Fei-Yun smiled lightly. Hearing that the Empress was also amused by Fei-Yun, she laughed, and she was so beautiful. Damn pariah. Are you making trouble? 20 billion Baileys, can you take it out? At this moment, St. Charles also realized that something was wrong. The other party obviously did not want to buy it sincerely, but deliberately made trouble. Yo, I finally saw it? It seems that your IQs are not particularly low. Fei-Yun stood up with a smile and looked directly at the three celestial dragons, B asterisk 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 D. How dare you face the noble me, courting death? Seeing this, Roswald was also really angry, and raised a shotgun made of gold and aimed it at Fei-Yun. It's dangerous to hold a gun at me, you bastards. Fei-Yun wanted to laugh when he saw St. Roswald in front of him. After being incompetent and furious, you can only draw a gun. For a real strong person, who would be afraid of a gun? Any pirate with a bounty of more than 50 million can ignore the firearm. Whoosh! The next moment, Fei-Yun immediately walked to the side of several celestial dragons, and in the blink of an eye he beat all three celestial dragons to half-death, giving them a sigh of relief. Fei-Yun also had to be very careful, for fear that he would kill these people with a slightly heavier shot. This guy actually shot celestial dragons. Crazy, injured three celestial dragons at once. It's over. Run, Marine Admiral is coming. Seeing that the situation suddenly got out of control, the people present immediately fled the auction venue in a swarm. The entire auction venue is in chaos. Report to the Marshal, there is a raid on celestial dragons in Sabayati's 5.2 archipelago. The raider is Uchiha Fei-Yun. Soon the news of the celestial dragons being beaten reached Marine headquarters. After hearing the news, Sengoku also covered his head and got a headache. Damn it, I originally wanted this Uchiha Fei-Yun to join Marine's command, but now it seems impossible. Shoot celestial dragons, if Marine doesn't, Marie Joyce will be to blame. Kizaru, just go. 35. Soon Sengoku saw Kizaru drinking tea and gave Kizaru the task directly. Yo, the man who can beat Pluton Rayleigh is tricky, Kizaru exclaimed, but it was Marshal Sengoku's order, and he couldn't refuse. Kizaru was soon on his way to the Sabayati archipelago, but this time, unlike the original, Kizaru's brows were furrowed. After all, according to the intelligence, Uchiha Fei-Yun is the man who can defeat Pluton Rayleigh. Even if this young man was unknown before, he is now famous in Marine headquarters. This guy has beaten celestial dragons now, and he has to save face for Marine HQ. It looks like there's going to be a tough fight. Alas! Kizaru sighed deeply, feeling a little helpless in his heart. After a while, Kizaru came to the port of Sabayati archipelago. Which area is the enemy in? 35. The first time he arrived at Sabayati archipelago, Kizaru asked Marine Road on the side. At least we have to confirm the location of Uchiha Fei-Yun. Report Kizaru Admiral, Uchiha Fei-Yun is right in front of you. 55. The Marine reported. Hearing this, Kizaru took a closer look and found that a handsome young man was sitting in the most conspicuous part of the port, with three celestial dragons prostrate at his feet. The three celestial dragons looked hilariously crouched there like dogs. Yo, today's young people are getting more and more terrifying. To actually humiliate the nobles of the world like this. Kizaru was taken aback at the moment, and did not expect this Uchiha Fei-Yun to be so bold. Annoyed, celestial dragons didn't run away, and was still in this port generously, as if waiting for him to come. Kizaru was actually sent. Fii-un also smiled when he saw Kizaru, but he didn't expect to send Kizaru. Fii-un thought it was Akainu. But it doesn't matter who you send, Fii-un just wants to test the level of the world's top combat power, so that he can plan his next step. Uchiha Fii-un, I didn't expect you to hurt celestial dragons, I have to punish you. Kizaru turned into a photon and came to Fii-un and said, "Stop talking nonsense, just come and see if you can call the shots for celestial dragons." Fii-un kicked Rosward Saints ***, causing the opponent's body to tremble. Yo, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru came to Fii-un in the blink of an eye, stretched out his long legs and kicked Fii-un's head. However, Fii-un immediately used hollow, making Kizaru's kick empty. Nanny! Kizaru didn't expect this kick to be empty, and his entire body was stunned. Seeing this good opportunity, Fii-un was not polite. A fist attached to Armament Haki's fist and slammed into Kizaru's chest. Forgot to mention, the Empress had already expressed her willingness to lead the 9 snake pirates to submit to Fii-un after beating celestial dragons. In this way Fii-un also got the reward, Conqueror's Haki, so Fii-un also learned Armament Haki. A fist hit Kizaru's body, and all of a sudden Kizaru's back bulged, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball, smashing several buildings before stopping. What a terrifying power! Kizaru said in shock as he felt the sharp pain in his chest. It's not over yet. Fii-un snorted coldly and activated Huanquan Hirazaka to charge towards Kizaru. This is spacetime ninjutsu, and the speed is actually not slower than Kizaru's sparkling fruit. 80 Gods Airstrike. Fii-un unleashed a powerful Teiju, 80 Gods Airstrike. What a dangerous force. Kizaru's knowledge and color sensed danger, and if this move hit him directly, I am afraid that he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. So Kizaru wisely made his body elemental in advance. Sure enough, Fii-un's move failed in an instant. It's not over yet, Tsukuyomi. Seeing this, Fii-un smiled faintly and directly activated Tsukuyomi, and Kizaru was immediately pulled into the illusion space by Fii-un. Nanny? What is this place? Kizaru looked at the unfamiliar surroundings with question marks all over his head. This is my illusion world, here I am the master. Go back and tell the world ZF and Marine that if you want celestial dragons to survive, you have to do what I want, Fii-un said contemptuously, and his tone made Kizaru very unhappy. Young man, are you dreaming? You have already angered Marine headquarters and World ZF, and all that awaits you is the endless pursuit, and you will never do what you want, Kizaru retorted. It seems that I have to give you a clear understanding of the gap between us. Fii-un sneered and tortured Kizaru directly in the Tsukuyomi space. What? In the real world, Kizaru let out a scream like killing a pig, and everyone who saw Sabayati Archipelago was dumbfounded. What happened to Kizaru Admiral? Why are you screaming so painfully? What did this Uchiha Fii-un do to Kizaru Admiral? Marine who was present was all stunned. From their point of view, Fii-un just stood there, and then Kizaru Admiral let out a scream. This is completely beyond their comprehension. How? Are you willing to speak for me? If you don't want to, just die here now, Fii-un said mockingly in the illusion space. After a short fight, Fii-un also learned about the top combat power in the pirate world. About the level of the super cage level powerhouses in the Hokage world, that is, the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, which is far away from the 917 and the 6 Paths powerhouses. In the world of pirates, Fii-un should be regarded as an invincible existence, of course, except for one aim. If he wanted to, Fii-un could kill Kizaru on the spot right now. But Fii-un didn't want to do it yet, because to plant the divine tree, it was necessary to absorb the life forms of this planet. Kizaru's strength is strong, and it is not easy to kill another person with such strength. So now is not the time to kill Kizaru, but if he doesn't obey, Fii-un doesn't mind killing Kizaru. I see, I'm willing to speak for you. Kizaru also agreed. He didn't dare not agree, because Kizaru could feel that he couldn't do anything in this illusion space, and could only be slaughtered by Uchiha Fii-un. If he wanted to, he would really be killed. Okay, then I'll let you go and send a message. Fii-un nodded and dismissed Tsukuyomi. Kizaru was also half kneeling on the ground at this time, sweating profusely, and his yellow-striped suit was soaked with sweat. Now that Kizaru's spirit has been severely damaged, the reason why he didn't fall is because he was holding on, and he needs to report the news to Marine Headquarters and World ZF as soon as possible. Soon Kizaru returns to Marine Headquarters. Kizaru, why did you come back so soon? Did the Celestial Dragons rescue you? Did you catch Uchiha Fii-un? Seeing Kizaru returning to Marine Headquarters so quickly, Sengoku was slightly taken aback. However, he found that Kizaru's face was very bad, and the whole person was sluggish, but Sengoku felt that Kizaru couldn't lose in his heart, so he thought that maybe Kizaru had solved the problem. Marshal Sengoku, the mission failed. Kizaru spit out a few words with difficulty, and then said everything he encountered in the Sabayati Archipelago. You lost to Uchiha Fii-un. Sengoku's face is very ugly. Marine Admiral was defeated so easily. How terrifying is this Uchiha Fii-un's strength? Such a terrible person, where did he come from? Sengoku was in a cold sweat. What does he want? Sengoku asked after thinking for a while, not knowing what the real purpose of this uchiha Fiiun was. Let's try it out first. His request is to get 50 devil fruits, Kizaru said, which Fiiun told Kizaru before he left. The reason is also very simple. Planting a sacred tree requires a lot of energy. The most powerful energy in the pirate world is undoubtedly the devil fruit. The principle of this thing is not very clear, but it is definitely the best nutrient for planting divine trees. So Fiiun intends to take 50 devil fruits and experiment. If it is as he guessed, then his purpose is very clear, that is to collect devil fruits. 50 devil fruits? What does this guy want so many devil fruits for? Could it be that he wants to form the devil fruit pirates? Sengoku was taken aback. 50 devil fruit is definitely a lion's mouth. Even if it is World ZF and Marine, it will take a while to gather them together. It's not that the world leader can't get it, but it's because the world leader can't get good fruits to make deals with the villains. It also takes time to choose some rotten fruits. For example, some common fruits of Zoan are considered the worst fruits. After eating them, there is no change except to enhance their physique and strength. I don't know. In short, this Uchiha Fiiun is powerful and has no scruples. If he doesn't trade with him, he will not do anything crazy, Kizaru said with some fear. After all, today he was walking between life and death. Fortunately, Uchiha Fiiun did not kill himself. However, if he does not agree to his request this time, there is a high possibility that a strong admiral will die at the hands of the opponent next time. Okay, I understand. I need to ask the World ZF about this matter. 35 Sengoku said with a headache. Celestial Dragons was involved in such a big matter, and even Martial Marine had no responsibility to deal with it, so he could only ask the 5 elders for instructions. Sengoku, what do you Marines do for food? You can't even save Celestial Dragons, and you eat so much military spending every year. As expected by Sengoku, the 5 elders were furious when they heard the news, and scolded their faces. Hehe, did you know that Kizaru almost died in the Sabayati archipelago? It doesn't matter if you think you want to continue fighting our Marines, but I'm not responsible for the serious consequences of preparing for a war with Whitebeard recently. Sengoku also said angrily, he was Martial Marine after all, and of course it felt bad to be scolded like this, so he stabbed back in secret. Kizaru was almost killed? Hearing that, the 5 elders also changed their expressions. Marine is still very strong, especially the Admiral-level powerhouse, which is a ceiling-level existence. Even if he encounters the 4 emperors, Admiral will not be easily defeated. Kizaru was almost killed? Isn't this Uchiha Fiiun's strength at the level of the 4 emperors? The sudden appearance of such a strong man in the sea, coupled with the upcoming war with Whitebeard, all of a sudden requires Marine to deal with 2 4 emperors ranked strong men, or Marine will collapse because of this. Okay, I understand. We will send someone to gather 50 devil fruits as soon as possible. After this incident, this Uchiha Fiiun must be dealt with. The 5 elders thought it over and decided to compromise this time. Only 50 devil fruits, and it's just a sprinkle of water to the World ZF. Just hand over all the garbage fruits to the other party. The black market value of 1 devil fruit is more than 100 million, and 50 is 5 billion, which is really trivial. Soon Sengoku told Fiiun the news. The way to tell it was the phone bug, which Fiiun took from Kizaru before he left. 1 week. Fiiun nodded in agreement after getting the news, and it is not too late for a week. It just so happens that you can take advantage of this week to find a place to plant the sacred tree by yourself. According to Hokich's original work, the best place to plant the sacred tree is a place that is prosperous, vibrant, with many types of life and the power of nature. In the pirate world, the most suitable place for this kind of place is undoubtedly the New World. The New World is the territory of the 4 emperors, and the 4 great pirates are not vegetarians, and there will be no prosperous sea areas that do not occupy but instead occupy those territories with poor resources. It can be said that New World should be the most prosperous territory in the entire pirate world. And there are many species in New World, such as murlocs, mermaids, long-handed, long-legged, fur, etc., as well as various magical sea areas and islands. This is enough to prove that New World is very suitable for the cultivation of sacred trees. At this time, Fiiun also returned to Nine Snake Island with the Empress. Under the announcement of the Empress, the soldiers of Nine Snake Island also surrendered to Fiiun. After all, they have heard about Fiiun's deeds, and women are naturally strong. With such a strong, Nord-Jiao adult there, Nine Snake Island will be safer. It's not good, Lady Empress, Marine has sent someone. At this moment, one of the 9 Snake Island warriors, Margaret with blonde hair, hurriedly rushed into the palace to report. What did Marine send people to do at this time? Hancock's face immediately turned cold as frost. Marine's summoning order came. It said that Shishibukai was to be summoned to deal with Whitebeard. The Empress was summoned as Shishibukai, and if he didn't want to obey, he would be stripped of Shishibukai's title. Margaret's tone was a little excited. Guy. Oh? Interesting, Marine still doesn't know about our relationship, so let's take this opportunity to announce. 35 Fei-Yun sneered, then activated Huangquan Hirazaka, went directly to the port of Nine Snake Island, and immediately saw Marine. This time Marine is leading the way, not the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, but the Momuzagi Vice Admiral. As for why the substitution was made, Fei-Yun is also unclear. Looking at Momuzagi's uniform and the rank on the cape, it's not the same as the normal Vice Admiral's uniform. At this point, she should have become an Admiral candidate. Boa Hancock, since you are Shishibukai and have been recognized by the world government, you should contribute your strength when the world government needs you. Momuzagi frowned slightly and shouted angrily towards the depths of Nine Snake Island. At this moment, a portal of time and space opened, and Fei-Yun walked out. Uchiha Fei-Yun? How come you are here? Momuzagi was shocked the first time he saw Fei-Yun. How did Uchiha Fei-Yun appear in Nine Snake Island? Could this guy have any shady activities with the Pirate Empress? Nine Snake Island has surrendered to me, this is equivalent to my island, why can't I appear here? Fei-Yun said to Momuzagi with a smile, while looking at each other up and down. I don't know how many devil fruits can be exchanged for hijacking Momuzagi. Nine Snake Island has surrendered to you? Are you kidding me? It is recognized that the Pirate Queen hates men, how could she surrender to you? Momuzagi said in disbelief. The concubine has indeed surrendered to Lord Fei-Yun. This is the legendary marriage. The Empress also appeared at this time, looking at Fei-Yun with admiration on her face flushed, and she looked really cute. Marriage? This? You actually subdued the Empress. Momuzagi's face was full of disbelief after hearing the Empress' words. Pirate Empress, Uchiha Fei-Yun has recently angered the World ZF and Marine headquarters. Are you sure you want to lead Nine Snake Island to surrender to him? If you surrender to him, your Shishibukai title will be deprived, and the island of Nine Snakes will become the enemy of the World ZF. Marine will send Admiral to encircle and suppress the island of Nine Snakes. Are you sure you want to plunge your island into war? Momuzagi asked the Empress. The concubine has already decided to submit to Lord Fei-Yun. As for your Marines, if you want to fight, the concubine will accompany you, but don't forget that the reason why the concubine can become Shishibukai is because of the strength of the concubine. In the face of Momuzagi, the Empress returned to her aloof appearance, her tone was not good, and by the way, her signature contemptuous gesture appeared to despise Momuzagi. Damn it, Uchiha Fei-Yun, what is your purpose? Momuzagi looked at Uchiha Fei-Yun who was beside him and asked. This guy has done several shocking things since he appeared, and now he has conquered Nine Snake Island. It is clear that he wants to fight against World ZF and Marine, but according to the investigation of Uchiha Fei-Yun, this person's life experience is a mystery, as if such a person suddenly fell from the sky. In the same way, Uchiha Fei-Yun's past can be said to be innocent, without any criminal record, such a person can clearly punish evil and promote good. Why do such a thing? Momuzagi was completely incomprehensible. You'll know when the time comes, Hancock's words are what I mean, you can take away the title of Shishibukai if you want, and I'll accompany you if you want to fight. Fei-Yun stood with his hands behind his back, his tone full of laziness and indifference. After all, with Fei-Yun's strength, there is no need to care about Marine's threat. Okay, back to headquarters. Momuzagi naturally knew about Fei-Yun's defeat of Kizaru, so since Fei-Yun himself spoke up, she didn't have any intention of fighting and was about to leave. Wait, Momuzagi, I mean your subordinates can leave, you don't even think about leaving. Fei-Yun spoke lightly, and then came to Momuzagi in an instant, so fast that even Momuzagi couldn't react. Rinnegan coercion, a coercion that instantly made everyone in the entire warship unable to move. CDFC, what is this? My body is out of control, I can't move at all, is this guy also the holder of Conqueror's Haki? Ordinary Marines panicked. No, this isn't Conqueror's Haki. If it were Conqueror's Haki, you might have fainted. Momuzagi couldn't move either, but it seemed to him to be calm. Smart, putting someone like you back in Marine is a threat, just stay with me. Fei-Yun said lightly, and then ordered a few Nine Snake warriors to kidnap Momuzagi. Damn, Momuzagi Vice Admiral. Uchiha Fei-Yun, what do you guys want to do to Momuzagi Vice Admiral? The Marine soldiers were helpless and could only be incompetent and furious. Let Marine replace him with something. Fei-Yun said lightly, and then left. Damn, Momuzagi has been kidnapped again. And the woman Boa Hancock led the Nine Snakes to defect to Uchiha Fei-Yun? After getting two bad news in a row, Sengoku slapped the table heavily, his face full of anger. Guys, the name Uchiha Fei-Yun has only been around for a few days, and so many great things have already been done. Incorporating Shishibukai, hijacking Admiral Substitute, such a person is determined to fight against World ZF and Marine. There must be a bounty on Uchiha Fei-Yun, and now we don't have time to hit him, but we have to make him suffer. Sengoku raised his eyebrows, ready to make Fei-Yun wanted. The wanted bounty is also terrifyingly high, 3 billion Baileys. 3 billion Bailey, compared to the veteran Four Emperors Whitebeard, Kaido, Bigumum and others may be a little worse, but it is definitely at the level of the emperor. After all, the emperor's deputy's bounty is around 1 billion, not more than 1.5 billion. The reward of 3 billion proves that Marine admits that Uchiha Fiiyun has admiral-level strength. The emperor is not his opponent, only the 4 emperors' admiral-level powerhouse is his opponent. Such a bounty will definitely confuse other powerhouses. For a powerhouse with a bounty of up to 3 billion for the first time, most people will be eager to challenge Fiiyun. After all, there is no shortage of people with wolf ambitions in this sea. At that time, there must be many people who want to step on Uchiha Fiiyun to become famous, which can also cause him some trouble. As for Marine, deal with Whitebeard first and then deal with Uchiha Fiiyun. As the bounty spread, the whole world was shocked by the 3 billion bounty. With the release of Marine's bounty, the forces all over the world have been shocked by this bounty. 3 billion Bailey's bounty? Except for the 4 emperors, no one can reach this bounty, not even the 2 billion bounty. The emperor's deputy's bounty is only around 1.4 billion, and it can't exceed 1.5 billion. The reward of 3 billion means that this kid named Uchiha Fiiyun is definitely a powerful emperor dash. At such a young age, the first reward was 3 billion, when did such a monster appear in the ocean? Meanwhile, New World, Onai Island. It's amazing, Kaido boss, the world seems to have changed a lot. Boss Kaido, where are you? Several of the beast's pirate subordinates hurried to the throne of Onishima Island and saw Kaido sleeping soundly. What's the fuss about? Is that old man Whitebeard doing anything wrong? Kaido said impatiently after being woken up, and now Kaido only cares about one thing, and that is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, everyone knows that there is a big battle between Whitebeard and Marine, and when Whitebeard leaves the site, Kaido is ready to snatch it. Everyone knows that the Whitebeard pirates are the strongest group of the 4 emperors, and the land they occupy should be the most fertile. Kaido has long been jealous. No, it's a terrible kid who has appeared on the sea recently. A beast's pirates immediately held up the latest bounty in front of Kaido. Nani? Uchiha Fiiyun? 3 billion reward. After seeing the amount on the reward order, Rao is well informed, and Kaido, who is expensive as the 4 emperors, couldn't sit still, and almost slipped off his chair. 3 billion reward? What is the origin of this kid named Uchiha Fiiyun? What did he do to get Marine to give him a reward of 3 billion in a rage? If Kaido remembers correctly, the name Uchiha Fiiyun is the first time he has appeared in the sea. This guy's first reward is as high as 3 billion? If there is no moisture in these 3 billion, the strength of this guy is likely to be the emperor level. This sea is getting more and more interesting. Kaido had no sleep, grabbed the wine gourd that was more than 3 meters high beside the throne, and gulped it down. The warm wine slid down his throat, and a warm feeling slowly spread from the stomach to the whole body. Cool. That's how it is. The more chaotic this world is, the more interesting it will be. New World, Hive Island. Father, it's incredible. 39 on the Moby D **K, a member of the Whitebeard pirates immediately looked shocked after seeing the latest newspaper and wanted to find Whitebeard. What's the matter? Dad is resting now. If it's not a particularly urgent matter, it's best not to disturb him. The captain of the first team, Marco, appeared and made a shush gesture. Now Whitebeard's body is not particularly healthy, and he is full of tubes. If it is not a very important matter, it is best not to disturb Dad's rest. Captain Marco, look. The Whitebeard pirates handed the newspaper to Marco. Immediately, Marco's lazy eyes swept over, and the next moment his eyes immediately stared at the size of copper bells. Where did this guy come from? Uchiha Fiiyun, a reward of 3 billion. When did such a terrible guy appear in the ocean? Marco muttered to himself. His strange behavior immediately attracted the other captains. So, the captain of the 3rd Division, Jaws, the 5th captain, Foil Baista, the captain of the 17th Division, Izang, and so on, all came together. Immediately, these captains also widened their eyes and looked shocked. The reward of 3 billion is too exaggerated. This Uchiha Fiiyun has never heard of it. This is his first bounty, right? The first reward is 3 billion? This is too scary. Could it be that this guy already has the strength of a general? The captains all dropped their jaws in shock. This is the first time that there has been a big pirate with a bounty of more than 1.5 billion other than the 4 emperors. 3 billion, it can be said that the strength of this guy is definitely the emperor level. Uchiha Fiiyun, the name, is deeply remembered by the Whitebeard pirates. In addition, the Red Hair pirates, the Begum pirates, and the bigwigs of the New World underground world also remembered the name Uchiha Fiiyun. It can be said that Fiiyun has made a name for himself in the world of pirates. After all, with a reward of 3 billion, there are probably no more than 10 people in the pirate world who can exceed this reward and are alive. Even Morgans called Fiiyun the 5th emperor of the sea. This title has attracted the envy and jealousy of countless people. After all, the 4 emperors are recognized as the title second only to One Piece, and this Uchiha Fiiyun has just become famous and is called the 5th emperor. This also makes many pirates who have struggled for many years feel aggrieved. Some pirates even decided to challenge Fiiyun and become famous by Fiiyun's name. The 3 billion reward, although it's a little less, but it doesn't matter. At the same time, Fiiyun, who was on Nine Snake Island, yawned while watching the latest bounty. With one's own strength, it doesn't matter how many bounties are offered in the pirate world. Now Fiiyun's primary goal is to find a suitable location for planting the sacred tree. I'm going to go to the New World, Fiiyun said to the Empress. My concubine is going with Lord Fiiyun. The queen heard that Fiiyun was leaving, and immediately wanted to follow. You can go if you want, but you are no longer Shishibukai, and this side of Nine Snake Island also needs someone to protect it. 35 After all, Fiiyun separated a wood clone and stayed in the Nine Snakes Island. Wood clone can use all of Fiiyun's ninjutsu, as long as he is not a 4 Emperors level powerhouse. Wood clone is enough to block or even hang the opponent. Then Fiiyun led the 9 snake pirates to the New World. Fiiyun's first target is the most fertile and prosperous island in the New World, the Hive Island. The island is now Whitebeard's territory, but it was Rock's territory before, and after Whitebeard's death it became Blackbeard's territory. The heroes of the 3rd generation all regard Beehive Island as their own territory, which shows the importance of this Beehive Island. The location for planting the sacred tree is first chosen here, but it is very likely to conflict with Whitebeard. Sir Fiiyun, are we going to Whitebeard's territory? On the pirate ship of the 9 snake pirates, Fiiyun was sitting comfortably on the sun lounger on the deck at this time. The Empress on the side lightly tapped the fruit plate with her white fingers, and then asked Fiiyun to put a fresh grape into Fiiyun's mouth. Well, let's go to Beehive Island first, I have some things to do. Fiiyun chewed and swallowed the grapes, feeling the influx of cool and sweet taste, and said with satisfaction, there won't be a conflict with Whitebeard. Hearing this, Sander Sonia, who has long green hair, changed her face. Going to the Whitebeard pirates directly like this, if there is a conflict, the 9 snake pirates can't afford it. After all, Sander Sonia didn't see how Fiiyun defeated Rayleigh and Kizaru, so she doesn't know the strength of Jusan-san Fiiyun now. Don't worry, sister, Fiiyun-sama's strength is no match for the mere Whitebeard pirates. The Empress looked at Fiiyun with starry eyes and said, being able to quickly defeat Kizaru in under an hour, Fiiyun is likely to be stronger than the now frail Whitebeard. Hey, sister is completely blinded by love. Everyone looked at Fiiyun and the Empress in disbelief. In their opinion, the Empress must have been blinded by love, and the Whitebeard pirates are recognized as the strongest pirates in the world. How could anyone possibly beat them? Don't worry, I won't let my subordinates die in vain, Fiiyun said lightly, and then flicked one finger to show his ability. 6 Pats Tenge Shinsei. Whoa! An island-sized meteorite fell from the sky and hit an island within sight. Boom! Then the meteorite directly sank the island. Did this destroy an island in one blow? Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the 9 snake pirates finally saw Fiiyun's strength. Destroying the island with one blow is a standard 4 Emperor's combat power. Looking at Fiiyun's understatement again, it seems that such an attack is not worth mentioning at all. The soldiers of the 9 snake pirates were also a little relieved. At the same time, everyone was also quite excited. The 9 snake pirates and their daughter had the protection of Lord Fiiyun, so they no longer needed the Shishibukai title. After all, the title of Shishibukai is also a shackle. When the world ZF or Marine needs it, they will threaten to revoke the title of Shishibukai. Now the entire 9 snake pirates surrender to Lord Fiiyun, and no longer worry about anyone's threat. The worship of Fiiyun deepened. The voyage lasted for 2 days before reaching the waters of the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as they entered Whitebeard's territory, the figure of the 9 snake pirates was discovered. Who? Stop! As soon as they saw the unfamiliar ship, several members of the Whitebeard pirates came forward to question them. I'm too lazy to let you guys report to Whitebeard. Since everyone is here, let's say hello first. Sage Art Water Style Blast. Fiiyun said lazily, and then activated Chakra. The seawater in the entire Whitebeard Sea area seemed to receive an order, and all poured into the sky. Immediately, the water level dropped by tens of meters, and these water currents formed a waterfall that shot into the sky, like a water column rushing towards the Sky Island, and the pirates of the 9 snake pirates rushed into the sky. What ability is this? The ability to manipulate the sea. It's so scary. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone present was stunned. At the same time, on the Moby D***K, the members of the Whitebeard pirates also discovered this unusual sight. The sea. All flew up. What's going on? Could there be an enemy attack? The people of the Whitebeard pirates were extremely surprised. The next moment, the water floating in the air landed instantly, and the pirate ship of the 9 snake pirates appeared in front of the Moby D***K. Is this an enemy attack? Everyone is on alert. There is an unfamiliar pirate group. Seeing the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar pirate ship, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates immediately raised their vigilance. No, this seems to be the name of the pirate queen, Boa Hancock. One Piece Boa Hancock? Isn't it Shishibukai? What is that guy doing here? Fortunately, someone quickly recognized that this was the pirate ship of the Empress, and after a little relaxation of vigilance, a trace of doubt rose in the hearts of everyone. What is the pirate queen doing here? If I remember correctly, the Whitebeard pirates and the Nine Snake pirates had never had any interaction before. But soon, the members of the Whitebeard pirates knew immediately why the Nine Snakes were here. Because they saw a familiar face on the deck of the Nine Snake pirates. Young Uchiha Fi-Iyun. Look, that guy is. You can't be wrong, Marine only issued a bounty yesterday. The great pirate whose first bounty exceeds 3 billion Baileys, Uchiha Fi-Iyun. What is this guy doing here? Is he here for a fight with Daddy? After seeing Fi-Iyun, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates raised their vigilance again. The Yellow Spring Hirazaka. The next moment, a door in a different dimension appeared on the Moby D***K, and Fi-Iyun walked in slowly with the members of the Nine Snake pirates. Don't be nervous, Whitebeard pirates, I'm here to make a deal with you. Fi-Iyun said lightly, the momentum of the Six Paths level powerhouse matched with Conqueror's Haki. Whoosh! The next moment, an invisible shock wave unfolded with Fi-Iyun as the center. Some ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't bear the shock and fell down instantly, their eyes turned white, and they lost consciousness. Although 5.2 Fi-Iyun's Conqueror's Haki is still only in the primary level, but with the momentum of the Six Paths level powerhouse, Fi-Iyun's Conqueror's Haki is probably the world's first in terms of second miscellaneous soldiers. However, to achieve substantial damage, proficiency is not enough. Goo la la la. Uchiha Fi-Iyun, I only saw your bounty yesterday, and you are here today. 35 It stunned so many of my crew all at once. You guy, are you here to trade or fight? 35 Seeing this, Whitebeard laughed at first, then suddenly tightened his laughter, staring at Fi-Iyun with wide eyes. After all, he stunned his crew as soon as he came, and of course Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, couldn't hold his breath. The next moment, Whitebeard's broadsword slashed towards Fi-Iyun. Bang! With the thick armament Haki attached, Kong Yunki, the supreme sword, slashed towards Fi-Iyun aggressively. However, before Whitebeard could fully exert his strength, the cloud cut suddenly stopped. Immediately after, Whitebeard gasped heavily, clutching his heart, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Dad! Your body has reached its limit, please don't get angry. Seeing this, Marco, who was a ship doctor, naturally knew that this was the recurrence of his father's dark disease, and hurried to get emergency treatment. Hee, Whitebeard, you look really ugly. 99 At the same time, Fi-Iyun also opened his mouth and said with a complicated tone. Originally, Fi-Iyun admired Whitebeard quite a bit when he read the comics, but now because of his body, he has become like this, and the years are not forgiving B************** D kid. At this time, Whitebeard was also a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to find some space for the crew members who were stunned by Fi-Iyun, but he didn't expect to make a fool of himself. Whitebeard, looking at you like this, I'm not someone who takes advantage of others, I'm here to make a deal with you. You give me the Hive Island, and I can directly heal your dark disease. Fi-Iyun said lightly. Originally he thought that if Whitebeard didn't agree, he had to force it. But looking at Whitebeard's appearance, Fi-Iyun doesn't like to do things that take advantage of others. In order not to spread out in the future, he also said that he could only attack Whitebeard, who was old and frail, which had a great impact on his glorious image. What? You can heal Dad's dark sickness. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were also overjoyed after hearing about this trading condition. If Dad can really heal, then this deal is not impossible. A recovered dad is more important than a Hive Island. Stop joking, Uchiha Fi-Iyun, father's dark disease is too serious, the internal organs have been squeezed, ruptured, and impossible to heal, you should die of this heart. At this moment, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, who is also a ship doctor, opened his mouth with lowered eyebrows. As a ship doctor, no one knows Whitebeard's physical condition better than Marco. The dark illness accumulated over a long period of time has made Dad's body reach its limit. Dad's internal organs have actually been deformed, and now he can still hold on. It can only be said that Dad's vitality is quite tenacious. It is impossible to heal, just like a person's heart is directly crushed. Is it possible for the heart to grow again? You must know that Marco is the regenerative ability of the Phoenix, and his ability can't make the old man heal, and he can't believe the words of a stranger. Hee, Marco, it's a pity that you have been on the sea for so many years. The sea is very vast, and anything can happen. Seeing this, Fi-Iyun smiled coldly, and now it seems that he can only show his hands to the old hats of the Whitebeard pirates. Whoa! The next moment, Fi-Iyun waved one hand, facing the nearest third team captain, Diamond Joe's. Sage Art Lightning Style Light Fang. A flash of lightning flashed, and although Diamond Jaws had turned into a diamond, it was the ninjutsu that blessed the powerful Xianju Chakra and Six Paths Chakra. Jaws couldn't resist. Lightning style pierced through Jaws' diamond defense, cutting one of his arms neatly. Damn, my hand. Jaws let out a low muffled cry. A tough guy like him would not scream. You be *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** actually took Captain Jaw's hand. Seeing this, other members of the Whitebeard pirates also reacted and glared at Fi-eun. What's the hurry, I'll show you some interesting things next. Fi-eun smiled lightly, came to Jaw's side, and poured Yang Dun Chakra into him. Yang Dun Chakra represents the life force, the life that can create all things. The super healing power of Senju Hashirama, the expansion jutsu of the Akamaike clan, and the medical ninjutsu are all part of the Yang Dun Chakra. Of course, these are low-end Yang Dun Chakras, and the really powerful Yang Dun Chakras can directly revive the mortal blade. It's as if Naruto directly used Yang Dun Chakra to save Might Guy, who used 8 Gate in the original book. Naruto is still using the chakra that Sage of 6 Paths gave him. Fi-eun's chakra doesn't know how much stronger than Sage of 6 Paths. Fi-eun's Yang Dun is naturally stronger than Sage of 6 Paths. If the original is Fi-eun giving Might Guy a masculine chakra, Might Guy's legs will definitely be restored. The mortals can be rescued for you, not to mention that Whitebeard's internal organs are only squeezed. Good-do-do. Fi-eun poured Yang Dun Chakra into Jaws, and the next moment, a scene that surprised everyone in the Whitebeard pirates appeared. I saw Jaws' bloody arm, which began to be wrapped in a green energy. They didn't know it was chakra, reborn at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few seconds later, Jaws' right arm that was cut off has grown out completely. This, rebirth from a broken arm, how is this possible? Seeing this, the eyes of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates were as big as copper bells. Especially Marco, as a ship doctor, he knew that this kind of thing was impossible. If the arm is broken, it is broken, and it is impossible to be reborn, so 933 can only be connected to some mechanical arms and other prosthetic limbs. But Uchiha Fi-eun actually brought the broken arm back to life? This has made my medical skills for so many years in vain. How is it? Marco, do you still think that Whitebeard's dark sickness can't be restored? Fi-eun looked at Marco with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. If you can really heal Dad, then Hive Island can be handed over to you. 55 Without any hesitation, Marco nodded in agreement with Fi-eun's deal. If you can really make the old man heal, then a mere Hive Island can be handed over to the other party. Whitebeard himself is not particularly fond of money, and naturally Marco and others have also learned this. Although Honeycomb Island is extremely rich, what does it compare to Dad's health? Not to mention Hive Island, even if Uchiha Fi-eun wanted all of Whitebeard's territory, Marco would agree without hesitation. Very well, your words are enough. Fi-eun nodded. He believed in the credibility and character of the Whitebeard pirates, and this group of people did what they said, and it was impossible to go back on things. Of course, if the target is other 4 emperors, the red hair can also make a deal with the other party with confidence, and Fi-eun, Bigumum and Kaido, is impossible to believe.